Tech, Renthal, Michelin, a Chair Beast, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Cardo Systems, Pro Filter, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace. Shout out Kyle Chisholm, wearing an Atlas brace, going out at Salt Lake City for his final Supercross race as a full-time racer. Do I think he'll jump into some Supercrosses here and there? Yeah, I do. But atlasbrace.com to learn more about that. Works Connection, PulpMX 20 code. Get Data, WUSA, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Fox Factory Vehicles, Weisco Piston, Troll Training, MTX Braking, Luxon Clamps, Ethica, Factory Chassis Parts, all on board with us tonight. And a great show lined up, at least I think so. Making his appearance back on the show, first time in a long time. Larry Brooks, team manager. HEP Suzuki will call in. LB, my old team manager at Chaparral back in the day. So LB will call in and talk about the season, and we're going to bench race about McGrath and Stu and Reed and Ferry and his own racing career. Zach Osborne's got a new gig, Beta Ambassador. Zacho will call in. Race Day Live, former Aussie Supercross champion Justin Brayton will also be on to bench race a little bit about his year and what he saw at Salt Lake City. And, of course, Uncle Phil as well. Phil Nicoletti will be calling in.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. And, again, 702-586-7857. You want to talk to myself or my co-host, talk some Salt Lake City and more. Welcoming back to the studio. First time I think we figured out it's been at least 3.5, 4 years since he's been in for the show. From course heading, our buddy, Michael Antonovich. What's up, Anton? How are you, buddy?
What's happening?
Thanks for coming in. Yeah.
Hey, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I can't hear anything out of these headphones.
All right. Check the cord underneath, and you'll see it's probably unplugged from your foot or somebody's foot. Follow that cord. Yep, there we go. And then find the other end of that down on the floor that looks like that isn't. But anyways, taking your calls over there, holding things down, the Tallon Taylor. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Steven?
How are you?
Good.
Happy birthday, belated birthday.
Thank you.
By the way.
Tit's making me come in. This is supposed to be a day off,
It's
but
sad.
you know.
Did you find it, Anton? What's going on there? Okay. I should have unplugged his headset.
Radio,
I should have unplugged his headset while he does all this, but I didn't because I'm an amateur.
No, the people want to hear this for sure.
Working the calls over there, sorry, that's Tallon. What is going on here? Okay. Now the phones are down. You see that, Mark? Is your phone down, Tallon?
I don't think so. I thought it was okay.
I think Anton just did something to the phone.
Oh, God.
Okay, no, leave it, Anton, leave it. I think it's rebooting. Okay.
Oh, we got bigger fish to fry if he unplugged it from way over there.
I thought the Ethernet. Okay. We're off to a rough start here tonight, folks.
Sorry about it.
This is not good. Working the cameras, working on the app, not watching the Vegas Knights tonight. Not at all. Travis Marks, what's up?
I'm not watching them right now because the game has not started, but rest assured I will be watching the game.
And you will be fined appropriately.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Can you hear us now? You're good?
Yeah. Can you turn it up a little bit?
Pull your mic up a little bit. There you go.
Could you turn it up just a touch?
Listen, Anton gets what Anton wants.
Well, I mean, 16 years of standing next to the racetrack, my hearing's taken a couple dings, so we'll turn it up just a bit. Yeah, no, you're good. Thanks.
Is that all right?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right.
Now the show can start.
Should we just start from again? Welcome, everybody. PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing. DK Works. Yeah.
Sorry.
Coming at you. Also,
radio, bros.
I forgot to turn the air on. Okay. God damn, it's hot in here. All right, let's just, you know what? Let's call it a wrap, dude. That's it.
First time?
Brayton, Brooks, Zacho, Phil, Michael Antonovich in studio. Looking forward to it. All right. 702-586-7857. Anton is brought to you by Anton. I thought about all of our partners that we have, and I thought about all the people that could sponsor you coming in tonight.
I've been wondering what you were going to pick.
I think I picked a good one.
Okay.
OGO Power Sports. Those are your dogs.
That's my guy, Pilo, one of my first big-time supporters. I love Pat Lopez.
Pilo and Mark and A-Ray and Frank and everybody.
Oh, yeah.
OGO Power Sports, Pulp 15, code to save. So whether it is a roller bag, whether it's a gear bag, check it out, man. Backpacks are phenomenal. And thank you, OGO, for the coolers for my friend, Tallon and Travis. OGO Power Sports.
Hell yeah.
Pulp 15 code to save with those guys and OGO Power Sports. Don't go to the OGO Golf Bag site, please, because that's not what I say. OGO Power Sports. Go there and get yourself something with the Pulp 15 code, bringing you Michael Antonovich. All right, let's start with Cooper Webb. Congrats to Fly Racing. First 450 Supercross title for those guys. They won everything else with Zacho and Kennard, and this is their first 450 Supercross. So thanks to the folks at Fly Racing for coming on board, and congrats to those guys. They had the good, the bad, the ugly gear this weekend. Was I down with all of it? Not really. Was I down with some of it? kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was good. I like when everybody goes crazy like that. And even the ugly, like, that was good. To put it in Dino, and Dino's kit looked good on the Honda, like, all the little details.
Yeah.
When you get the right guy that knows how to piecemeal the right stuff together, then you got it.
Coop's bad-looking gear was
Good.
good. Yeah, that looked
was
really good.
good.
So congratulations to and also Cooper Webb. And so he got it done.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Coop did everything possible to not get by him, but he did. Coop got the start. Chase went by him, took the title. 7 wins to 5. If you're Sexton has 7 on the year, Cooper has 5. If you're Cooper Webb, you're D-gaff about that. You got your 3rd Supercross title. And honestly, Anton, I don't know how well you know him, Webb. This point where you tell us. Okay.
Like, if he, like,
Yeah.
we're, okay, a lot of his friends are, like, my friends, like working friends.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been around Coop a bit, and I said this on the Track Talkers podcast yesterday. I picked Coop to win the Supercross championship that he just wrapped up when I was flying home from Paris in November.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Me, him,
Yeah.
Peanut, and their wives all had breakfast
Yeah.
at the Sky Club
Uh-huh.
at the airport. And he just seemed like confident and ready
Yeah.
and knew what he needed. And granted, there was a lot that's happened since then, the thumb injury and all that other stuff. But just seeing where he was, knowing what he wanted, seeing how the team was coming around him, I'm like, dude, he's in a good spot right now.
So he wins his 3rd title. It puts him in the course in a box with 6 other guys to win more than 2 titles. Like, think about that. Stu, Chad, nope, did not win more than 2. McGrath, Carmichael, Hanna, Stanton, RV, and Dunge, and now Cooper Webb's got 3. It's a really unlikely guy to win 3. You don't think of him as a Supercross master. You think of him as able to figure things out and wear guys down and win it with his smarts. But I thought this year, and I'd have to go back to the KTM years to for sure say this without a doubt, but I would think, just anecdotally off the top of my head, he was faster this year than he was in his KTM years. Raw speed, qualifying time, heat race wins, that kind of stuff. Like, I feel like he was a faster Cooper Webb this year, and I also feel, going back to what I was saying, when Jet went out, I feel like, and I don't talk to Coop every single weekend, but I'm in some group text with him, and I see him at the races here and there and stuff. But when Jet went out, his mood changed, to me, in my opinion. Not saying it's factual, but to me, his mood changed. He got a little lighter because I think he knew, I got this. Like,
I agree
I
with
can
that.
game this. I can game Chase. He'll make mistakes. We're going east.
I'm going to thrive in
I'm
that.
going to thrive in that. And so, to me, that's the point where Cooper changed.
Yep. No, I completely agree. Because what I really liked about the off-season races last year through Australia and through Paris was those were the warm-ups of the title fight that we thought we were going to get. And I've been comparing it kind of to like boxing or whatever, UFC fighting, where you get to see the guys lead up. And those few square-offs that you got to see where each one was at, and granted they were not on equal circumstances. Like Coop was on his full race bike. Jet had the stock Hondas down at Australia or whatever.
Yeah.
But just seeing how that was building, I could tell that Coop was attacking it like, that's my guy, and I better go race him and learn him every chance I get.
Yeah.
If I can beat him a couple times and take him down a notch, I better.
And if you look at Paris the year before, he was so much closer this year. Yep.
Much, much better this year. And, you had mentioned those things about the 3 titles, but the thing that I think is really important that we've not even hit on yet because it hasn't set in, I got posted. He's the oldest champion now, so he overtook Eli. That's
by only a week,
but still
okay.
impressive.
Yep.
Impressive,
Yep.
especially when you look at the span between the last title, and then he did it on a different brand of bike.
Yep.
And that's a big thing too. You talk about any kind of athlete or any kind of car driver like Lewis Hamilton going from Mercedes to Ferrari. That's a big shift when somebody tries to make a change.
Out of that group, only Dunge and MC did it on different bikes. Yeah,
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. And the third thing that makes that so special is he did it on Yamaha, where pretty much torpedoed the first 2 years of his 450 career with the way that was going. And like whoever thought you'd be 3-time champion, you had always dreamed you'd be back under the star compound like it is now.
Yeah.
It wasn't looking like that when
Yeah.
it was factory Yamaha out of Cyprus.
No.
But to see it all come together this way is huge for him.
So obviously, I worked at Yamaha for 3.5 years at Cyprus, and those guys, not all of them, but there's 2 or 3 guys I can think of that when they left, that program got better. Star got better. Star obviously went with an open mind. They went with an ability to try anything they want, and they got out of that box, and the bike got better, and obviously all the things that Coop likes, right? Swanee,
we all know.
Swanee and the team.
The 450 that he rode at Donations that year, where the Majora, that was a Star 450. That wasn't a Yamaha 450, and that bike was so much better, and that was the time where, like, ooh, this could go a certain way. That's where his expectation got set, and then it didn't go that route.
Yeah, I think it's really awesome for Coop. Congratulations to him, to the Star team. Alex Campbell, his mechanic, good dude. Alex won a championship with Dylan Ferrandis years ago, but not a Supercross one. So, yeah, to me, like, look.
Oh, no, Peanuts won it all. Peanuts won 250 Supercross, 250, I'm pretty sure 250
Motocross?
Outdoor.
Yep, with Dylan.
450 Outdoor, and then now this 450 Indoor.
Yeah.
I mean, Peanuts got it all. I think that's another big thing. I like Alex a lot. I know you do too. To see him kind of get to that level, no DNFs, no mistakes. I don't think of the bike having any issue, mud races, all of that. That's huge.
No, for sure. Look, Chase, you look at Dallas, you look at Tampa. There's a few other ones in there, right? And he's going to Detroit. He's going hitting the gate. He's going to sit there at night and be like, I got 7 wins, and I got 2 to 3 times where I for sure could have made up 3 to 4 points or more. So if you're Chase, like, obviously he wants the title, but he's got one. How do you feel? You think you're like, look, man, I blew this. That's what I think he's thinking.
Yeah, I think
like,
that
he's not like, hey, Cooper beat me. He's like, I'm thinking if you're Chase. I'm not saying, you know.
Yeah, no. Listening to Lewis's interview with him the other day, I mean, taking it about as well as you could take it.
Yeah.
And as we've come to like from Chase is just he tells you exactly how he feels as a young guy figuring it out. And I thought that was great. You know, when he's very raw emotion telling you what this feels like and knowing like I lost this in those races that I gave up those points.
Yeah, you got to really.
I mean, because that's what happened.
Yeah, no, you got to feel for it. And for Cooper Webb, man, yeah, it was fantastic. It was really, really awesome to see him. And then, you know, like, Pittsburgh was as clutch as it got. Like we talked about if Chase wins out. And it's crazy to think of when it was 5 races to go where you're like, if Chase wins out, like, Wygant hates that whole theory. And he's right. It's so hard to win his 450 Supercross. But, like, dude, he was going to do that. He was going to win out. If Coop doesn't stop that Pittsburgh thing and they don't figure it out and he just beats Chase straight up with a lot of heat from Chase, but he wins, this thing's so different. And so I look at that ride and I'm like, damn, dude, pretty awesome.
From your spot in the press box over the last few weeks, I'd love to hear kind of what you've thought about even the qualifying stuff. I heard JT mention, what track was it where the whoops? Like Coop went and worked the whoops. You guys just brought up, and he said, I knew I needed to sprint and get over them and blitz them, but if I had to fall back on...
Oh, that was Pittsburgh. That's where he told me on the show, he said he watched Thrasher. He was going to blitz.
And this was after the whole week of just riding whoops at the start compound.
And doing shock setting and everything else. But they were big, and he watched Thrasher and said, well, Vial's jumping, Thrasher's blitzing, so I don't need to blitz because it doesn't look much faster. But then as Coop said, if Chase was getting him, he was going to start blitzing. But he had already worked out, like in his mind.
I have to do one of these. Yeah, I have one, but I have the other. And I thought that was what was happening because I watched that practice from the upper deck so I could film it. Watching that gamesmanship between the two of them, the speed was cool to watch through those last few weeks, but man, watching what was happening from practice when they would roll down to the starting line, like I know I'm lucky that I see that with a hard card and being a photographer.
Yeah.
But from your perspective, you know when there was one practice where Coop was tailing Chase, just trying to do everything he could to catch the toe to do that. We see it in MotoGP. It works sometimes. Yeah. But then the rattle thing, is this to mess with him? Is this to try to set the tone? Even Coop going out to try to get in the lead of practice in the afternoons, Chase setting back, being one of the last to go, letting the pack work its way out, them finding each other again.
Yeah.
There would be so many times where I'd be either on the track watching practice or in the upper deck filming, picking out where those two were and just getting so excited on seeing like, oh, there's another one. There's a little more tension. There's this. Yeah. Him gaming him with the lurch on the gate a few weeks ago to see if he was going to fall for it. I loved that. I thought that stuff was so cool. And if you know to watch it and both guys are doing it, it takes what they're doing to another level.
Yeah, especially like Chase likes to leave no time on the clock.
No.
Like you are not. I am going to leave as little as I can. And it's funny because these guys will tell you they don't care, but they absolutely do care.
Oh, they
it all
absolutely
matters.
care.
It all matters, right?
Watching Coop try to do a lot of fast laps in practice
he
was trying hard.
I'm going to get my guy MX reference to look into his Supercross title years on KTM, but I think he was better this year, faster. Just faster.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
He had said last year that nights that he got third, he was much faster than his 2 title-winning years. And
Yeah.
you know the progression.
Yeah,
is
but
just
some
stepping-
guys always say that.
that.
wanna
But I
look at
really
that. Yeah.
believe,
I
yes.
think you're right.
He made an effort to try to be, I'm at the front of the pack all
Yeah.
the time. He still did have some 7th-place qualifying days.
Yep.
Those happen.
Yep.
But as we always see from Coop, how many times he would get to the start, get to the first turn in the heat race. I'm like, well, you didn't have to, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
And then the thing that really, really, really got me interested was the last 7 races. He'd be the first guy out of the gate when they would drop it for the parade lap on the 450 main event. Rocket out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you don't do that unless you're trying to ace the start and show everybody I'm here to not mess around.
Yeah.
When he did the big jump at Phoenix on the parade lap, that
Yeah.
shit was huge.
Yeah.
Those little things, I'm like, he's getting it. He's getting
Yeah.
it and putting the screws to everybody.
Coop or Phil always comes on here and talks about Coop's mental game, right? And it,
No other.
Yeah, it shows for
Mm-hmm.
sure. It absolutely shows. So we know he's been riding with an injured thumb. He made a comment in the press conference about it being torn,
Mm-hmm.
the ligament being torn. Which I mean, I guess I wasn't sure if it was torn all the way through or slightly torn. He's got the Supercross title. Do you think he goes outdoors?
I think he's going to have to do a few.
Yeah.
I think he wants to do a few. I think that there's a lot of incentive. I think the super motocross stuff, like it actually is
that
starting to
points
pay
deficit.
off.
If Tomac talked about that points deficit coming last year, and he would have maybe been champion.
Yeah.
Um,
No, for sure.
yeah.
And I think more guys are seeing. You need a couple years to see how it really plays out.
Mm-hmm.
And Coop sees it, and what's the surgery timeline and all of that stuff to get that fixed. It's got to be a problem because I figured something was up, but I thought it was still the same thing. When he heard it again at Unadilla last year, he almost ran me over pulling off the track. Like,
Yeah.
he heard it, veered left. I was standing there. He's coming off the track. I've really noticed, especially during qualifying this year, he'll do his hot lap and then come off the track and hold his arm the same way after the ride is over, just to kind of like nurse it. So I'm wondering how big of a problem it is. But at the same time, I know he wants to keep racing.
Yeah.
Make the money that you can because there's still tens of thousands of dollars to be made on a weekend.
Yep.
And then you really are setting yourself better for those 3 races that really, really matter.
No,
at
and
the
there's
end
a lot
of
of,
the year.
and Coop loves money.
Loves money.
He has made a few comments to me over the years about money. So the SMX pays a lot of money, and if you're going to get that surgery, you're going to be at a deficit. But I don't know, Antona. It might be the smart move to get that thing fixed.
Yeah, I
you know?
think do a couple, get the points, seed yourself well.
Yeah.
See how many you need to do.
Yeah.
Get it fixed. Come back. Do maybe the last couple if that's
Yeah.
what is possible.
Yeah.
But
There's
he
a
has a
2-week break
huge.
and then the last 3, so you could.
He has a full victory lap on par. He's already committed to the Paris Supercross. That's going to be huge after he's already the Supercross champion
Yeah.
this year. He's probably going to do Ozex Open again because that's coming back this year. That's 4th quarter. What other little races is he going to get into to celebrate this and go show the
Yeah.
fans around the world and cash in on his championship status, but
Yeah.
then also come back for 26 and be like, hey, I've been doing the same preseason stuff that got me this title in 25.
Yeah, congrats to Coop and Fly Racing. Again, use the code PulpMX when you check out at Fly Racing. So, Anton, obviously Jet was the phenom last year and smoked the title. The year before, we had Eli blowing out his Achilles and Chase getting it right, but Eli having a decent points lead, probably going to win the thing, and then Chase gets it. Year before that was Eli. This year, Eli's out, Jet's out, Hunter's out. Kenny went out, early, or I should say, later, but he went out. As a whole, this season, and not so much because it's so fresh. We just finished it 2 days ago. But what are you going to think about when it comes to this season? What's going to be the narrative? When you go back, just like I said, last year to me is Jet Lawrence is here, and holy shit. And the year before was Eli Achilles, oh my God, right? And the year before that was, E.T. What's going to be your narrative of this year, this Supercross season?
Really just when we think it's the dawn of a new era, like the Jet Lawrence thing, he's going to come in and continue just stomping at it. How many of the 17 is he going to get this? We got 7 winners instead. So a lot of guys get taken out with injury. Have to see where their careers come back after this, because to come back from an ACL injury, although Jet is young, that's still a timeline. That's still a process to build back from. Watching Eli's what happens with his career for what was expected to be such a standard year of Jet's going to come in and crush it. And some other guys are going to get some wins early as the pack settles out. But by the time we hit round 5, 6, 7, it'll be decided. For that not to happen was great. And I think that needs to remind everybody, anything can still happen. It's still racing. Don't tune out yet because there is a lot of factors that can go on. And the fact that it's these guys that are coming to their best later on. I think as we have this lineup tonight, I'm going to ask all 4 of these guys, hey, you're watching racers race later into their career. Are they getting smarter? Is it because they're getting older and they're not full of piss and vinegar 23-year-olds that they can last this long?
Yeah, it's a great point. And even though Sexton Webb went 1-2 like 5 out of the last 6 races, it didn't feel like that. It
Nope.
still felt really good. It didn't feel like sort of foregone conclusion of McGrath or Ricky years or whatever that we've seen over the years. And yeah, so when you go back and look, Anton, I just pulled that up. Like, obviously Jet's the outlier last year, but the champions: Webb, Lawrence, Sexton, Tomac, Webb. Now Sexton, I wouldn't say was a young guy. He's kind of in his prime, and Lawrence is a kid, early, like big, obviously. Other than that, like even Anderson's 18 title, Dunge's 17 title, which he kind of gamed, right? Like he wasn't the fast guy, but he just like a Cooper Webb, he figured it out.
Yep.
These titles, outside of 2 of them, one guy in his prime, one phenom, have all been won by experienced racers. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So you have a point there. You'd have to go back probably like RV's titles, maybe. You know, as a kid,
yeah.
The RV would be equal to Jet now, like the next guy, the next one. Because he went basically title, outdoors, and then right into 450s and titles.
Like, I mean, to see the appreciation that guys have, the understanding of it, not being just bombarded with so much information at a young age, figuring out how your body responds to different things. I know all of these guys try 4 or 5 different diets through the year. They don't just stick on one thing, but it's been piecemealing together what works for me. It takes a while to get to that point. And then also, it's a very stressful job.
Yeah.
To live with that stress at 22, and you think if I have one bad race, my entire future and everything I've worked for is going to... When you're 27 and you've done a bit, you got a couple $100,000 already stashed up in the bank account, the house, the car, whatever, and a kid, you already see the perspective of life that it's not live and die by that.
And I also think, and I saw this with Ferry being older and being really involved with him, close to him. Now, he wasn't on the level of Cooper Webb or these other guys, but, podium dude. It's almost, when you're 27, 28, it's autopilot now. You kind of know what to do. You know what's going on. You're also confident in your program. You're not questioning everything. Timmy, honestly, in season, didn't train that much and didn't ride that much in season, kind of knew what he had to do, get the work done and go home. You know what I mean? It wasn't like this grind per se. And I think you get smarter, you work smarter as you get older, right? Yeah.
And I think we're all figuring out, because, like, we're only, 53 years into the sport of Supercross or whatever it is. Like, we're just coming off all that celebration. We really only have 25, 30 years of modern technology where the bikes haven't changed tremendously. We can see what there is. There's data for the training, all of that stuff. It's not the 70s, 80s, Stone
Even
Age.
90s,
But we definitely see a lot more of what works, and you got to be able to process that information too. Like, you're 22 years old and they're throwing everything at you. You can barely figure out the dartfish stuff, let alone I need to eat now. Oh, well, this doesn't agree with me. I need to go to this airport. All these things. It takes some time to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, awesome season. Congrats to the guys at Feld, I think. It seems like the Peacock ratings are up, which is good. We got SMX coming up, outdoors, 11 rounds of outdoors. We're gonna talk some outdoors with Phil later on in the show as far as that goes, because we're not gonna do a show before then. Our next show will be after Paul of the opening round. But
on to the Feld point that you just said, like the big number that everybody keeps measuring everything by is this Peacock metric. You've been at the races. I really love the fan turnout that we had this year. You can tell that we're getting smaller, dedicated groups that are very interested into certain fans or teams or riders. Obviously, the Hayden Jet thing, but I've seen a lot of young kids, women, fans, all of it, like Levi, like Chase, like these other riders that are out there, and showing more of that stuff. And it's been really fun to go to the races this year, look around and see more diverse friend groups coming to it and experiencing it together in big packs. Like, dude, when I'm working at the Yamaha truck and doing my little deal, there are so many diverse people that are coming up and that are interested in it. And that's a really, really good thing that also shows, like, yeah, they're watching on TV, but they're also coming to experience it in person, and you see what they are.
Yeah, well said. Some of the races, like Seattle and Pittsburgh, I can think of a few. I have to go back. Just packed pits. Packed pits.
Hard. You can't even get around. Like, you have to know what you're doing to slip between the sides of the trucks.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you got to do. All right, got some phone calls coming up. Justin Brayton as well coming up as well. Chuck's got a future headlines for outdoors. What's up, Chuck?
What's up, boys?
All right, future headlines.
Future headline.
Yeah. What do we got?
J-Coop wins without whoops, or 32 thirds again.
Yeah, I'll go 32 third again. We broke this down. There's a Racer X Motocross preview show coming up that we did. I just put him behind that Eli, Chase, Jet, even Hunter, Prado group, I kind of put them behind there. So podiums and everything else, but I don't know.
We're talking race win here, though.
Yeah,
We're talking a moto win or an
Don't
overall?
Get crazy. Don't
Yeah,
get crazy.
That's what I mean. I don't see it, man.
Overall.
Yeah, I don't see
Overall, ooh, okay. Colorado.
it. Colorado?
1-2-1, 1-2, 3-2, 3-1, something like that.
Okay, goddamn. There we go.
I'm not saying that just because I'm
yeah.
like trying to be the hype guy, but
Yeah.
like he was good there and he led
Yeah.
laps there last year, and you
Yeah.
have to lead laps to get to it.
Mhm.
It's also the first part of the year where everything's pretty shaken up and like who can
Yeah.
get a win in
Yeah.
this part.
Yeah, Jay Coop's definitely still underrated. Still an
Mm-hmm.
underrated rider. Got third overall in the series. Obviously, Kenny got hurt, but still third overall. 3 straight podiums, I think, at the end of the year. So thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
I think if Kenny didn't go out, that was going to get a really interesting battle because he was making up big gaps, big chunks of points on Ken in those last few.
Right, we got Matthew on 2. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, what's up, man? So you guys kind of touched on it in the conversation you were having regarding SX champions and just overall the field, the 450 class staying longer, more into their 30s and even approaching their 40s. How do you guys think that that's going to affect the 250 class with those younger riders that are also trying to find spots and fill accomplish their dream of getting into the 450 class? And then how does that also affect rides availability?
Yeah, we're seeing, obviously, with the RJ's moving up now finally, but we are seeing older 250 guys, right, stay longer and stay there and make some money. So it all affects it. You're absolutely right. Like the 450 guys are going longer, 250 guys are going longer, and there's a backup for sure. You look at like Ryder D or Casey Cochran or these guys that haven't quite proven anything but have good rides, like we're just going to – there's nowhere for these guys to kind of go. They got to get a lot better, right? If you look at outside of Hayden, the 250 class is probably going to be filled with veterans up front, you know?
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
And then we have like Vial, Vial has to move up, right? This is his second year?
Indoors, he has to move up, not outdoors. That'll be interesting to see what they do for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but one thing that I'd like to say to this, and I think it's something that's playing out maybe on purpose, kind of organically, whatever. The SMX Next, the futures, the combines, all of that stuff, I think that has started to take away, as you guys mentioned the other day, the importance of Loretta's and qualifiers. And these, like, Loretta's is there. They're figuring out what that still is. But, like, all of those outlier races that used to have, I got to be there, I got to park the RV for a week, really aren't happening that way anymore. Really looks like the SMX Next stuff and the combines are turning into the real minor leagues. That's where the elite amateur level stuff is. The 250 class will turn into what is essentially like F2, Moto 2, like B-level season. And that's what it should be. Like, it's fine. I think that it's not so much the stepping stone class that we used to think it is, because the combine stuff is going to be where kids are probably going to spend 2 or 3 years pretty soon. You'll see kids do 2 years of SMX Next to learn Supercross.
Right,
You can't
right.
figure it out in a year.
Yeah. So, yeah, interesting to
So
see.
then
Yeah.
what would happen in the event? Oh, my bad.
No, you're good, dude.
Yeah. Thanks.
What would happen in the event that, like, we get to the point where, as you guys are saying, like, we have more RJs who are staying into their late 20s. Again, they're kind of backed up, but what eventually happens to them? Because more and more, as the sport grows, more and more people are going to start flooding into that amateur, right, the SMX Next, and then that's going to be even more overcrowded. And then now what happens when those people graduate onto the 250 class, but we still have a lot of those veterans?
Yeah, listen, man, there's no... The results will tell it.
You just got to beat them.
You just got to beat them. You just got to, that's it, right?
So
Like,
I have an idea. Let me know what you guys think. A 350 class. Do you think that might be possible?
No, because only one manufacturer makes them. Only one manufacturer makes them. Nobody else has any plans to make any. And we're not adding.
And you don't think as the sport grows bigger and bigger per se that might be a viable option? In the
No,
future?
I don't. And also, where are you gonna we are already at a 10-hour day with 2 classes at a national. We're at a 12-hour day with 2 classes in a Supercross. Like, how are you going to fit a third class in there of qualifying and practice and everything else? Like, it's just not going to happen, right? And not to mention the OEMs don't make 350s outside of KTMs. Now, you can argue they should, but that's not the debate. But I don't see it, man. But thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Another thing that makes Supercross and motocross realistically so unique, but Supercross especially, like if I go to a World of Outlaws sprint car race, they have a B series, like modified stock cars, whatever, just to fill the gap. Those guys can race on an oval dirt track in whatever car that they're in, and it's not death-defying of what they're going to do. to have some kind of feeder class that's a production-based thing with this kind of suspension, this wheels, a price cap, spec series, whatever it is, to find the people that are capable of filling that class is much, much different because you're basically risking your life to skim a set of whoops, to hit a triple, to do the rhythm. It's not like an apples-to-apples comparison where they can run 5 different divisions on like an F1 weekend with Formula E and then the touring cars and F2, all of that stuff. You better know how to do a rhythm section right now or else you're not going to make it around.
Honestly, I'd love to see Arena Cross be back to being a feeder class and make that stronger. Feld sold it. The AMA guys are doing a good job with it, but it's not where it needs to be. Now, do the OEMs have support to send people to Arena Cross? I don't know. That's a whole other question. But, man, wouldn't it be awesome to have a series like Arena Cross thriving with up-and-coming riders, watching that series goes, watching it on TV, all of that stuff, right? It would be amazing, but it's not
there. Just people haven't gotten smart enough to figure out to go cash in on it. You can make the money. It's not as flashy.
Yeah.
Put your ego in check. Figure out how to do it. But Michael Hicks, I know everybody's like, oh, Michael Hicks is a 450 rider, and he needs to figure that out.
Yeah.
He makes a very good living hitting the arena crosses that he does, and then the fair races through the summer that make it. If you want to make a living at doing this, you don't have to just try to be one of the 22 guys on the gate. You could arguably make more money racing other places. Dude, Dennis Stapleton figuring out who he can take to India to race those series or China, figure it out. And if you get good enough and you find out what you can do, you'll lead your way back home, maybe with a sponsor that can buy a ride. You can figure something out.
Speaking of figuring things out and figuring out series on how to make money in this sport, it's our next guest on the line. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal, Renthal.com. This man uses Renthal bars on his Honda now, and when he raced for Factory Honda. Check out Renthal. The lock-on grip's doing fantastic, and I guess it's selling really, really well from what I hear. It's the only lock-on grip that needs no modifications at all to fit on any bar. And chains, sprockets, bars, all of it, Renthal.com. Bringing you our first guest from Race Day Live, Justin Brayton. What's up, JB?
I heard something about Arena Cross.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
I'm in.
You're in.
He's
I mean,
in.
that's your roots right there. I wish Arena Cross, now those guys do a good job. I went to the arena round this year. I made sure to tell everybody also. Those guys do a good job, but I'd love to see it go back, JB, with some OEM support, Primal Impulse Suzuki and Babbitt's Cowie and all the stuff that you remember, JB, to create a stronger second series for these guys to go to.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's the old man thing. I'm getting older now, but, man, remember Des Moines Arena Cross? Every manufacturer had basically a factory team and a support team. They all had semis. And I'm pretty sure Budman told me he was making $400,000 doing Arena Cross.
Yep. Yeah, he told me
Back
$350,000.
then. And that was early 2000s, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if the support's not there or what's going on, but we have more riders, as the caller was saying. We have older 250 riders, older 450 riders, and we don't have many spots. We only got 22-man gate,
From an OEM perspective, it is a slam dunk to figure out Jay Reynolds series out in the Midwest, or with the Kicker series that they have going on.
Yeah.
When they had the amateur element to it, and you can really connect with 75 kids that are going to race the 250C class that they have to run divisionals, and you could be a parts truck there. How much money could you make off busted shift levers or broken front brake levers or something like that? There's such a huge market there, and it's just like the GNCC thing back at the grassroots that we just overlook so much. But when you go back to it, and JB knows this from having his shootout at Winterset, Iowa, they show up. They really, really want to go ride and spend money.
Yep. JB, let's talk 250s. We haven't done that yet on the show. We focused on Coop and his third title and awesomeness. But, imagine this. JT and I got into a big argument on the review pod, and it seems shocking. I didn't like anything out there in the 250 class. I didn't like Julian screwing up and waiting for Seth and jacking his race up. I really didn't like RJ's move. He needed more than just that to knock Seth down. Obviously, RJ rode amazing coming from that gate position, but Seth got royally screwed by guys who weren't racing, quote unquote, the right way. Now JT's like, look, man, it's $600,000, and you strap up your body armor. I'll do anything for that. And I understand that mentality, but I don't know, man. I didn't like it. I didn't like any of that. I thought it was a really shitty thing, and I like Julian and I like RJ. I just thought it was a shitty thing to do to try to win a title or help Vial win the title in Julian's case or whatever. But where do you fall on that? Because as my point was, JB, Chase Sexton could have also taken runs at Cooper Webb multiple times, to try to knock him down to get those points. And he didn't do it. There was multiple times where Chase Sexton could have done that and didn't. So what about you, JB?
Yeah, it's a tough one because I think you can look at it through so many different lenses, right? And if you look at it through probably your lens or even my lens, I just think Seth Hamaker is so easy to cheer for. The Mitch Payton and Pro Circuit story is so easy to cheer for. So I caught myself being a little bit biased, to be honest, because as somewhat of a media guy now or broadcaster, whatever you want to call me, I like those types of storylines, and I'm like, this would be so great to see Mitch get it. He hadn't gotten it since 2017 with Justin Hill, and then Seth is just his story, like betting on himself, moving to Florida. Like there were so many things that had me intrigued about that story, and then Vial had already gotten one. Hampshire had already gotten one. So if you look at it through that lens, I could see why you're bummed because you're like, oh, man, you don't want Beaumaire to do this or you didn't want RJ to do that because you wanted a certain result. And I'm not saying you wanted Seth to win, but Seth was the better guy.
Yeah,
but now
that's where I come from. He rode great. He was the best guy,
100%. I agree with you there. But now if you're looking at through RJ's lens or Nathan Ramsey or Husqvarna or RJ's family, you're like, you had to take a shot. Seth made a bunch of mistakes and had some help by Julian for RJ to bridge that gap up to him. And once he got there, he had to take a shot. Even if he passes him, he still doesn't win the title. So, and then, some people are like, oh, he was a little bit too impatient. Well, there was like a minute on the clock. So you have, 3 laps to go? Mm-hmm. So if you see an opening, like, I don't know. I just think you have to take it. If you're RJ, you do. You have to go for it. And that berm didn't allow what he was trying to do. And but if you're Beaumaire, I think you're making decisions on the fly. Like for KTM, like lap 3, you're thinking this is perfect. Like Vial's ahead of Beaumaire, and Beaumaire's buffering Seth, and then you know what I mean. And then Vial kind of just goes backwards. He just didn't have the speed of those guys. So. I'm sort of with you, but I also can see it from every lens. Mm-hmm. Like I really can. But being totally biased, I thought the Seth Hamaker story would have been so cool. And me and AC were calling the race to the live audience, and obviously he has some connection towards Mitch and Kawasaki and all that, and he was a little bit bummed. And I don't know, there's just you're just cheering for that story, right? And unfortunately it didn't happen, and he was the better guy. I agree with you there. But if you're RJ, you have to take that shot.
But RJ's shot, and this is where I argued with JT, RJ's shot consisted of, I've got to knock this dude down because I just can't pass him, right? I got to knock him down and hope another person gets in between there, and then I will win the title because you weren't catching Deegs, obviously. And so, like, it's too many things to happen, in my opinion,
to take that shot. Beaumaire was still pretty close. Beaumaire was still pretty close, so even if he bumps him off the track and it's not that dirty, Beaumaire goes by, and then potentially he has it, So I don't know. I guess so my question to you is, if you're RJ, what do? You're just saying just try to pass him clean and lose the title?
Yeah,
what would you do?
I think you, like Chase Sexton and like many other racers, you just take the high road. You screwed up in the heat race when you absolutely just crashed hard and got that shitty gate pick, and you rode your balls off from that gate pick to get where you are, but you just take it. You just take the loss and realize that you threw it away in Pittsburgh late in the race when Volan got you. Again, another mistake by RJ. I just don't like that kind of stuff. Like I like aggressive racing and I like all that, but like that was just too pre-planned for me to embrace it, and I really feel like, is that just what we're doing now in our sport? Like you're just knocking guys down?
What's that Ayrton Senna quote? If you don't go for a gap, you're not a racer anymore. Like if you're not going for that when it's there, you don't race, and that's what RJ had to do. Like I completely all those things can be true. Like exactly what JB just said about you wanting Seth to win. Like everybody did. My wife was texting me like, "Oh my God, I feel so bad for Mitch," and everybody likes Seth. But at the same time, RJ has to do that. He has to go that. How long ago were we in Vegas when Zach did the same thing to Joey and everybody was just loving it? And that was just That's career defining. That's what everybody still goes up to Zach to talk about.
Yeah, but that crash, that's different in my opinion because Joey really spazzed out when Osborne hit him. And Joey made that worse.
By spinning it out. By
like just grabbing throttle. And
but,
so it looked worse than what Osborne's move was, in my opinion.
But then even at the same time, Zach still got his championship.
Yeah.
You just get hit with, what, a $5,000 monetary fine? The $100,000 check or whatever it is, $600,000 is still going to cash.
So Chase Sexton should have done that to Cooper Webb? Okay. All right.
He should have, yeah.
Brayton, Chase should have done that?
No, I think that's a different scenario because I do think if it's 2 points or something from Chase and Coop, I just think there was too much of a deficit there. Chase wins, Coop had to get sixth or worse to lose the title. So you're going to have to go in there and literally end the guy's night, you know?
Well, but I'm saying he could have done it at Denver. He could have did it at Denver. Could have ended his night a few times, right? Tried to do that. I don't know.
I don't say let me catch that. I don't think that going bonsai all out. That's not the way, and I don't think Chase would want to do that. And especially for the 450 class title, there's a different level of respect for what's needed to win that than the 250. 250's cutthroat. Do it.
Let me ask you this: whose actions were worse, if at all? Beaumer or RJ? Brayton? What do you think?
Well,
which one didn't you like?
Defining the race for Hammaker was Beaumer.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. That was the move that defined the race for Seth. Otherwise, Seth wins. And Julian's not in the fight, right? He's not in the fight. So, in my opinion, I actually dislike that move more than RJ.
Okay.
RJ's at least in the fight.
It's his title. Right.
It's his title to win. So I also think some of it has to do with the corner that RJ tried it in. That corner just didn't allow it. It's a flat turn. It's all loose. If you do that on a berm, something that allows you to get off the brakes a little sooner and get on the gas harder, then maybe it works. But that turn just didn't work. So, but then again, it's you had to take that shot there because you had just caught him. But also, if you're Seth and if you're Seth's crew around him, you also have to review the race and look. If he doesn't make so many mistakes in that rhythm lane, he wins the title. And then his lap 2 to 6, they just weren't good. Vial kind of pulled away, and then he made mistakes in that rhythm lane. So there was parts of Seth's race as well that he himself made mistakes. So you could, like I said, you could look at it through so many different lenses now. But also you have to give RJ the fact that his heart rate's 180. There's $500,000 or $600,000 on the line. It's his last 250 race. It's right here. I just think you have to take the shot, Steve, and however it goes, it goes. It didn't go well, but I think you have to do something. You just can't pass him or you just can't sit there and do nothing.
So you should do something on the racetrack where you then have to go up to the team owner to apologize? Because that's what RJ did. He went up to Mitch Payton to apologize.
It didn't go how he wanted it to go, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying he did a move where he felt so bad he had to go apologize. And I'm just maybe don't do that move.
If it worked, you still got to go apologize anyway.
Do you?
And then I think, because man-to-man, Mitch has won how many titles?
Not passing him, but knocking him down.
Regardless, knocking him down, you still need to go pay respect to Mitch and hey, I kind of just fucked your year up. Sorry about it, but I had to do this. You've been in this position. You've had guys
I don't think
here.
Mitch Payton felt like he had to do that at all.
No.
Trust me.
Mitch being in that position, but you don't think that if Mitch saw one of his guys and hey man, that was right there and you didn't go for it, you don't think Mitch in his heyday of being we
I
gotta
don't think
win.
So, man. I've talked to Mitch Payton a lot. I don't think he tells his guys, "Hey, you knock him down."
Out,
well,
but
that's what RJ was trying to do. Take him down.
Okay,
RJ couldn't just pass Seth. He had to knock him down.
I have a big question about this, and since both of you guys were watching from up top, and all I got to really see was the TV broadcast, is Julian's issue that everybody has the bump over that tabletop? Did it, or does everybody think he slowed down?
He did slow down. If you look at the lap times, he slowed down.
Did he slow down because he's tactically slowing down? Because it looked to me when I rewatched it that he was just making mistakes. He botched and kept bonking rhythm after rhythm. And if you're trying to slow someone up, you would just ease it through the corner. You wouldn't keep front nosing into 3 ends.
JB, what do you think?
Yeah, I didn't. Whatever the slowing down, whatever, making mistakes, all that is what it is. To me, the pass on that tabletop. What you're talking about, Anton?
That's where everybody's mad.
It totally blew Seth's hand off
100%.
the bar. Like he hit him pretty hard, and that's where it's like, man, really, like it's just not your fight, you know.
And so
that's kind of where I stood, and I was pretty bummed after I, you know, especially in the moment, and then after you watch it, it's just like, man, I get it, but I'm like, I don't like that move as much as the RJ thing. That, like I said, RJ, do what you got to do. It's your championship to win or lose. But if you're Julian, just kind of stay out of it.
Yeah, listen, and when I'm JT argument yesterday and now on the show here, like, I just don't like it. Myself, just, you know, I'm not saying it's right or wrong or whatever, but I don't like it. I don't think you should do that to win a championship. I don't think you should try to need 2 or 3 things that aren't great to go your way to win the title. Like, you look at yourself in the mirror at races that you threw away points and go do your best you can. But you know what? Hey, getting back to Vial winning, like, again, good job, Tom. 3 wins in 2 years, but 2 titles. Those guys gapped him. I mean, I was really surprised, JB.
did.
I was like, Lewis and I were sitting there, and Lewis was like, he's going to win this. I'm like, yeah, like, he is going to just ride, like, not make a mistake. And, dude, I don't know whether he thought about – I don't know what happened. I don't know what got into him. But he got dropped. He was a whole lane back in 2 laps. I'm like, what happened, Tom?
I wanted to ask
Yeah.
in the press conference, you know, if there really was a point where he's like, all right, it's over. Like, they're gone. I just better lay up. Like, there's no way he thought that he was going to win that at that point. You know what I mean?
I think he said that, Anton. I think he
Did
said
he?
something like that afterwards. Like, he didn't think he was going to win it. I mean, and how could you, right? Like Steve said, they had just gapped him big time. He's like, well,
Better let off
that's
now.
a bummer.
Yeah.
But also, I have a question for you guys. At that moment, do you think he's thinking like, dang, what a bummer, or, sweet, I got another year in the class.
Right.
Dude,
Could
listen.
maybe win a title next year.
I brought that up last week. Like, it's not in his best interest to win a championship. KTM, great. They're happy. I said Roger and Ian are like, yay, we got a title. Oh. You know, I mean, they got to pay him more. They got to pay him a 450 ride. They got to hire another guy, maybe Tomac. And I don't think, like, listen, good job, Tom. You got 2 titles, but I do not put him on the level of any of those top guys in the 450 class. I just don't. So, yeah, JB, I'm sure that's going through his head a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to draw it up perfect scenario, he doesn't win this year, he goes and wins next year the title and then moves up, right? Gets a whole another 12 months under his belt. But also, man, he's kind of won me over, honestly. The past like month or so, I just think he gets such great starts. He puts himself in good positions. It seems like whenever his back's up against the wall, he always performs. He's fit. You never see him fade. And then now I just think of, there's been all these years, and myself included, how am I going to do in the 450 class? And is this guy ready? Is that guy ready? This guy rides the 450 better. That guy will never make it. It's so hard to tell what's going to happen, right? The only thing I know is he'll get great starts. He'll be fit. He'll be able to go 20 minutes plus a lap. And he always stays out of trouble somehow, some way. And he's durable. Like, I don't know how many races has he ever missed, like, throughout his whole career. So I think if you add those things up, of course he's not going to challenge Jed or Eli or Coop or even Kenny now, but could he be a 4 to 8 guy consistently, and then maybe some injuries happen and he's battling for 3rd or 4th at some point?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, he's definitely a little underrated as far as being a 2-time
He is,
Supercross champion,
yeah.
you know. And listen, and let's not forget, like, although I'm a little critical of RJ, like, 18th gate pick, and at some point, like 10 minutes in, I'm like, holy shit, the dude's like 8th. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Going back to the heat race and just RJ just not caring and gonna do whatever it takes. Did anybody see how the cable was really wrapped up in his wheel and he just like I'm gonna skim whoops, do triples with wires everywhere? That would be like we've seen banners and stuff like that get into breaks and you always get worried about that. But the wires is one thing where you're like, that's so small that it could get sucked into anything.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, back to the Tom point too. I've been impressed. He had 2 huge crashes in practice, and ones that could have rattled him in Pittsburgh and the week before Philly. Yeah, big ones. And dude, the guy responded. You know, like from LCQ in Philly
That New Jersey one where he went off the track? Was that no? That was Philly.
That was Philly.
That
yeah,
was
like
in the mud.
and then the mud got him obviously. So some props to Tom Vial for dealt with the mud, dealt with some big crashes, dealt with an LCQ that he had to win, to win this championship. But
that Pittsburgh ride was so clutch.
Oh yeah,
so clutch. I mean, Thrasher was much better in the whoops and just looked like Thrasher was going to win it, and Vial just kept grinding and ended up winning it after that huge crash in practice. Yeah, that to me was like, all right, this kid's just so for real. And then you think about, I believe one of his MX2 World Championships, it was down to like the last moto he had to win
with Gertz,
and he goes and wins, and that stuff just doesn't happen by accident over and over again. And so, look, I don't think he wins 450 races, but in my opinion, he could totally be in the mix. And then when we have this big changing of the guard and Eli's out and Kenny's out and Coop retires and, the next, I don't know how long, 2 or 3 years, could he be a podium guy, kind of like a J Coop? I think so.
Renthal.com bringing you Justin Brayton here on the show. Back up to 450 class, JB. You know Coop well, and I made this comment off the top of the show. I felt like, and I don't talk to him every weekend, but, I see him here and there and in some group texts with him. I felt like when Jet went out, he got light. He got more jokey at the races, more light than he usually is, because he's all business on race day. Everybody who knows Coop knows he's all business on race day. But I felt like his attitude changed after Jet went out, because I think he was like, okay, like I can do this. Like I can mentally do this over that number 4 guy, and we're going back east and all of that. I don't know, JB. Did you notice that at all? Is that something? Am I crazy? Did you think that if in your interactions?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily notice that, because he's kind of always the same towards me. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me, and I think he would probably even tell you, he would be pretty honest and say, yeah, for sure, when he went out, like it was game on. And I legit think Jet has everyone that, not scared, but like Jet's just that good. Mm-hmm. He legit is that good to where, yeah, man, if he's on, like we're not beating him, and he was just starting to figure out his motorcycle, and Coop had that bad race at Anaheim 2 with the back-to-back whoops, and yeah, I mean, and then Jet goes out, and I think everyone was kind of, or not everyone, but like 3 or 4 guys were like, all right, now I can win this. This is mine. And Coop was one of those guys, so that wouldn't surprise me a bit.
What'd you make of AP's move? I don't know if you noticed it. He got the whole shot, and then he admitted in a press release that he panicked because he was around Chase and Coop, and he's friends with both, teammates with one, good friends with the other one. I mean, dude, AP grabbed the brakes and started just doubling down that rhythm. Like he wanted no part of it. Oh, okay, dude.
No,
he was like, I am exiting this. I don't know what I'm going to get tonight, but I am not going to get in the middle of anything tonight. I thought it was hilarious.
That's funny.
He was not. And then in the press release today, he said, I panicked.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
JB, Race Day Live for you, first year as the host, first year of sort of carrying that other guy, carrying that, I don't know, 180 pounds of dead weight around named Adam Cianciarillo. But what?
No, we're about 160 now, or 165. We dropped some weight.
We did? Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
But no, how'd you like it all year long? Yeah, I thought you guys did a great job. It was really, really tremendous stuff. Like whenever it was piped in the press box, I always felt like I learned something. I felt like you guys were also really good friends, busting on each other and making it like funny. So great job on that. And what'd you think of the whole year? 17 rounds in the grind. What'd you think?
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words. I loved it, man. I really did. It was so much fun. I got to be honest, though, when they first called, I don't know, November or something, they were like, hey, want you to be the host, and Adam will help a little bit, but you kind of steer the ship. And I'm like, man, really? I'd only done, the analyst seat on Race Day Live just for that year. And I was pretty nervous, especially Anaheim 1. I don't even want to go back and watch the first couple rounds now, because I feel like they probably weren't very good. But then the more I got used to it, I started to kind of, you play with the words and how you come out of break and how you throw it to break. And I really got to where I enjoyed it. And, I loved it. It was great to sit next to Adam. He's obviously a student of the sport, just like I am. So I feel like I could throw anything at any time to him, and we could talk about it. And then he could do the same to me. And then I feel like when the bikes are on the track, that's where we do our best work, is just analyzing the riding and then everything in between it really was a lot of fun. And I felt like about Daytona, about halfway through the year, I started to get to where I was like, all right, I'm up on the wheel now to where I'm really feel like I've got a handle on this, where before, especially the first 2 or 3 rounds, I felt like I was just off the back, just hanging on. You know how it goes, Steve. You've done several of these types of things where you just feel like you're not sure where you're going. And then, we had a producer change about, I don't know if it was around 5 or 6, and I feel like I really connected with Mark Koha, our new producer, and it really got to where we were communicating well, and he knew kind of what to say to me in my ear when we were on, when we were live, and I really enjoyed it. I loved it. It felt like didn't feel like 17 weeks. It just felt like I was still doing my thing, and now I get the summer off. But yeah, I loved it. It was fun.
My only critical point is I wish it was longer. I wish you guys showed all the practices, every single one, and not necessarily even show them like 250C or whatever. We don't need to see it, but maybe have a split screen. Have you guys talking about if anything happens, but also just more banter, more bench race, So my only critique is I wish it was longer. I wish, not for you because you're working more, but I wish it was more longer. Yeah. Yeah,
we did start because, we had heard that on social media, right? A lot of people wanted to see the 250 Group C or 450 Group C. And for me and Adam, I guess we understand it, but it's hard for us because we're like, man, these, nothing against these guys. They're great riders, but when they're 6, 7, 8 seconds off the pace, it's kind of like, like what are we talking about here? I know we can talk about the track and we can talk about certain things, but so we did start playing it in a different screen, but then we do sign off early. We sign off right after 450 Group A. So you're saying stay on longer and show the next 2 practices?
Well, don't even necessarily show them. Maybe have a smaller box, but don't be talking about what you see. But just more banter and more talk about the races, about just the everything. Not breaking down to 450C and all that, but maybe have it so you're like, hey, look at this or whatever. I don't know. That's all.
I get it.
Yeah, and also like the shows that I were on, I thought those were some of the best ones all year. So,
So you did great. It's awesome to have you on, honestly, because you have such a unique perspective. You're in the trenches for a long time as a mechanic, and now you know a lot of the guys. And now you're on the media side where it's just fun. I love getting different perspectives and, hey, how do you see this, or how do you see that, or what do you think about this? And it was awesome having you on. We'd of course next year hopefully have you on more. It'd be fun.
Was that the greatest mechanic? No, I wasn't. More than Lewis would be great. If again, that would be fantastic. No, I look, that show used to be just one great big sponsored blowjob. Let's get the VP guy on. Let's get the MMI guy on. No. Like what you guys have on now with all the guests and all the bench racing is so much better. I'm glad that, the direction has changed over the years. But so you kind of hinted at it, JB. I was going to ask you, like, are you back next year? Like, you want to keep doing this? Like, listen, you're rich beyond belief. You've had a great career and you're traveling 17 weeks. So sometimes a guy like your position, maybe you're like, it's a lot. But no.
I don't know for sure. I mean, if they'll have me back, right? If we do another
deal,
I would love to. Yeah, I mean, I would love to come back. And I mean, this, Steve. You and I are friends off, away from the sport and everything. But I moved to Iowa, and I thought, like, man, I'm just going to kind of hang out with my family and chill out, and retire, and whatever. That lasted about 8 months, and I started going crazy. I'm like, there's no chance I can do nothing. I was riding my bicycle every day, and I thought I could just race mountain bikes. But this is what I love most, man. I absolutely love Supercross and motocross. It's what I'll forever love, and this position opened up, and I thought it was perfect. And I honestly like it way more than I thought I ever would.
Okay.
We have a lot of meetings during the week and stuff, and it gives me half a year, whatever, December to May, where I have a legit passion and a purpose to wake up and study and perform and try to be good at something totally different than racing, but it's still in the racing world that I was involved in for a long time. So I love it. And then to be able to have the summers off with my family, and also get to bring my kids and wife to a few races where we pick a few a year. So I love it. I want to do it for a long time, to be honest.
You and Adam started a podcast. Anton does work with Track Talkers. I, of course, have 18 shows, so we're all involved in the podcast world here. How's that thing going with you and Adam? And I've listened to a little bit. I'll probably listen to 1.5 episodes, I would say. It's good. Yeah, it's really good stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's just kind of the next phase, right? And it's interesting going back to working with Adam. Similar like the Kenny story. Before Kenny and I were teammates in 2020, I knew him from racing him, and you talk to him at the track, but I didn't know him that well. And I thought when I signed with Factory Honda, I'm like, oh man, there's no shot like we're going to get along super well. I mean, we'll probably be okay, but just be friends at the track, right? And then we really hit it off. We're total opposites, and now one of my best buddies is Ken. And same thing with Adam. It was like totally different people. He's a lot younger than I am, not married, no kids. And we like fully hit it off, and it's just been a lot of fun, and I think people can see that at home on the when we're on race day live. Like you can tell that there's actual chemistry there, and we're joking and kind of laughing and having fun, but we also do our work at home that we know our stuff.
Yep.
And so it's kind of the next phase, like, hey, let's do a podcast and just kind of keep this chemistry going and keep working on our craft during the week. So yeah, the AC and JB show, and more so just like we're trying to just break stuff down, right? If there's, like Davies in the whoops at Indy and Seattle, we were kind of breaking down a little bit and try to slow-mo stuff and just get more of the technical side. I think I like Dan Orlovsky in like NFL Live, and he's on all those shows where he really breaks down the play of like, hey, here's actually what happened. This guy went there, and watch this guy go here. And so that's kind of what we're doing more than actually just like discussing the race. And then getting some behind-the-scenes stuff. So, yeah, we're trying it out. It's been fun. We'll record them every Monday. It comes out usually Tuesday afternoon around 3 Eastern time. And then me and Adam and Weege have been talking a lot. There's just there's so many podcasts and stuff now in our sport. But really the only dead space that we can think of is Monday nights. So me and Weege and Adam were really thinking maybe Monday night, like some sort of live show or something. So it's kind of the next thing, but don't really want to break any news on the show here tonight. So
having that East Coast start time with him and Weege in North Carolina too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. That'd
be great. So not really anything else going on Monday night in our sport. So I figure that's kind of that's the one dead spot left.
That guy can't even figure out microphones, so I'm not too worried about him. He can't figure out microphones.
How about all that?
He can't Keurigs, microphones, many things. Stickers, many things really hurt that guy. So I'm not worried.
We red-eyed out after the race.
Oh, you did?
We red-eyed out after he got burnt with some, I don't know if it was knobbies or what it was, but
Anton, it's not surprising though that, like JB said, he didn't know AC before they got together that much, right? But if you think about, both of us have interviewed both of these guys for a long time. They're both pretty cerebral, pretty like thinkers. Like it's not surprised that they get along.
Yeah, it's like yin and yang. Like you'll have the one side, but then they're gonna meet in the middle and they'll get it.
Adam stresses probably more than JB ever did, like OCD and overthinks things. So,
but JB already brought it up.
He's a thinker.
He doesn't have kids. He's got a chick and he's got all that, but like two way different lives.
Yeah.
And I think that they both help each other because Adam's gonna keep JB young. And JB's going to help Adam look at, hey, how do you go through 30? How do you go through this? How do you go through that?
How do you go through life?
And like, Brayton, I got to tell you, and I knew you were going to do it, but I just got to give you a lot of respect for your commitment to learn everything you guys did this year. Because, like, I hang out at Friday at press day. I'm one of the last media guys to leave, so I'm there till like 5 or 6 o'clock. And to watch you guys go through all of the race day live rehearsals and just how much you guys are training and thinking about this. You know what the fans want, to give them what they want in the time frame that you have, and it's your first year learning. Like I really respect what you're doing because it's a big undertaking.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I think there's a lot of talk about the TV and the broadcast and all this stuff, and the only thing I would say about all of it is I wish you could take just a peek, just one time behind the curtain of actually how much work goes on, how many meetings we have. And then at the end of the day, it's live TV, And for Race Day Live, it's much easier. It's more of a long form, which I really enjoy. And yeah, I mean, that's like, it's the same as my racing career. Like I just left no stone unturned. It's part of how I got confidence was by almost overworking most of the time, and putting in so much time and coming from basically not being able to make Supercross main events to winning one. And that's how I feel like this new chapter for me is. Like, I want to be really, really good at this, and how you get good is studying. We have a broadcast coach. I meet with him all the time. Knowing your facts, knowing your stuff, knowing pretty much the whole field, something about every single rider. I try to have at least 2 or 3 facts on basically every single rider out there, no matter privateer, factory guy, whatever it is. And so it's a ton of work, but also that's why I love it, is because same with racing. If you put in a ton of work, it's going to show up on Saturday night. Same with this. If I put in a lot of work and I study and I practice, it's going to show up on Saturday afternoon. And I think it's starting to, and I have a long ways to go, but I definitely think just from the fans' response and kind of even in the industry, I respect guys like you two and on what you say. And seems like a lot of people are liking it. And yeah, I couldn't have landed in a better spot, especially now having AC involved. It's been a ton of fun.
All right, let's before we let you go, let's bring in our next guest here. Philip, how are you, buddy?
Steven, how are we?
Any race day live spots for you, Phil, at all?
Oh boy.
Oh, JB.
Yeah.
No,
Phillip.
JB canceled me this year hard.
Come on. Dude, you're a big TV guy now. You're a big star. We were in the booth together.
Yeah, on Friday, not Saturday, the main day. I was running B-roll for the LCQ Pulp Challenge.
Listen, that was a great race. Our views were double what we had last year. I attribute it all to you two and Kellen, not to Weege. So,
yeah, it sounds about right.
Hey, JB, are we and I brought this up in our group text today, but we know Phil is racing Canada. We know he's been riding at club. You've seen him with your own eyes, JB, I believe. But I'm a little worried that our guy, he's not put anything on social of shredding a turn or feeling good, can't wait to go up north, or see you in 21 days. There's been nothing, JB, and I'm a little worried that maybe the speed's not there. I don't know. Maybe that we haven't adapted to the Cowie. JB, are we worried?
Well, here's how worried I am, Steve. I've been down there a couple times. The first time I was down there, I knew he was riding, but he was suspension testing, so I think the forks were off for 16 hours that day that he was racing sun up to sundown. The next time I was down there, he was struggling with a couple things. So honestly, I watched him ride, but I kind of watched him with one eye open and one eye closed. I don't really want to see. Is it good? I kind of turned my head, looked back. All right, that wasn't too bad. Then kind of turned my head again. So I honestly haven't got a full look, Steve. So I'm gonna go down there this week.
Okay.
And I'm gonna watch with both of my eyes this time, because I feel like if we're not prepared now,
we got 3 weeks.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have much time. So.
Is that when I race 3 weeks?
June, first weekend of June, right?
That's quick, isn't it?
Can we get a banger, Phil, or no? Nothing. Can we get anything?
I mean, Insta bangers. What do you think? I'm fucking 20.
Can we get any footage of you riding a Kawasaki outdoors? Anything?
Nobody would even know that you still ride right now.
Right.
I know I'm retired. I ride when I want to ride, like JB. Only when I ride, I do 30s.
Okay.
Yeah, not me. I'll skip sand sections too.
We heard about that. We heard about that at club. We rode around the sand.
Yep, dude. That sand section's got the same bumps that me and Phil created in 2012. Literally the same bumps. I'm not going down there, dude. I spent my time 115 degrees. Oh yeah, no thanks.
I was behind Chad and JB the one day we were on the front track, and we hook a left to head down in the sand. All of a sudden, I just see the number 10 do a complete U-turn. It wasn't just a left; it was a complete U-turn. It just went straight across and cut out the whole horseshoe section of the center. Where the fuck is he going?
Yep.
JB's like, I want no part of that down there.
Nope, I'm not scared of it.
Phil, I already know where you stand on this, but we were talking about the 250 showdown. Do you have any problems, Phil, with anything that happened out there on Saturday night?
0 for 500, 600K, dude. Jesus, take the wheel. Whatever happens.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's where I thought we'd be.
Dude, Phil.
Honestly, I'll be honest. If anyone else has a problem with what happened out there, you're a liar, because you put $600,000 in front of your face in a bag and see what you do. You know what I'm saying?
Phil. Steve's got a big problem with RJ right now, and
both Beaumare and RJ, both.
Okay,
both.
Phil. So, question. He asked me this, but bigger problem, Beaumare or Hampshire? Who do you have a bigger problem with?
Beaumare, because he didn't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, that's the same thing I said. Yeah, Hampshire.
Yeah.
Like I said
No,
this
fair
as well.
game,
Like
dude.
you have to take some sort of shot, and unfortunately, it didn't work.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the Beaumare thing was a little bit, that was too much. Like, that wasn't your bone to pick or whatever. Like, I was kind of a little upset with that.
Well, you just said you had no
And
problem with anything that happened. You just
No,
said that.
well, I meant as far as like the championship, like with RJ and stuff like that, you know. But like when you have another teammate that's not even on the same coast messing with that's a little bit much in my opinion. But the RJ Hammaker thing, like, dude, like.
So
Go
you
for
think you should do something on the track to win you a championship that you have to go apologize to the other team owner about?
Well, he wouldn't have had to apologize if he executed the championship.
Oh, well, he would knock Seth down, though.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, if roles were reversed, Seth would have done the same thing. Guaranteed.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, he had to knock him down and then get someone in between them. Like, you have to knock him down hard enough to get passed by another guy. You got to stay upright. First step, stay upright.
Steven, stop it. You have people killing each other for fourth place in fucking LCQs for $2,200.
Yes.
And loving it.
Okay.
Loving it.
And loving it, saying it's the greatest fucking thing ever, okay? But yet somebody rubs a little bit of pain, they both go down in a right-hander before a finish line for $600,000, and now it's a problem.
Hey, okay.
What?
If this was in your LCQ challenge, what would you do? You're the AMA. You get to be Mike Pelletier. What happens if you got to be the one to be like, yo,
No,
this
there's no rules in my race. There's no rules.
Oh, that was a nice cop out.
There's no rules. We got passing before the corner. We got passing on staggered starts whenever you want.
Oh yeah, Phil's fired up about that. Fired up.
Yeah, that was my bad. I should have communicated that.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, I should have communicated.
I do have a bone to pick with you, Steve.
Okay, go ahead, JB.
I have a bone to pick with you on your race a little bit.
Okay.
So I've listened to some bits and pieces over the years, and maybe the biggest race tech rants you've had in the history of PulpMX are the drawing spoons or whatever at Loretta Lynn's.
Yes, yep.
And the ping pong balls or whatever at Motocross of Nations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you get this race. Feld gives you this race. This is going to be cutting edge stuff. I'm going to create this new format. This is going to be amazing. I'm giving away all this money. But before we start the race, guys,
all your year
I've
of work.
got these ping pong balls or whatever they are.
Yeah, ping pong balls.
I've got these ping pong balls that I hate, that I've never liked, that this is the craziest, this is disgrace, this is not good. Loretta Lynn's, Motocross Nation. But I'm going to go back to these ping pong balls for how you guys are going to start this cutting edge race.
Do you put my race on the level of Loretta Lynn's and Motocross the Nations? Like I don't. I'm a joke race. I'm a Fanta race. It doesn't matter.
Come on.
It doesn't matter. Like, my race is dumb. It's not like we're going to spend $100,000 to get all the way to Switzerland and then be fucked from the ping pong ball that Monster Girl draws. You know, if you're some janky country like on the edge.
A privateer done all this work. He's been traveling across the country. He's been spending thousands and thousands of his own money out of his own pocket, trying to get sponsors, and he has to draw a ping pong ball to start 22nd.
Is it fun to put the villain mask on every now and then? Just like, is that what you just
Well,
want to feel?
listen, first of all, the motocross gods have deemed it that it doesn't work because 3 years in a row, the normal gate pick one has been drawn. So the motocross gods have told me, like, nope, don't screw with this race, Matthes. I just don't put my race in the same category or the same effort or anything, JB, as those massively worldwide important.
I know. I'm just messing with you. I just think it's funny that you do talk about it a lot, and then
I know
you're
right.
It is a valid point, JB.
That's funny.
So Phil, so a little bit of problem with Beaumare, Phil, but nothing with RJ.
No,
Yep.
no, not at all. I mean, if I was Hammaker and RJ did that to me, I would completely expect it. I mean, would I be pissed? 100%, and I'd probably be in Utah prison. But it's fair game.
I think too. Don't you think, Phil? The corner had a little bit to do with it. Like, that corner just didn't accept that type of pass. Now, like a bull berm where he could get off the brakes a little earlier and get on the gas sooner, maybe it works.
Yeah.
But I think that corner was
Yeah.
so loose, and it was like not really a 180 degree, but not a 90 degree. It was just a little bit awkward.
I think it was his only chance to really get in there, because no matter, to get that finish line clean on a 250, you had to get the entire corner clean. I think RJ was hoping maybe he could pin him to where then maybe Seth couldn't maybe get the finish line, or at least boner air it to where he'd come up short to where he couldn't run it back up the inside and the next left after the finish. But yeah, that was a tough, half flat berm to where there wasn't much to really put your wheels up against other than into Seth. So it was a tough one.
Well,
he was damned if he did, damned if he didn't.
Phil, we got a member of the
But he had to try. Yeah.
Phil, we have a member of
to
the
try.
broadcast crew here. I was at the race, so this was no problem for me. But if you want to let JB know maybe your feelings on not being able to see Seth 1.5 seconds behind while we watch Deegs roll around, you can let the broadcast crew member know now.
Harry Coolers came over and we were watching the race on the couch, and we were screaming at the TV saying, what the fuck's happening right now? We got a battle for the championship, and we're watching Deegs 6 seconds up throw a whip off the finish line. Like, not for nothing, Deegs crushed it, but I don't care about him winning it.
Yeah, no, it was not a. And I went on my
Or go to
review pod.
show 2 cameras or something. I don't know.
Yeah, because Seth was making a run, dude, and if he hadn't spun out before the whoops, it would have been awesome in that next left. Because he was
it
going
would
to
have
go.
been.
Yeah.
And the lap before, I'm sure you've seen this, Steve. The lap before, Seth crushed the whoops.
Yep.
And if he hits the whoops like he did the lap previous, man, it would have been game on. Yeah, and just lost the rear a little bit. That was a bummer.
But we just saw Deegs roll around, so no problem on that. But, yeah. Go ahead, Anton. You were going to say something?
Them passing Julian, how much do you guys all three think that plays a part into all of it? Because I think even for RJ's thing, he just...
I mean, how easy they passed him?
How easy they passed him, and knowing like, okay, the 2 points that I thought I had that I was going to put between me and Seth, he's fading. He's not going to make it now, but he's right there, so let me knock him down and get him now. Because how fast that they got him, passed him, and then all of that happened. I mean, that all is in a split second. But yeah, I mean, I think that like all of that stuff is just like, wow, heat of the moment, all of these variables that are taking place. Like RJ probably knew on Thursday, if this comes up, I'm going to have to do this. This is not just spur of the moment, but then it just plays out like that in 3 lanes.
Yeah. I mean, and if you go back and watch it, that lap when Seth passes Julian back, he rolls down, he goes double, triple, and then he lands that triple perfect, and then you hit the table, and he just goes table over 1 double. RJ passes Beaumer, goes table over 2, singles into the turn. If Seth just jumps table over 2, he has enough gap on RJ where RJ's not close enough to get to him. So there's just little moments like that too. If you're Seth and you're in Seth's camp, you're like, man, there's these few moments in the race that if you just could have done that or could have done this. So it's not, you can't blame it all on RJ. Like RJ had to catch him, but then Beaumer bumped him off the track. But then even when he got past Beaumer, if he could have nailed that rhythm lane, get that little bit of a gap, because, who knows, man? It's so fun to sit and talk about now, but, yeah, you're right, Anton. RJ got by him right away, and then did Seth even know RJ was that close, you know?
He said he wasn't. Not. He said he had no idea that it was right there.
Yeah.
You would think so, because why would you swing wide there? And
Yeah.
That's why, Anton, when you talk about Beaumer making mistakes and getting caught, like the way he let those guys by, he just was like, I'm done. I've done my job.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. And like in the beginning, the whole main event was so interesting because when he and Tom started doing their like back and forth, I at first thought like, okay, well, you're going to play the perfect J-Coop role now and make sure your guy gets blocked. And then it was 11 minutes still left in the race, and he couldn't block that long. Like he had to go forward and then petered out. But just all of these things, like when we really set back and think about it now, and you're like, oh yeah, well, Julian's been hurt and he's just really been coming into his own form recently in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Does he still have 15 minutes in him yet or not? And then like what it takes in just a couple split seconds.
Yeah. By the way, Phil Nicoletti brought to you by the folks at FCP Racing. Phil's got these in his Gowie. We would never see them because we don't see videos or photos, but FCPRacing.com, code PULP25-chassis to save. They offer works level chassis parts. They got the performance engine mounts that work great, but they also got the FCP race cups, which change the rake, the trail, all of that on your front end to help your bike work better. Bolt-on parts drastically improve handling. Phil Nicoletti, believer of the FCP. All right, JB, we will let you go. Thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it.
I feel like I'm back in Bulgaria. This is awesome.
Oh, yeah, Bulgaria.
Oh, Bulgaria was great.
Bulgaria was
that
good.
Fun trip.
Remember that place we ate at? That
in the
castle?
park? Oh, my God.
Oh,
I
that
still
was
have
so
wine
good.
from that place.
Oh,
Oh, it's amazing.
That's-
Best cheesecake I've ever had in my life from that place.
I remember driving up there going, where are we going? Like, what is happening?
There was
right
like Lamborghinis parked out front and stuff. You remember that?
Handing with the supermodels
Yep.
in the booth.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And then wasn't there like something with a JGR hat at the bar after? Phil? What was going on with the JGR hat? Somebody almost got in a fight. What was that? Was that Oler?
I don't remember. I don't remember that.
Oh, I thought Oler.
Phil gave away his JGR hat to the kid that would drink all of Phil's drinks at the after party.
Oh, yeah, I told him.
Oh,
"Hey,
that's
you can
what
have
it
my
was.
That's
hat."
what it was.
Yeah.
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 And so that guy who you gave the hat to, I ran into him.
His name's Philip, too.
Yeah. So I ran into him at Paris or Des Nations or whatever. He's like, I'm the guy that got the hat. And I'm like, oh, yeah. So I ran into that guy. Phil, he's still alive. So
He was sleeping in the
Phil.
hotel on the couch in the lobby, dead.
Phil, what days you riding this week?
Maybe tomorrow, Thursday, and I can't do Friday because KP's getting married. So either, I don't know. It depends how muddy it's going to be. Maybe just Wednesday, Thursday.
Make sure you wear some gear that can be posted on social media because I'm getting a video, Steve.
thank you,
I'm getting a
JB.
video
Thank you.
this week.
Taco also said he would do it as well. So
Oh, a lot of
He's out there
taco sightings this weekend.
Oh.
Big social media guy or footage or whatever you want
was
to call
Taco
it.
on the payroll to do the social stuff? Well, I'm wondering because
No, he was working pro bono this weekend. He's hoping to maybe get a job and get in, but he should. He's a cloud chaser. He's meant for that sort of stuff.
okay. Thanks.
Actually, you know what? Race Day Live should hire him. Be a good asset.
Yep.
With
There
the
we go.
360 camera.
Yeah, hire Taco.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, JB. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
See ya. That's Justin Brayton,
See
brought
ya,
to you by Renthal. All right, Phil. Let's talk Coop a little bit, Phil. 3 titles puts him in a group of 6 other racers with more than 2 titles. Maybe not the guy you think of that's a Supercross expert that's going to win more than 2 titles with the guys on the other list like RV and RC and MC. But he's got it, man. He's got it. Do you think, Phil, I think if you ask Coop, and I meant to ask him this, but he probably thinks of the first Supercross title, Phil, as the one that is the most important because obviously just winning it the first time. He couldn't come on tonight, by the way. He's in North Carolina. We were trying to get him on tonight. So we'll just have Phil speak for him. But, Phil, I think this is the most impressive one he's won. Do you?
His 2019 one was really good too.
Mm-hmm. The first
I
one.
thought,
yeah.
as far as like the races that he won and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess this one with his age, with the age, family, everything, riding injured, most adversity, I think for sure.
I think so. I think he didn't have to deal with someone as fast as Chase in the other ones. Maybe. I mean, Kenny. Not Kenny got hurt that one year.
No, but I mean, 19's that's where the finger gun came up with, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and where was Eli in 19? Was he not there? Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he would have been there. Yeah.
Yeah, he took down some badasses back then. So
Okay.
I guess they're all relative, but I would say probably this one just because 19 was 6 years ago and it's hard to really remember. But this one was pretty good for him. So and he's locked in. He's changed a lot of stuff personally and stuff like that. So I think this one definitely means the most to him.
He mentioned his thumb injury that we know has been bothering him. How many outdoors? Do we have over under 4, Phil? What would you pick if we gave you over under 4 nationals?
I think he does at least. Yeah, I think he goes over.
Okay. He does at least.
Yeah.
Phil said, and then he stopped himself.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think he does at least 6 of them.
Okay.
Oh,
to
wow.
where he can be within the top 4 for SMX, top 3
Yep.
for sure. Because like I said a few weeks ago, that's a huge thing. You have to be within the top 3 or top 4 to get those bonus points to have any sort of shot for the million at the end of the year.
Yeah, you're right. It's tough to do. We saw it last year, right? With Eli was 8 back. What did Eli start? 8 back or something, and it was tough.
Yeah. So, and that's really hard. So I think if he can get it to where he can mathematically be within the top 3 or top 4 by round 6, then you see him pull. That's my own personal opinion. That's what I would maybe do if you need the time to take a break and stuff like that. That logically that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is like I guess just to be clear, this isn't, you didn't talk to him. This is what we're bench racing. Like, just to be clear.
Yeah. No, I had not talked to him about it. So, that's what I would do.
We got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Ups coming up here with Phil as well. 450 Motocross, Phil, a couple things, because we're not going to have a show before the race. We did our MX preview show at the race. Wygant and JT and I on Racer X. It'll come out soon. I kind of have Jet, Eli, Chase, and like Hunter, my top 4 elite, and Prado, J. Coop, AP, under that. Am I wrong?
I don't know how you can have a 2-time MXGP champ not in there.
Just because injured and short practices and the heat and all of that. But JT's on board with you. He thinks Prado's going to be better than that.
Yeah, but three of the guys you just named are coming off from injuries.
But then the lack of practice time and everything else, all the things that the Euro guys talk about their first years,
No, I think he'll be fine. I think he should be in there with the top down. Okay. I don't know why everyone has this thing where Prado is he can't run with those guys, which I think it's really not right, because I think he's a true badass. And I truly think J. Coop is going to be a demon this outdoor season.
All right, okay. So maybe move him up a little bit in your eyes.
Yeah, I do.
How's AP?
I put him below that group, but I don't know.
Really? I see Aaron, like, he's been healthy. He's made really good progress with the bike. No changes. I see him kind of coming into, like, taking a step up. The Prado thing, I agree with you, Phil. I think everybody had such a hard-on for him coming into Supercross that he was going to be a podium guy, maybe a win guy, that everybody's like, oh, let's course correct a little bit, and like, if top 5s, now we don't look so bad.
Yeah, I didn't have Prado as a 1 to 3 guy at all in Supercross. I actually had him 5 to 10, but with a stacked field.
Yeah.
But then outdoors, I truly put him between he'll be in the 1 to 3 range. He has to be. If he doesn't, it makes it look bad for the MXGPs. I know it's, he's coming over here. It's a new series. Don't get him much track time, but he's been around the game long enough. He should be able to adapt to 2 15-minute practices, and they've been to GP tracks that are brand new, and he's adapted to those just fine. So, and you go to a new Supercross track every weekend. Like that. I think that narrative is flawed.
I'm just telling you what the GP guys tell us, the media guys, whether it's Rattray or Marv or Kenny or, any of these guys that come over, and Boutron was saying it too. Like, it's like 2 laps, green flag. Now I gotta go. You're like, wait, where does this track go? Like, that's all. That's where that narrative comes from, is what kind of the guys tell us. So.
I don't know.
He could make really good use of all the data that Kawasaki has, like pour over that, really figure out what it's going to be.
So we talked about this. So 450 outdoors. Jet, Eli, Chase, AP, Hunter, J. Coop, Webb, Anderson, Barsha, Mookie, Prado. Bro, there's going to be some guys getting 8 that are like, what just happened? Like, what?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's going to be a stack 450 year. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But then if it stays that way all the way through round 11, sick. But unfortunately, with our sport, after Paula or be leading up between here and Paula, you're almost guaranteed to have 2 pop off, and then another one from every week after that. So it's kind of a shame, but that's just the way it is. But right now, it's looking pretty badass.
Do you have any, talking about your old team there, do you have any sort of hopes that Cody Shaw could surprise on a 450 outdoors? Like, the field was a little weak when he was doing this a couple years back with ML's team, but I mean, dude, the guy was 6 to 8, a lot. Again, that field I just listed, it's deep, but can Cody surprise some people?
He might. I mean, he's a good starter, and obviously, I built. I'm not going to say I built, but Jamie built the package that I was on last year, and Cody has that to his disposal, and I know what that engine is capable of, and where it's at, and where the start maps are at, and everything. So, there's no reason why he shouldn't be in the top 3 in every single hole shot. So that puts him already in a good position. But can he run that top 8, top 9 pace? I would assume so for a little while. I don't know what the top end fitness is like or where he's at, but and it is a Yamaha 450 Outdoors. They're not easy to get dialed in, but it is a hard bike to ride. I'm not going to lie. And if you miss the window, it's tough. That just goes for any basis of any 450. So I think he can do okay. I think if he can go to Paula and get 11-11 and stuff like that, I think that's a good start for where he's at.
Got the X-Brand Goggle Tariffs coming up. We also have a couple of calls. Phil, Jay's on one. What's up, Jay? Welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going? So I'm calling in about the pass on Hammaker from RJ. And, $600,000, that's a lot of money. I do say...
Oh, we lost you.
I don't think he's in it for $600,000. I think he would take a good second over what happened to him.
You broke
and
up
my
there.
statement to back that up is like Chase could have did 5 rounds for $1 million, and he was the man that he was.
Yeah. I mean, that's Phil. That's kind of my argument a little bit. Is like Chase never did what RJ did. He could have tried to knock Coop down many times.
Yeah, but he okay.
He hit him in Denver half-ass, but
he hit him in Denver half-ass, but it needed to start back in Philly if he wanted to do something. By the time you get to 9-10 points, in order to blast somebody at Salt Lake when you got a 9-point deficit on somebody, like that's a bit extreme. But if it was 2-3 points, let me tell you what, Chase would have done something.
Okay, Briggs is on 3. What's up, Briggs?
Hey guys, actually, I just came across the fact today. There's been 4 French riders that have went back to back on regional lights titles.
Okay.
What would you guys rank them? Michael Pichon, you have Porcel, VL, and Ferrandis. Where would you guys rank them in order? And I thought it was a pretty mind-blowing stat because it's pretty ridiculous that they were all really great Supercross riders.
Yeah, it's a great question. Porcel, Pichon, Ferrandis, and Vial. Phil, where'd you rank them?
I'm going to have to go Ferrandis because I think his 450 outdoor title ranks above. Are you just talking about 250, just 250 straight up, or actually career-wise in general?
Yeah. Briggs, what are you talking about, Briggs?
Just in general. I mean, me personally, I think Pichon was pretty amazing, but I think if you look at even Porcel, Porcel I think left the most on the table in my opinion. He left that one outdoor title. He got hurt last couple laps or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess just in general, like overall riders, like what would you rank them?
Pichon got one big bike win, and Ferrandis won that title, like Phil just said. So, yeah, you got to go. Ferrandis won, like Phil said, and then Purcell sucks, so I'll just put him last because he's a loser. And then I'll put Pichon and Vial after that. Yeah, sure, I guess. Anton?
Yeah.
I would say Porcel second, actually, just because
he's a loser.
Take that out.
Okay.
Look at him pretty much being paralyzed, and then all that. When he did come back, and he's the reason that everybody has a fan on the starting gate. It's because of him. You know what I mean? He came with that little LiPo battery and then the Amazon fan.
Yeah.
And just what he was doing for that time, 250 races, I didn't get to see Pichon. I'm not even going to lie that that's completely out, so I have no reference for that. What Tom's doing right now, and I think that I wanted to bring this up with JB, but we didn't get the chance, really shows how good the French Federation is, because this is them constantly working, constantly working. Even this weekend, biggest MotoGP race was the home Grand Prix in Le Mans, and then Johan Zarco wins, and they just go crazy. Like the French motorcycle culture, they know how to make a champion. It's not just the biggest hospitality rig at Motocross of Nations.
All right, before we let Phil go and get Zacho on, the beta ambassador, by the way, Phil.
I got 2 for Phil before we hang up.
I got X-Brand Goggle Tariffs, so go ahead. Make them quick.
Hey, Phil, Coop mentioned something this weekend after he won, and it was in the press conference, that he hasn't had a sip of alcohol in a year. And then I was back at Unadilla when you called him a pussy for his athletic beers in the RV. And then Dino had a post on his story that he hadn't had a sip of alcohol in 3 months. Can you just kind of give some explanation as to why? Is this guy's figuring out for my health benefits? I've been having some injuries. I really can't have any kind of aggravation, inflammation, anything like that. Is this a diet thing? Is this just I'm trying to be like straight edge? Like what's the reason?
Um,
I know that's a weird question, but like
No,
I have
no,
something
no.
else for it.
It's a valid question. I just don't know how I should answer it for Coop because, yeah, Coop, one, it is a health thing, but also, you know, it comes to a point where it's just like, yeah, you have one beer, then you have two, then you have three, and it just kind of, sometimes it gets out of hand. The next thing you know, you have 5-6 beers a week, and like we always drink about having Coors Lights or this or that, but it's not like we're pounding them all the time. But it comes to a point where, like, you know, you kind of just grow up, and Coop has partied in the past, and you know, he liked beers and this and that, and he just noticed like, hey man, I feel better without him. And you know, I would assume come, you know, when he's done, we'll have crack some beers or whatever. But the moment, yeah, he just feels better without him. And same for Dino. I don't know. It's hard to really drink when you're in season. For me, like, I enjoy a glass of wine, and I do enjoy beer. And like I said, I just had a non-alcoholic beer as well because I like to taste the beer. But I can't really say on Coop's behalf, to be honest.
No, I get it. No,
for him to say.
That was
Yeah.
no, that's good. I completely get it. So then the second thing I got on that is I went to the Austin MotoGP race one year, and then I went to the after party after, and like Marquez and Rossi. This is before like everything's weird from them, but they're raging. Like those dudes literally risked their life at 200 miles an hour, and then all wanted to go kick back, listen to techno all together. Why do you think that right now the after party vibe is dead? Like, are we still 20 years out from Ricky making everybody walk by him in the gym at the Hard Rock, or is it just like it's a balance? Because I see where you guys would want to have a minute to like relax with your friends on a Saturday night and it not be a problem.
No, I mean, well, yeah, but we do that. We'll meet up on Sundays, and again, it sounds kind of lamish, but like when we're in season, like we'll go meet somewhere, we'll have a non-alcoholic beer, or I'll have one beer and just meet up and be social. But like, it is actually really hard when you go 17 rounds out of 18 weeks, and you want to go out and party after a Supercross and get lit up, and then on Monday or Sunday you got to wake up to ass crack of dawn, travel, try and sleep Sunday night, and get up and get ready to do it again on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and fly out on Friday. For 17 weekends, you can't. Like, you feel like dog shit, you know? And to ride a dirt bike when you're tired and stressed out or still slightly hungover from Saturday night and the travel, like, mistakes happen when you're trying to ride Supercross and stuff. And it's just the risk versus reward with that sort of stuff. It's not really there, you know. And I understand people say it's better in the 90s, but to be spot on now when you're trying to get every %, it makes a big difference.
That was awesome, Phil. Like that was really good stuff to hear. Because like when I watch F1 and they're sponsored by beer brands, and I have to think like, are those guys getting torched because of what they're doing and trying to hit centimeter markers out there? But no, that was, and especially what you said about it, what everybody says about the 90s, because that's the same thing that I think too. Like, you just have to see what they're doing at this level, and to willingly make it more difficult for yourself, you're not going to do it just in the name of a good time.
All right.
Yes, 100%.
X-Brand goggles, tear-offs. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire
X-Brand goggles, choice of Kyle Chisholm, who rode off this weekend. Last full-time. No chance, Phil, it's his last Supercross ever. No chance. But it's his last Supercross as a full-time racer. Let's put it that way. And
good for Chiz.
And Freddie Noren and many more using X-Brand goggles. Code PulpShow25, code to save. New colors, new styles for 2025. Check out the website for the Lucid goggle and more. EKSbrand.com. All right, let's do this. 30 seconds on the clock. These questions submitted by Corey Moser. Actually, no, not a Moser this week. Swisscore.
Oh, no Moser.
Yeah,
damn.
Probably super busy.
I'm really surprised by that because Moser's heart to heart with me at Phil's Vegas party at your place is why we're here tonight. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Steven.
Yep.
If you had twin boys 9 months from now, what would you name them?
Racing and Ryder. Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see you have those locked down.
Yep.
Anton, what part of being a dad has surprised you most since becoming one?
How quick they pick up on what you're doing. Like, homie added fuck to his repertoire the other day,
wow.
and it's funny the first time you
yeah.
hear it, but then like he gets it. Like he's definitely watching us and picking up what you do. And
Seeing everything.
they pick it up. If I throw something, he throws his stuff.
Oh boy,
he's fast.
Okay.
Phil, which media member, past or present, have you wanted to choke out most, and why?
Am I allowed to say it on air?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It would be Canadian media after my Alessi.
Oh, Ryan Gauld. Pay
You
attention.
guys are all pussies.
It wasn't Galdi, but it was somebody else, and they just put me on blast for that. I'm like, you don't even let me explain my side of the story. Like, you just whatever. But that instant.
All right, I know who it was. I think there's only one other guy to talk about. All right.
Steve,
Yep.
what single motocross race that you attended but were not a mechanic at in the moment felt like a historic race for the ages?
But not a mechanic at?
But you were not a mechanic at. I don't know why that disqualifies it, but that's okay.
I've said this before. As a mechanic, I know the question. Tortelli's 99 ride at Glen Helen blew my fucking mind. That dude was buried off the start. And I was just like, what is happening? This Frenchman is blowing by guys like they're standing still. Anyways, I don't know. Honestly, Deegs, off the top of my head, I need to think more. Deegs' 250 ride 2 years ago at Washougal was unbelievable.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Did he fall or a bad start? I don't even know.
But it just came flying through.
Dude,
Yeah.
30 minutes of like, yeah. All right.
Anton, what era of moto is the golden age for you?
That's hard. I really like that 2000s, like 99 through 05. That's good.
Philip, what was the most valuable lesson you learned from the 1110 team?
Patience, I guess. I mean, is that really considered a lesson? I don't.
Yeah, it's a lesson. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Yeah, I guess there's so many instances where I trusted them to get something done, and then it never got done, and then I was just left empty-handed. So yeah, let's go with patience.
Like, did you ever say, "Hey, Sander, what the fuck, man"? Like.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, plenty of times. But like, the high point. There's just so many instances. Like, fuck me.
How was it to be a literal child? Just like, hey, man, like, because you were what, 19, 20?
21.
Yeah, child. I mean, barely able to like speak for yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Steve.
Yep.
If you had to choose singing Dreams with Hagar at the Sphere or a Leafs Cup, which is it?
A Leafs Cup. Yeah, a Leafs Cup. Yeah.
Because that's for the community.
Because that lasts forever, and I will always have it. So, yeah.
Anton.
Yep.
What is the biggest discrepancy between reality and what you expected from the outside looking in regarding the sport?
Oh.
Can you repeat that?
The biggest discrepancy between reality and what you expected from the outside looking in.
That you'd be dealing with professionals.
Dude, honestly, it's exactly what I thought it was going to be. Like, now that I've gotten older and like really understand and what I thought as like 16, 19, whatever this was going to be, like, it's pretty much it. There's nothing that really blows me away. I don't know. I mean, this is pretty much exactly what I thought it was.
Phil, about 15 years ago, this nerdy, skinny kid comes up to me in St. Louis and tells me that he's working for Don, or he's emailed Don, and he's helping Don out, and he's a big fan of mine, and he likes everything I do. And I'm like, yeah, buddy, whatever.
The first time was at Toronto Supercross. We had lunch together. Me, you, and Terry Boyd. At TGI Fridays at the airport.
That never happened.
I swear to God.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I remember St. Louis, you coming up to me, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
See you later.
It was like around that same time.
Okay.
Yep.
You can't
There was-
remember everything.
First time I met Anton was he came up to me 2012. Yeah, I think what is it? I'm pretty sure you just started with Swap then.
Yeah, because October 2011 was when I started full time, and like moved to California, and then 2012 was my first full season.
The one I'm talking about, you were just like on a one.
A
race
little
deal.
kid. Yeah.
but you
No,
were just
like I was
a one
working
race.
at the mall and like full intern.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Yeah, because I remember you coming up to me at Milestone saying, "Can I do an interview with you?" I'm like, yeah, sure, dude.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, you
No,
kind of just started.
Phil's my guy. I really, we have a lot of time and appreciation and like love for Phil at our house.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we can skip the last one. It's for Phil. It says, if you're RJ and SLC, do
Oh.
you just shrug and watch the title slip away or go for the jugular?
Yeah, you go for the jugular because you're Phil Nicoletti.
That's it.
Any human would go for the fucking jugular, Steven.
All right. I just don't like it.
Dude, you would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
The problem is you grew up and you weren't competitive or nothing, so...
I was a 4-time Manitoba champion.
It still doesn't count. It's not even in the same realm.
Well, I'm just saying
You
I was
know?
competitive. You just said I wasn't competitive. I was very competitive.
No, you stop it.
I broke my arm and I raced like 2 weeks later with a cast on. I was very
Okay, you just pulled that out of your ass. I broke my arm and I raced.
Well, I'm
2
just
weeks
saying, like,
later with a
I wasn't
cast
some guy that was like, I was like competitive. I want to win this championship. So, all right, Philip, thanks for the time, buddy. And send us some bangers. All right.
Yeah, that's what 36-year-olds are known for nowadays, Insta bangers.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks.
Do you
for
need
coming
a filmer, Phil?
Yeah, I do. I do need a filmer. Fuck.
Ripper's there. Ripper will do it.
Yeah, I do got.
No,
Ripper.
I mean a
Between
full-time
Ripper and
filmer.
Taco. Yeah, I know. Between Ripper and Taco, I'm dialed.
Yeah, exactly. All right, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it.
See you, fellas.
See you.
Bye.
See you, Phil.
That's Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by FCP. Our next guest, he's got a job. He was trying to fill in with Mitch Payton. He was trying to ride a PulpMX bike. He tried GNCC. He's a man that was lost in the woods looking for a purpose in life, and he's found it, and he's brought to you by DecalWorks, decalmx.com. Use the code Great Graphic Company. Zach Osborne, everybody. What's up, Zacho?
Cruising, Steven. That was a bit of a dramatic entrance, but thank you.
Well, I'm happy for you because I think you needed something, Zacho. You were searching. You were like Bono. You still haven't found what you were looking for, and now you have it.
Yeah, for sure. It was actually like when I finally gave up looking, it happened like 2 weeks later, so it's kind of weird.
Apologize for the late time, Zacho. We went long with
It's
Phil
okay.
and Brayton.
If there were anyone other than Phil, I'd be pissed, but
Okay.
it's Phil.
So Beta Ambassador, this was announced last week, but just to get this clear for all my people on social media that are asking me and DMing me and everything else, you are not doing Supercross and Motocross.
That is a negative.
Right. I don't know if you got that, Anton, from people, but I did. Like, oh, he's
Yeah,
back.
A
He's
lot of
good.
people
Yeah.
were commenting that, like, oh, he's going to race outdoors, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, that has passed me. I have literally not ridden a motorcycle in 10 months now. Whenever I was trying to do that last year, I was fresh off of my GNCC deal and still had some good speed and stuff. But, yeah, I'm far from that level at the moment.
Okay, so tell us how this happened. Take us through it a little bit.
Basically, they contacted me at the beginning of last year and kind of offered me the same thing. And at the end, they were like, look, we're just not quite ready to do this, but like, let's keep in touch. And we didn't really. And then like maybe 4 weeks ago, they contacted me and they're like, hey, we still have this exact same thing. We still want to do it. Are you interested? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, let's meet up. And I'd like to come to California and see what you guys have and kind of, get a feel for it for myself. And if it feels good, then let's go for it. And so I went there 2 weeks ago now, and basically signed the deal then and there, and the rest is history.
Nice. So the cool thing for you and Beta, you got 2 strokes, you got 4 strokes, you got off-road stuff, you got motocross stuff, like you want to do World Vets or whatever. Like, what's the plan? What do you want to race? Where do you want to race? What do you want to ride? That kind of stuff. Like, what are you going to do in the next, say, 6 months?
They did offer World Vets, but I would rather never ride at Glen Helen again. Like,
okay.
I despise Glen Helen. They offered the 2-stroke thing first, but so my deal runs through this time next year.
Okay.
And between then and now, I'm going to do the deal says 2 fun races, but I have a lot more than that kind of on the cards for myself. They really want me to do Mammoth. I've never been to Mammoth for the motocross race, so I'm going to do that probably next year. I don't think I can be sort of in any shape for that this year. Some dual sport rides, going to do a couple of GNCC morning races, definitely do Ironman this year. Yeah, just kind of go and ride and an ambassador.
So you don't have the bikes yet, or did you get one yet?
No, they're being built right now. I'm away this week. I'm actually going to a bicycle race in Arkansas, and they should be there when I get back or early next week.
Kind of a cool deal, Anton. And actually, when you think about it, it's right up Zacho's alley.
It's the fit.
Right.
It's the perfect fit.
Right. Like, are you going to get all of the bikes, Zacho? 2-stroke, 4-stroke, everything? Like, have you said?
So to start off with, I'm getting a 450 motocross bike, sort of not full race spec, but like similar, so that I can do some testing for those guys, as well as a 450 dual sport, and then a 300 2-stroke.
Nice. So I was going to ask you, does this involve testing for the race team for Benny and Oldenburg? And it does a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I kind of requested no Supercross testing because when I watch Supercross now, I'm like, man, that is serious shit. Like, that is risky. But I'm happy to do some outdoor testing, some riding. I'm going to do a little bit of coaching with those guys in their, say, boot camp period or whatever you want to call it, in November and December in San Luis Obispo, where they have their test track at. It's a little bit of everything, honestly, and like you said, it just feels like a right fit. You know, whenever it came to me, I was talking to my wife about it, and she was like, "Yeah, this seems like a good spot for you." So, keeps me kind of in the loop. I think probably the thing that I miss the most about being a professional racer is like the squad, the team, the boys, all that stuff. So, this kind of gives me a little bit of an in back in there, and have a group of guys, have something that I'm working with and for and towards in motocross still. I have a ton of other stuff going on, and this is just like a really cool opportunity for me to still be part of the sport.
Yeah, I'd be interested to find out if, like, look, Oldenburg and Benny had some great rides this year. They were top 10s, ran up front. I'd love to see if you can see some sales from Beta. Like, I'm sure they don't sell a lot of bikes, right? But I wonder if they saw an increase just for having a Supercross team.
Does the guy in the corner know? Is he a Beta guy?
He loves Beta, but he's not really a Beta guy.
I mean, he's not going to have the sales figures, but yeah.
I believe that they have seen some bump in it to be making the push that they are. Some of the things that they've told me, and just to kind of seek me out and put a position on, hey, like let's get you to some motocross track. Let's get the bike in front of people, and kind of bring a face to this brand. Like, let's do it. That tells me that they have plenty of knowledge and expertise to say that they're making a run for selling some more motocross bikes.
Hey, Zach, so you haven't ridden them yet, right? Or have you done like a little bit of riding on one in the last year?
I have not. I have not ridden the bike yet at all. Like I said, I'll have some bikes hopefully when I get home next week, and we can go from there.
Okay, that's kind of about like you especially. I'd love to hear your feedback on this because I did Ironman on one of them, a 300 2-stroke at Day in the Dirt years ago, and just how a Beta feels is so different compared to everything else. And knowing how technical you are, I really can't wait to see like what you think of like how a real Euro bike feels.
Yeah, I'm keen. I'm excited. I think it's going to be a fun little project. Hopefully I can, make some solid differences, make some changes. I'm also supposed to, at some point, potentially go to Europe and do some testing with the GP team, and just, be a resource and sort of a voice, I guess, for the whole brand.
Did you think that, like, you've wanted to do stuff like this, but is this did you think it was going to come ever? Like you said, you'd stopped looking, but this is really a test of all your strengths, like bike learning, being around groups of people, a European brand that's really dedicated and small, has a niche. Like, this is really perfect for you.
Yeah, it honestly is so perfect. I, like Steve said in his little intro to me, I'd kind of explored a lot of avenues, and I even had discussed with Brittany this year, like just doing Loretta's, and I was like, that's just going to cost me, like realistically to do it right, like 50 to 75 grand by the time I buy bikes and do engines and all that stuff. Like, if nothing came for free, like, it was going to cost me a good chunk of money, right? And I was like, I'm just not willing to do that at this age and where I'm at in life. If something comes along, then I'll take it. And that was literally like 8 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. And yeah, boom, this popped up again, and it just feels like a really cool opportunity for me, like you said, kind of testing all my strengths and maybe expose some weaknesses that I can work on as well. So I'm super keen.
Decal MX bringing you Zach Osborne here. PulpMX 25 is the code to save. Ron and the boys there in Decal Works, Factory KTM, using their graphics, of course. And yeah, man, use the code and save. Great graphic company. Do you see any trips to Italy in your future at all? Did they mention that, or do you see that happening?
Yeah, that's what I was saying a second ago. That there seems to be some of that on the cards, but nothing set in stone yet. It's still early days. Need to ride the bike and do some training myself, and get to where I feel like I am fast enough to, give some good feedback.
Yep.
Go from there.
Do you want to keep helping the PRMX guys and everybody else, all the training stuff you're doing, or is that going to be put aside a little bit, or?
No, that was kind of all, on the table. I don't want to just leave all my guys hanging. I have some really good dudes and guys that I respect. I can't just kind of up and drop that. The training side for me, I'm partners with one of my best friends, Ryan, and we have 16 guys now, and it takes over. It's mostly online, so it's not a ton of hands-on, but I'm free to continue with that stuff and keep making progress with the boys.
And Anton, he is back with Fox.
Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah. Zacho.
Wow. That's probably the most unexpected part of this whole deal.
I thought us at Fly, we might be able to, keep him, but Zach's salary is probably, six digits.
Went home.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
Are you head to toe?
Sure. Fox head to toe. Stoked about that. Honestly, Kenny's been in my DM for a couple years now, trying to get me to come back to racing more than Fox. But then, he always told me, hey, if you ever want gear, let me know. Let's work something out. So, he was my call, and he hooked it up big time. So I'm super stoked to be back in Fox and bringing back some roots from 2006, I guess.
High odds we see him in the skin suit. I bet he loves the skin suit. This is something that Zacho would love.
I'm a big proponent of the skin suit.
Told you.
But I need to lose at least 20 pounds to be in the skin suit. Worthily.
So if you mentioned a 1-year deal, so May of next year or whatever, but if it goes longer, do you see yourself going to the ranch? Was that something you would do?
I wouldn't mind to. I just have a hankering for it. I would love to get the bike in a good spot, get myself in a good spot, and go give it a try next year. I just think it would be a really cool trip.
Okay, earlier in the show, he's the perfect person to answer this question. We were talking about guys going longer, learning how you put things together, being a champion in your late 20s now finally. And if there's anybody that's poured over the data and has a training program with him and Ryan with what they have at TorqueFit and all of that, Zach, what is it about this current generation that's able to put it together where they're becoming champions at 26, 27, still have the fire to do it at 33? Is it because you have so much trial and error and you figured out what it takes to do it? Why is everybody staying around?
Well, I mean, I can only sort of speak from my own experience. One thing is once you start to win and for me, it was financially, once I was financially sort of free, it became fun. We could do it with a motorhome. We could do it all together. We didn't have to skimp and scrounge and things became easy. It just made it so much more fun to go racing. And now you have guys like Coop and Eli and those guys that are private jetting. That's another level of life. So for me, I think they've found the fun in it. Mm-hmm. They're all kind of having kids and seeing that there's more to life than just racing. And I think that opens your mindset a little bit to oh wow, this racing thing's really fun. It's just a small portion of my life, so I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can. And also, I think that, for me, at 31, fitness was so easy. To be fit enough was easy. That's when, there's tons and tons of studies on cardio fitness. Prime age is 31 to 35 or 31 to 34. And I think that those guys find that stuff easy. They can do the riding. They know what they want out of a bike. Teams trust them. there's not a lot of questions about what they're doing, and it becomes easier, I think. And I think that's why you're seeing sort of the resurgence of older guys. And I think 34, 35, 36, those days are now feeling the way that I feel at 35. I don't think I could have probably still been going at a high level, maybe like a step down from where I was when I stopped. But I think 31, 32, 33, it's all to play for still.
I think I'll ask LB the follow-up to that then, because exactly what he said, the industry understanding that the guys have that common knowledge and they're not just loose cannons. And then how do you accept that? Because all of those guys that are making those decisions are 35 plus.
Yeah. No, it's interesting.
Sorry, what was the question there?
No, like Larry Brooks is coming on later. So just from Larry's perspective as a team manager, he's watched that. Like he watched MC be 23, 24, 25. You have to be young, prime, and you're fit. But then exactly what you said, you guys have to earn the trust of the teams to let them do what you need to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, you're not a loose cannon to them anymore. Like you said, like you're not chasing ghosts with your bike, that's not stuff that's not there. You're not making excuses. Like you're a trusted guy. You know what you're doing. You know what you want. It's like, okay, we're all kind of pushing for the same goal. And like once you establish those things as a racer, like it all just gets easier and easier. Like I was saying, obviously the pressure's still stupid high. You still have to train a lot. You still have to do all the things that it takes. But I think that you kind of come to a place where you understand that there's more to life, and the racing part just feels a little bit more fun and easy. And that's like I said, from my personal perspective, that was what it was.
Yeah, interesting. Zach Osborne here, brought to you by the folks at decalmx.com. Please check them out. And PulpMX 25 is the code to save. Decal works number one for many reasons. Zach Osborne here on the show. Anton, how much you want to bet Zacho's favorite bike is going to be the 300 two-stroke?
100%.
100%.
He's going to have one of those with the really skinny expansion chamber, like the real weirdo looking one.
Yeah. That's going to be
the X-Trainer.
That's going to be your bike of choice, Zacho.
Maybe. I mean, honestly, I haven't been a huge two-stroke guy the last 10 years. Like, I did the two-stroke world championship at Glen Helen in 2016 and got arm pump surgery like 2 days later because it was so severe, and I just have never found my groove. So I want to really kind of hone in on this two-stroke. We have some cool two-stroke races in the southeast in the fall. So I told my wife the other day, one of them's at Muddy Creek, which is like my home track from when I was a kid, and I would love to do that. And just I want to make it good and see what I can do with it. But I love a good 450 power. Honestly, like I really enjoy a 450.
Yeah, Zacho. So going back to Salt Lake City, I guess Coop's 3-time champion. Just give us a few words on your thoughts on his season and the fact he got it done again.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it a few times on the Moto 60 show, but when it's mano-a-mano, it's hard to beat Cooper Webb. He's a master of his craft. He knows himself so well. He knows what he's got to do, and he knows when it comes to a 20-minute main event, he's the guy, right? So I'm not that surprised. I'm pumped for Coop. He's a great dude. One of my favorite people that I ever road trained alongside in my pro career, and have a ton of respect for the dude. So stoked to see that. Was a little bummed for my guy Rick. Didn't quite go his way, maybe a little bit at his own device, but yeah, it is what it is.
Hey, let's ask Zach. Would you do it for $600,000?
I mean,
I know. I know.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I'm not saying, I just didn't like it. That's all. I like Rick.
Okay.
Rick's awesome.
So what did you want him to do?
Listen, man, not crash in Pittsburgh and give away those points. Not crash in the heat race.
That's not what. Hey, we can talk hypotheticals all day, but tell me what you would have done right there. Different.
Pass him and take off.
And then what? Get beat for a championship.
I mean, or you could knock him down and hope that someone gets in between you, and then you can go apologize to Mitch Payton.
I think he did all of that.
He did. He did do all that. Yeah.
This one will know, too. When you have to go talk to Mitch in the moment, is he understanding of it, him being in the position to get so many wins, or is not taking it at all?
I was talking to RJ, and he was like, "Yeah, I went to talk to Mitch," and I was like, "Brother, you're more of a man than I am because I did not even think about that."
No, yours, yeah. Great point though.
I
Anton.
didn't even consider it, but
Literally.
he said Mitch wasn't too happy with him.
No, he was not. No.
You go take it. You gotta go take it. Like, that's the only way you become a man. And I respect RJ more now for going over and at least getting screamed at.
Yeah.
Because you,
Oh yeah, for sure.
you look like a bitch if you just leave with your gear bag.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was going to pass Juju. I mean, maybe he cleans Seth or passes Seth clean and goes and passes Juju with 3 laps to go.
No, we've talked about that though. They already passed Julian, so those points were nullified.
They were already in front of Juju?
Yeah, they passed Julian 2 rhythms before that. Because Seth,
yeah.
See, that's what makes that whole dynamic so weird is those 3 lanes.
Yeah, shoot. I mean, yeah, the only option was to do what he did.
Okay, well, there we go. Not
But
necessarily.
even then, if Tom passed Seth, then Tom still won.
It didn't seem like Tom was going to try to
I
make
don't
that pass.
think Tom was in position.
No, but I'm saying if RJ stayed up, clean hammocker, Tom passes Seth, Tom still wins.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rick was just in a
that's
bad
what,
position.
Yeah, I mean, he was hoping just to knock Seth just out of the race or knock him back many, many positions, you know? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Again, perfect person to ask this question to. You've been so just on it, Steve, that you don't like what this is and how this looks at racing. Zach, how many people have come up to you in the last 7, 8, 10 years, whatever it was since then, and tell you that is the moment that they think defines all of Supercross racing?
That's a great moment.
A lot, honestly, a lot, and it still happens now. If there's a talking point that somebody brings up to me at a local track, it's that. It's that moment, and it was a career-defining moment for me. Will always be like it.
Yeah.
It's you know, yeah. It's
here's the difference. Okay, as I said earlier, Zach's pass. Joey made that worse than what it really was by flipping out and grabbing throttle. Okay, and 2, Zach just had to pass Joey for the title, just one spot, and he gets the title. Right? Is that how it was, Zach?
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't. RJ needed to knock Seth down.
Semantics.
Okay.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
But like to
Right.
the thing, if he pulls it off and it's like, oh my God, I can't believe he did it, and then he's on the level of what everybody looks at Zach for. You know, he pulled it off.
Yeah,
it
but
worked.
to me, Zach's pass, Zach didn't go in with the intent to knock Joey down. He just went to pass him, and then, like I said,
And it just happened.
Joey's reaction was a little like, oh my God, and grab throttle and freak out. Right, Zach?
There was that huge hole there. Yeah, there was that huge hole, like, out of the corner, and Joey had a handful, and when he did, like, I felt him across my whole back, you know.
Yeah.
And it just, that hole and the way that it all lined up just kind of made it all worse. I didn't go in there to take him out. I went in there to get him, you know, hit him because I needed some space going into that last 90 right before the finish line, but I didn't think. It's the freaking craziest race. I watched it recently because my older boy is starting to ride a little bit, and he wanted to watch it. And like, still, it's like I don't know how I got to him. You know, like it's just bizarre.
It came up on our Peacock feed somehow after the race, like a normal, a modern, the 2025 race, and you were so far back. I don't know what happened either. I was there, I watched it, but I don't know how you made it all that time.
I said something on the Track Talkers podcast yesterday, and I know that this is the truth because you were setting bias and so was Angie. I'll never forget being in the press conference when he passed Joey. Like
Press box.
Yeah.
No,
Press
I won't
box.
either.
Just the eruption, everybody crying, our wives crying, just everybody losing their minds because they were so happy for Zach.
I told Zach I couldn't type the tweet.
Oh no, same.
Because I was like
Screaming.
shaking. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I was just shaking from adrenaline. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like I was. What just happened?
I guarantee
honestly,
you, nobody felt that way for Tom when Tom won the championship this weekend.
No.
There was no, and like that was so weird because it's so similar to the same thing, but like, I mean, tit for tat, almost identical, but just like what happened that moment with Zach and Joey that night, that is like one of those Supercross defining things, yeah.
Yep.
it was crazy. Like I got seventh that night. The following year, I got seventh again to win a championship, and it was like, I'm absolutely not trying to sound ungrateful or anything like that, but it was the most empty feeling of compared to what I had felt the year before. It just was not the same feeling, and honestly, like that race for me was just otherworldly. Like I was just in a different zone, and it was incredible.
Hey, what's it like when that happens? Like, for real, what is it? I watch you guys have that happen all the time. I watch Formula One stuff about Ayrton Senna and, like, Valentino Rossi. And when you guys are able to channel that, that is the probably one thing about racing in the last 5 years that has just caught my attention so much, is that when whatever it is strikes and you're able to just lock in and block out everything else and just experience that moment and you're aware of everything.
The best way I can describe it is, you've seen it in movies where they have that like hyper focus and things are kind of like moving around you. I don't even know how to explain it, but that's the best way I can explain it. It's just like time slows down and everything's coming at you just perfectly, and you're not overloaded. There's no thought. It's just an empty mind, and your body's sort of doing what you've trained it to do.
Does it like tingle, or does just everything just feels like it's just firing, like that one right?
It's almost a numb feeling. Like I don't know. I never wore a heart rate strap or anything during races, but I would have thought that my heart rate was extremely high that night, but I was never in any sort of hurt or never in any sort of physical. My muscles weren't tired. It was just like peace. I don't know. That's probably the best way I can describe it, is just peace. Like it was so in tune with my motorcycle, and everything felt perfect.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Zacho. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Congrats on the beta ambassador role. We'll have you back on Moto 60 show before Paula, of course, to break down the outdoors. If we can come to a salary negotiations, we haven't discussed that yet.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the contract so I can send it to my agent.
I'll do that, absolutely. Is her name Brittany?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good, buddy. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it, Zacho.
Thank you, guys.
See you, Zach.
All right, that's Zach Osborne, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Cardo Systems, PulpMX code to save at Cardo Systems. Check them out, cardosystems.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. Pack Talk Edge and Edge phones are waterproof, dirt-proof, allowing you to communicate with a range up to a mile away. Cardo adds a new dimension of safety, fun, and efficiency to moto. And Maxima Pulp25 code to save, Pulp20 code to save at Maxima USA and ProFilter as well. Thank you to Maxima and ProFilter for all they do. Use those codes and save. All the codes are on PulpMXShow.com and partners up. So before we go to commercial break, I got this email. Hey guys, I know it is a busy weekend with the Supercross final, but I want to reach out on behalf of my fiance Joel Evans, who passed away in Moto 2 of the Australian Pro MX 2 weekends ago in Gilman, South Australia. He was a longtime listener to all things PulpMX and even got me hooked a good 6 years ago. He was the JT of Australian Moto. That means he was arguing a lot. Chasing races around the world, and a true privateer who made it pro through pure hard work. Following the Australian round, we were set to head for a month-long trip to race in Thailand, end up in the USA to watch the final Supercross round this past weekend, before road tripping across to Paula to line up for his first AMA Pro Motocross. Joel Evans. His one ask on the road trip was that we went to Vegas because, quote, he was going to try and get into the PulpMX show. I don't know if he was just going to knock on my door, what the plan was. Joel Evans. But
seeing the social stuff about Joel, that seems like that would have been what happened.
What
but in a good way.
Yeah.
Not like I'm going to crash the gate, but just like, hey, what's up?
So here we are. It should be him reaching out to you, but instead we would love to have his name mentioned on the show and make his dream a reality. He truly loved the sport, wanted to see it grow. We would love to see his legacy live on for both of the sport and for our baby boy, who is due in October. Beyond thankful, Michaela and Joel's family. R.I.P. Joel Evans. I asked Adam Bailey about him this weekend. I said he was a hell of a guy. I talked to somebody else from down under who knew him and said, everybody loved him. He was like a gritty privateer guy who was always cool and social media following and videos and all of that. So Joel Evans was a listener to the show, which is awesome. And R.I.P. Joel. And Sucks for sure. Never want to see that.
Dude, heavy
not
few
great.
weeks.
Yeah,
heavy few weeks.
Yeah,
and like
Jerry stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
And for her, like from when all of that's happened to the same thing. Like I've really thought about her a lot.
Yeah.
Like that whole family, because he's somebody's brother, somebody that's married.
Reardon. I think he's Reardon's brother-in-law.
No.
Yeah, Reardon's brother-in-law.
Is it Reardon?
Thought.
Said something.
Okay.
I'm really sorry that I don't know that offhand, but like just to see how connected he was. I texted your Reeve that day when it all happened. Because the Aussies are together.
Yeah.
Probably all of Australian Moto was at the track that day. All these little kids that have been watching, just everything. And that was really, really heavy. But again, the Australians always come together to make sure everybody's looked after.
Yeah. R.I.P. Joel Evans. Yeah, man, that's terrible news. Sorry to hear that. We'll be back after a commercial break. Thanks for listening.
Snack pack. Whoa.
Oh, man. Who did that? Who said that?
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda, HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved. and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Weisco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at Weisco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Town Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferranjit, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, And make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle and at Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow at Atlas Brace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle and at Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGIO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jet Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGIO. And I choose OGIO. And I choose OGIO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGIO. And I choose OGIO. And I choose OGIO. I'm Jiren Ferranjit, and I choose OGIO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out FCPRacing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX25-chassis is the code to save.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda, HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Don't forget to use the code PulpMX when you check out at flyracing.com. Appreciate that. Joining me from Course Heading, Michael Antonovich, and we are going to get into course heading later this show because I have
a lot of questions.
I got questions and opinions and thoughts.
It's fine. That's what we're here for.
Okay, that's what we're here for. Larry Brooks coming right up here on the show. And I want to thank Justin Brayton and Phil Nicoletti and, of course, Zach Osborne for calling in earlier. We're going to talk some more Salt Lake City, maybe look ahead to the 250s. I mean, 250 motocross, I should say. We touched on 450. I mean, to me, Anton, it's Deeks all the way. Heavy favorite, right? I mean, anything can happen, of course. But, like, you know, RJ. Levi Kitchen's going to have his moments. Joe Schmoder will have his moments. Hymas.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple. I got 2 Hymas flying at the test track people at Salt Lake. So, so there is that.
It's good.
So there will be moments where Deegs has some problems with guys, but overall over 22 motos.
He's not going 22-0 in your opinion?
No.
You haven't been listening to Track Talkers then.
Oh, is that what the brothers are saying?
The brothers are thinking it's possible, and honestly, like,
yeah,
he's pretty fast. I think 22-0 is a lot, especially in the 250 class with that many young kids, just the different variables, and then the stress of the bike. You know, a 254 stroke is so much different than a 450, but watching Hayden on Saturday.
That might have been his best 250 Supercross race ever,
that
right?
looked like so much fun. That looked like a video game.
Yep. The quad out before the after the finish, you know?
He rolling out for first practice when they come out of the tunnel.
Yeah.
There was the rubber that they lay over the cable so nobody hits it. He looked like Axel. He came up, hit that thing standing right next to me, and then just rode a nose wheelie. Just the littlest bump, and then he just turned it into something. And, the control he has on his bike right now is going to be fun to watch when he can really wick it up outdoors. Outdoors, it took me watching him outdoors at a couple tracks to understand why people like watching him so much. I get it.
Hey, listen, I'm dating myself here, but I was around when Ricky turned pro outdoors, and he's a lot like Carmichael. He's hanging off. He's using his body. He's wide open. He's a lot like Ricky outdoors. I'm not putting him in that class because Ricky's pretty gnarly, but he's like that. He's a shorter guy, and he's hanging on, and it's pretty cool to watch. So, we'll see that. All right, so the I Don't Know Man coming up. We got the Race Tech Rant. Did you got one? You got a loaded one? Okay. And we got the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment as well. Yeah, use the codes PulpMXshow.com. Use all those codes. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. The 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by the folks at Fox Factory Vehicles. Partner up with a lot of OEMs out there, and you can also keep your manufacturer's warranty, which is super cool. You're home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, and more. Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan. This is, excuse me.
Dude, you had something in your throat too. I've had it ever since we came back upstairs. I've been trying not to choke for like the last 5 minutes.
I think Marks is doing this.
Don't worry, we got time.
Fuck you, Marks. Don't take your Vegas Golden Knight anger out on me.
We got him right where we want him. We're fine.
Okay, Fox Factory Vehicles. Drive your dream vehicle today. Visit Fox Factory Vehicles. I want to thank these guys also for sponsoring our social media, Instagram tags as well, backed by the original manufacturer's factory warranty. Easily financed through your local dealership. Fox Factory Vehicles. No waiting for parts, no hassles. I don't know, man.
Do you need a water?
You know what? Yeah.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And
I'm going to just hit drops.
what about anal bleaching? I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And I don't think they'd get a blowjob.
Hey,
before
what
that.
show was this? I've tried to find it.
What show?
The gym one. I've tried to find where these stories are. I cannot find them.
Marks?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'll find that for you.
Okay. Because I want to hear. I want to hear it all. I want to.
Well, he was in a few times. One with Daniel Blair.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think he came solo. The solo one is Opie whipping out a titty.
Well, I think that was the same one.
He's a treasure.
He is.
He's an actual treasure.
I like Jim.
I think it's $4.94.
Okay, I'll have to go back. I've specifically, my YouTube feed is like Jim Holly, PulpMX, Jim Holly this, Jim Holly this, trying to narrow down which one it is.
494?
Yeah, $4.94 for
All
sure.
right.
That's a good one. I'm just going to watch this while you guys do the rest of the show. Go ahead.
Watch what?
The 494.
Oh, let's get Brooks on. Lone Wolf, if you can. MTX brake pads. Thank you, MTX. How was the intense e-bike ride today? It was all good, right?
All good.
All good.
I've loved it. That was good.
It was
That
a great ride.
That was the start to my wellness retreat. You know, that was the nice like cardio workout that I needed. Then we hit those smoothies. That was awesome. And I came back here, lounge in the pool, then the cosmic rays as I tried out. This was an awesome
Anton's day today.
It was awesome.
He's away from the wife and the child, and away from weather, and we go mountain biking in the morning. Yeah, he tells me, "Can we get a smoothie?" So we get a smoothie. We come back, we jump in the pool, and then Anton's gone for a while, and I go outside, and he's sort of sleeping in a chair. Mm-hmm. Yeah, great day for Anton.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm a little jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
MTX braking as well. MTX brake pads, code PulpMX to save. I've got these in the e-bikes, road bike, all of it. Inspired by motocross and power sports. Make your mountain bike brakes better. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. Thank you to MTX brake pads. All right, our next guest on the show brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Pulp25 is the code to save. Saves at Recluse as well. Sister company, the Wiseco. Factory Honda HRC, Club MX, Twisted Development, all using Wiseco pistons, over 80 years of experience developing pistons. And, of course, they're the piston expert. But the brand also has engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and more. Wiseco's all your power sports machines covered, UTVs, dirt bikes. Wiseco.com, Pulp25, code to save. Let's bring in our next guest, shall we? This man's a legend in the Supercross and Motocross pits. It's great to have him back on. Friend of mine, Larry Brooks. What's up, LB?
What's happening? How are you?
We're good, man. So listen, show 237 was the last time you were on. We are on show 626, LB.
Wow.
Almost 400 shows it's taken for me to get you back on here. So
that's all right. You've been talking to important people. I don't need to be in there.
Anton, so I've asked Larry 2 to 3 times to come on. He said no every time. And then basically this weekend I pleaded with him, look, Supercross is over. We got to come on. And it still took a lot, Larry, to get you on.
You make it easy, though. I mean, I get to sit in my office and talk to you, so it's easy.
You're just not a fan, you said, of doing this kind of stuff, right?
No,
Yeah.
I mean, we pay riders a lot of money to talk to the media and get the message across. So I don't know why that you guys would want to talk to me.
Stop it. Hey, before we got you on, we were talking about the times we had Jim Hawley in studio. Do you have any Jim Hawley stories that you could share publicly?
I've got a couple Canadian Supercross ones, but they're not very they're not a public kind of conversation.
All right. Yep. That's like a lot of people who we ask Jim Hawley stories about. But anyways, hey, season's over. Man, if Ken doesn't happen to have that accident in Tampa, it goes much differently for you guys. But God damn it, you got to win in Daytona, which is maybe if you're going to win 2 races all year, it's Anaheim, 1 in Daytona. So to me, despite the ankle injury and despite Tampa, LB, still a successful year for you. Do you look at it like that, or are you just like, nope, we didn't win, so it sucks?
No. You have to take the positives from anything, and Ken rode really good the majority of the year. Actually, until he got injured, he was riding really good. He was putting it on the podium more than 50% of the time. Should I say top 5, 50% of the time, and then top 3, the majority of the time also. So he was riding good. I think we had the bike pretty good. He enjoyed riding the bike, and to me, that kind of makes my day is when the rider enjoys the motorcycle.
Kenny, I've bugged Kenny a few times about being picky with bike setups and not, always kind of searching, right, looking for that magic setting that me as a mechanic kind of like, you're not really going to find it. But I've heard from more than a few people that, and Kenny himself was like, no, dude, I've barely touched my bike this year. Can you verify that?
Yeah, no, I mean, we fiddled with suspension a little bit, like a shim here, a spring there, and but wasn't really asking for anything. If we did change anything, it was all, hey, let's try to improve it, and he was more or less just happy with his bike and just wanted to race. So, I mean, we let him do it the majority of the time.
Yeah. It was a good season for sure. Like I said, winning Daytona is rad. That was awesome. It was just so cool.
No, I mean, if you're going to, like you said, if you're going to win a race, that's the race to win. It was kind of up for grabs this year. Nobody that was on the starting line had won Daytona. So it was like, fresh meat out there that I think there was about 5 guys that were really wanting to win. And, it just worked out for us. Ken won.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Larry Brooks, give us a call, and we'll get you on the line. PulpMX show presented by Weisco for Larry Brooks. Look, the Suzuki's got a bad rap, LB. We all know why. We do make fun of it here and there, but I mean, I don't think Kenny would be winning races and putting on a podium if the bike wasn't, pretty good. Where do you stand on the Suzuki platform, the bike itself? Does it piss you off when people make fun of the kickstart stuff? Do you think the bike can be much better? Like, where are you at just on the race bike as a platform?
Well, no, I think the motorcycle is pretty good, and it works good, it starts good, off the starting gate. It works really good on the track, and it turns really good. It doesn't have an electric start, obvious, but the only time electric start really comes into play is if you tip over or stall your bike, and I mean, that could happen. So honestly, that's really our only downfall right now. We're working pretty hard trying to fix that. But, we're just going to have to deal with it until it happens. But the bike itself is really good. Like if I was Suzuki, I would take that bike and put an electric start on it and leave it. I think the bike is really good right now.
So you don't feel like you're at a disadvantage outside of starting than anybody else?
I don't. No. I think the bike is just as good, if not better, than some of the bikes. Like, you have to break it up into turning and acceleration and all the little pieces that put the track together. And we're right up there. The motorcycle works really well.
Yeah, Kiefer tells me, like, in his opinion, that the bike does a lot of things very good and has no real weaknesses in his mind. Like, it's not the best maybe across the board at any one thing, but it also isn't bad anywhere. Do you agree?
No. Yeah, I do. I think it's in the top 3 in every category as far as, breaking it down into categories. I think, a lot of people give it a lot of grief because it's been the same motorcycle, but that just let us refine it over this many years.
Yep.
And I think a lot of teams wish they had the same motorcycle year after year if they have a good motorcycle.
Yeah. By the way, Chris Wheeler from Suzuki, I met some high-level Japanese guys from Suzuki at Denver. Does it seem like Suzuki's gonna at the highest level? I know you went over there, LB, like 2 months ago, whatever. You wouldn't tell me what it was for.
So yeah, I mean, a whole group of engineers came out here for Denver. It looks like they're getting interested again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had a lot of things to kind of go through with their company. You know, when they were splitting the marine part off Suzuki and the car part, and just separating all those different divisions. And it looks like that's all done, and we'll see what happens.
Ken had a good season. I told Colt this to his face, Selby, so I'm not like talking shit on the internet here.
Uh-oh.
I said to him, I just said, hey man, no offense, but I just felt like you were kind of invisible this year. You had a okay season, but you never got starts, you never flashed, but you also sometimes were dead last and worked your way into 12th, which was a good ride. But I told Colt, I'm like, you just kind of like a little disappeared, but then, 12th overall or 13th overall in the points is okay. Where do you put Colt Nichols' season at?
I mean, Colt rides good. He's a good motorcycle rider, period.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he came up to his level of where he should have been this year. I think that there's a few reasons why, but I think those are things that we can work on and start outdoors and keep trying to improve it. But, yeah, he just didn't ride to his potential, what I thought he would finish. And you know what? He just didn't get good starts, to tell you the truth. And, getting good starts is part of the game, is more than half of the game, to tell you the truth. And he just couldn't get off the line. And for whatever that reason is, I think that really hindered him.
Okay. And what about Chiz's season? Obviously, he's last as a full-time guy, and he's helping you with testing and everything else. What'd you make of Kyle's season?
Kyle's just always there, he'll always put it in the main. He'll he's not going to win.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that, but I think he rides good. He's such a good motorcycle rider, and he's been around a long time that he knows what to do. But yeah, I thought it was really good. I've always enjoyed working with Chiz. He's a fun guy to work with, and he's pretty smart, like when we go testing and stuff. So I always enjoy Chiz.
Larry, to hear what you just said about you guys having so much information with the bike and testing and all of that stuff, how much data are you actually going back to look at, or are you guys just kind of running day to day? Like, do you have a big history log of, hey, this worked, hey, this, let's try this, or is it day to day?
I mean, for me, it's only been the last 3 years that I've worked on a 450 Suzuki. I was working on the 250 Suzuki with Bar X before that. So a lot of that information doesn't transfer over, but over these last 3 years, I could take, from 2023 and look at what we did and kind of go to those settings or whatever. And it does help. But yeah, I just had like 3 years that I could pull from, but it does help a lot. It helps just, what you have and how to improve it when the time comes, if the track changes, if the dirt changes, if, whatever, and you could fall back on your notes. But the majority of the time, what you have to work with and how to improve the bike week in and week out.
I'm just going to assume all the years that you've been doing this, how do you put the puzzle piece together every single weekend? That's probably what pulls you back into it every time, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's the fun part. I mean, the biggest thing is do your work before you go to the track and have a good setting. And I think our window was pretty big, and the bike worked in a lot of different conditions, and we were able to kind of manipulate it when we had to, but the bike worked on a wide range, and it you could ride it on a sandier soil track, and you could ride it on a hard pack track, and you would only have to make small changes to the bike. But yeah, the bike we had it in a big window, and we were very fortunate.
Do you see Kenny doing any outdoors at all once he heals up?
He's talking about it.
We know he hurt his ankle doing outdoors, riding outdoors.
Yeah, that ankle was wasted already. I mean, any little, if he caught that toe or twisted his ankle at any point, it was going to destroy it, and that's exactly what happened. He caught it in a sand roller section, and it just turned around backwards and destroyed it. So, he got it all fixed. Everything looks good, and he's talking about doing a few outdoors before the playoffs start.
Okay.
So,
yep.
we'll see. Let it get closer. Let him, do some physical therapy on his ankle, and we'll know sooner than later.
Do you see him coming back to HEP? Like, I understand there was some positive momentum for that. Do you see that happening?
Everything's kind of leaning that way.
Okay.
He wants to be there. He wants to ride the Suzuki. I know he's got a couple other offers with different teams, but I think he truly enjoys the team and the motorcycle. And we'll see. You never know how these things go. Like, contract time's always a tough time.
We thought Chad Reed was re-signing after his title. We all did.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Hey, Larry, so with what Ken's been doing for the last few years and showing how good of a program you guys have, because the HEP program's been around for a bit, but to really see the step that it's taken in the last 3, how much more attractive has that made you to potential free agents that are trying to find rides for next year?
Well, there are a few riders out there that are looking for rides, good guys. And Dustin's phone is ringing. There's people that are calling and want to ride the bike and, have a conversation, discussion and stuff. And, that's pretty cool. This team wasn't in that position a few years back. And over the last few years of putting in the work and getting decent results, I think that has changed a lot of people's minds.
Do you have a lot of say on that, LB? Does Dustin bounce it off you and ask you what you think and all that? Do you feel like you have a good part of a say in this thing for next year?
No, he comes to me and discusses it. I don't want to know about contracts. I don't want to know about money. I don't want to know about all that.
Really?
Stuff. No.
Okay.
No. That's the part that burnt me out so bad, and that kind of turned me off on it, because I really love working with the riders. I really love working on the bikes and working with the mechanics and stuff. That's fun to me. And all the office work and the contract negotiations and having to get a sponsor to go racing, that just stresses me out. So that turned me off on the whole racing thing. But I had way too much on my plate when I was doing it before. So now they've given me, kind of what I wanted. And, so I don't even want to know what's going on with money or anything like that anymore.
Yeah, but as far as riders, though, you can't say, hey, I like that guy. I don't think that guy has it or whatever, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be sitting in the lounge, on the weekend, and he'll say, hey, so-and-so called, and I'll be like, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it for a little bit, and he'll just ask my opinion on him, and he's going to do what he's going to do, but he'll definitely get my opinion on whoever that rider is.
How much longer, Larry, do you want to keep doing this for? Obviously, you took a few years off. You were at Chaparral working there. Bar X was a little bit more laid back, right? The regional team. Now you're back into it, like full-on championship contender guy, just like the MC days and Stu days and Chad days. Like, you want to back it down, or you happy and grinding it out? And because I know you're working your ass off. You only know one way. So how's yourself and your situation?
Right now is not a good time to ask me that at the end of 17 straight weekends.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy. I think we have a good organization. I think they've kind of put me in a spot that I enjoy, and working with the riders that I have, I really, really like all of them. And, we all get along great. And, we were doing good. We were getting good results, and that kind of keeps the fire burning. But, I'm getting older, that's for sure. I've been around a long time, but I don't know. It doesn't die off. It hasn't died off. Honestly, when I was not at the races is when I was the most miserable. It just, my whole life was going to the races and trying to do as good as you can, and your worth is that Saturday night, and you have like 5 hours to make your week really good the following week, and I'm having a great time right now. I'm not really sure what I want to do or what the future holds, but as it is today, as it is next year, I'm going to be doing this.
All right.
That's cool. I like hearing that because I see Larry, in his position. I don't talk to Larry a bunch, but I just know, like...
Yeah, because he's intimidating to look at.
I wouldn't say that. Like,
yeah,
I just
he's
know
very
he's
serious.
working.
Yeah,
He's
very
just working.
serious. He doesn't want to be bugged.
But that amount of knowledge that you have, that you would only get by dedicating your entire life to it, and then when you would try to go to apply that and that level of effort to something else, and you figure out that it's not going to be there, and only one thing fulfills you that way, like... The fact that you can go back to it, and really props to you, Larry, to step back into what you guys have done, to step through it in a 250 team with Bar X, and then now come to a factory Suzuki team and be battling for race wins and really building the thing. And not only a Suzuki team, but a really ambitious one to do World Supercross and to have 2 trucks and big sponsors. You have a lot going on, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty fortunate. Honestly, I'm very fortunate that I was able to go to Chaparral and do that little stint over there. It's not that I didn't have fun. It's just the excitement wasn't there, that Saturday night excitement. And then when I came back with Bar X, it was like, okay, we'll do some amateur racing. And that went for a while, and all the kids graduated up to the pro class. So it's like, oh, okay, let's go pro racing. It kind of snuck up on me a little bit, but in a good way, I had a lot of good people over at Bar X, and it kind of tuned me up for going racing with HEP. And when I signed with HEP, it wasn't to have Ken Roxon, they had a different level of riders, and I went over there and I built the bike, and me and Chiz spent a couple weeks building the bike and making changes I wanted to make. And Chiz was like, well, the bike's pretty good. And sure enough, a week later, Dustin's like, hey, Ken Roxon's going to come ride our bike. And I'm like, holy shit. Dude, here we go.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, oh, he'll ride it, just not, he'll like it or not like it, whatever the case. I never thought I'd be in this position this quickly again. But, yeah, I'm pretty fortunate. And, I put a lot of time in, like you said. And, yeah, that's really the only thing that keeps me going is that Saturday night adrenaline rush.
Okay, so then to go to the Chaparral thing, can you explain what you were doing there, and then what that perspective of seeing what the consumer is doing and how the industry reacts, and if you were dealing with like your district sales rep or distributors or whatever that was, and what that has given you to know about the business side, even though you're not dealing with it, but what the expectation is of the industry in the second time around?
I was just working in the back more in a fabrication type situation. We were building roll cages for side-by-sides and building side-by-sides, and it was fun. I had a good time because I like building stuff and running, departments like that, but it just didn't have the excitement. But, I didn't really have to deal with the retail customer, and I would once in a while, but, not on a daily basis. And they just kind of hid me in the back and made me work, to tell you the truth. But it was fun. That's when side-by-sides were coming in and everyone was going that direction, and everyone was, buying them, building them, going to the desert kind of thing. And it did show me that side of the industry. And truly, I didn't even know that existed. Yes, it is a new type of industry or a new vehicle, but it didn't exist a few years back. And then we got on board and we're building side by sides and stuff, and it was pretty fun. It was fun just because I like working with my hands. I like building things, and but nothing compares to racing.
Pulp 25 to save at Weisco, bringing you Larry Brooks here on the PulpMX show. LB, you've worked with so many great guys like McGrath and Stewart and Chad, Kenny. Who does Kenny remind you of? Who does he? Is it a mix of guys? Is it one guy in particular? Or?
Yeah, he's
it Tim Ferry? Please say Tim Ferry.
He's got a little bit of James in him.
Okay.
With that quick, how quick he is on the first couple laps.
Yep.
And he hammers down like Chad did. Chad was a hammer. Jeremy was just flat good. He would get the whole shot and run away with it. And he was his own character. Jeremy was. He was really good. But I think Ken reminds me of James more than anybody.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense for sure. Man, what a managing career you've had, and what a racing career you had. Do you look like, so this is a little bit with me, like when I see old photos of myself wrenching LB, it seems like that was another time, another life. And although I have a lot of memories of that, I've been doing this media stuff for long enough now where that just doesn't even seem like that I did that. When you see Larry Brooks on an RM80 on the cover of MXA, or, in 87, you had a great year as a privateer, like, does that even, are you even like, oh yeah, like I had that too. I did that too. Does that seem like another lifetime ago?
A little bit, it's not fresh on the memory or nothing like that, but, I will see a photo or a video or, I'm a YouTube freak. So I hunt around in YouTube and I run across videos and stuff. And it's really fun to watch because you forget about it a little bit.
Yep.
But I'm just into what I do now. I'm really into working on motorcycles and working with riders, and I just enjoy what I do. I mean, that was a lifetime ago, when I was a racer, but you kind of never forget that, and you pull from that when these guys are going through hard times, and you try to think, oh, what was I feeling at that time, and how can I help them? And that's kind of what I use my racing career for, is just helping my riders now and thinking, because it's tough. It's mentally draining. It's stressful for these guys. And not even saying how dangerous it is. And you want to say the right words. You want to motivate them, but don't fill them full of hot air, and they know when you're bullshitting them. You can't just tell them what you think they want to hear. You better have the right words, or you're just going to lose them in the first 5 minutes. So, I mean, my racing career, it was a century ago, more than that. And I just try to use that as what the riders need. If I can help the riders and what I need to say.
You had some really good years as a factory guy, like I said, like 87, 91 was good. A lot. Did you ever come close to a factory ride? Did anybody, like, were you in a running for anything? Like, did you ever?
Yeah, I mean, I was always the bottomless guy, right?
Yeah.
So they would fill their spots with their top guys, and then it would be like, hey, maybe Guy Cooper, Larry Brooks, or, something like that. And I just never made the cut, I never kind of fit in right, or, whatever. I wore glasses at that point. I always felt like that was something that they didn't want one of their riders wearing glasses, because that was a weakness. And I don't know, it just never happened. But I mean, dude, this industry has given me way more than what I thought I would get out of it when I was young.
Yeah, you should write a book, man. Your book would be fucking incredible.
It would be long.
Some of your stories that I've heard, and some of the things that you've been involved in, and people that you've worked with, is incredible. So
yeah, no, I mean, I've been fortunate for sure to be able to work with some great riders and just live the life in the motorcycle industry. And
yeah.
There's a lot to be said for that, but yeah, there's a lot of stories that go along with it too, because it's pretty fun, as you guys know.
So this is interesting. I think you'll have a great perspective on this. You've been around for a long time as a racer, of course, and as a manager. And like, I mean, I'm going on 30 years next year of either mechanic or media guy. And so like, fuck my life. But Brooks, do you think the sport, I mean, we see the unification of the series is in this SMX thing and one TV package. And honestly, I mean, I still think Pelletier and the guys don't get everything right, but it is a whole lot better than some of the other AMA referees that have been there, and you know that. Are we in the best spot, politically wise, sanctioning body wise, promoter wise, that you've ever seen? Because although they're not perfect, I kind of think we are.
Yeah, I think the sport has done well over these past 5 years, whatever it's been.
Yep.
You know, putting the two series together was huge. You know, the television package is good that everyone goes to one channel and watches what they want. And I think it's really good right now. You know, you talk about AMA, and me and the AMA go back and forth all the time.
Yeah.
And you know, I have my opinion on things. They have their opinion, but they're really working hard by bringing J-Bone in and all J-Bone's little clan, you know, and Pelletier, he listens, you know. Not that they didn't listen before, but, you know, they listen and then they make changes. It seems like it's really good. I think it still needs to get better. I think our rule book needs to get better. You know, some of the blue flags and different things like that that AMA controls, that needs to get better. But yeah, I think we've come a long way. That's for sure.
At least when Pelletier docks a rider for jumping on a Red Cross or this or that, there's science behind it. Hey, it's 2 spots, and then it's a loss of position, and he sticks to that, and that's been the rule for many years. Or staggered starts, the rules. They at least have explanations that somewhat make sense, Larry, where you're like, okay, I don't agree with that, but it's not just Duke or Steve Whitelock pulling something out, and you're like, wait, what? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think everything starts in the Stone Ages and then catches up to speed, right?
Okay.
So
yep.
I think the Duke days and the Steve Whitelock days, they were still early days. And even though the AMA had been around a long time, the sport was growing really fast at that point. And the AMA was trying to stay up with it. I think they've taken a bit of a leap and gone forward. And I think now that they're in a better spot, and I think they do listen to the teams and people that want to give their opinion. They just don't blow them off. I feel like I was blown off before, you know, back in the day. I was just a little kid, and they would just say, shut the hell up, you know? And, but I think they're growing along with the sport. And, I mean, there's going to be some hurdles. I think everyone – they don't get it right the first time, or rarely. And I think they're doing a good job. I mean, I didn't think I'd ever say that, but I really do think that the promoters, the AMA, you know, promoters, the sanctioning body, everyone's working their butt off trying to make it a better sport.
Right. Do you feel like, you guys have weekly managers calls? Do you feel like those are helping and they listen to you like that? They try to make the changes you guys want?
No, I don't think that does much.
Okay.
I think that kind of lets everyone kind of talk and get it off their chest. But I think it's better because after you do mention something in like a manager's meeting or whatever, then, you know, you have a phone call after that. But it does let it, you know, get out in the air and let hit people's ears, and they can hear it. And you're going to hear, you know, people kind of sighing or whatever. But I do think that they do listen, and it is getting better. I just think the rule book needs to be tightened up a little bit. There's still too many gray areas in it.
I love this is a perfect segue to what I was going to ask. I watch MotoGP, and there's IRTA, so it's the organization of the race teams. And to hear you guys having the managers meetings, which have been happening for the last 5 years, has been great. What's it going to take for you guys to formally organize as the groups of the OEMs and the teams to then have a unified message that you guys are able to go to the series on? Does that seem like that's something anybody is interested in, or is that so far-fetched?
I think everyone would be interested in that, but everyone has their own opinion, and everyone is kind of out for their own well-being, you know, and that's what we have to get past. And I think as a group, as, you know, the manufacturers of the teams, or however you want to say it, I think we need to have one story, and everyone saying the same thing. And that's difficult sometimes because there's a lot of politics. There's a lot of people, you know, that are trying to protect their company or do the right thing for their company. And, but at some point, everyone's going to have to be saying the same thing for a real change to be made.
Yeah, I've been a big proponent the last 3 years that there needs to be. I really like what Christina Denny and Ezra Lusk are doing on their side of the AMA, and that's an important role because I've been hearing from the AMA people, having a writer come in and explain something to us from Ezra's perspective. We had never heard that, and Ezra hasn't raced in 20 years. So that's a big gap for them not to have that information. But I think on behalf of the riders, there needs to be someone, and I'm not saying union or whatever, but they need something to have their side of things. I know everybody talks to the Dirtworks guys, and you can get Mui, and you can have the conversation, but they're exactly what you said. There has to be a unified voice, not an active racer looking to do that, but someone that has the experience to be able to have the respect of everybody, know what's important, not what's just a personal vendetta, and then make the progress happen.
That's the problem with anything is somebody tries to benefit themselves or their team by saying something or having a rule change or whatever it may be, and you need somebody that is it's a generic kind of thing. It's a generic kind of conversation that everyone says the same thing. I love it that Yogi comes to the races now and Christine and everyone and I consider that J-Bone's group, and I think they're going in the right direction. I just don't think we're there yet, but we're definitely on that road.
We got a phone call from Natty. What's up, Natty? Welcome to the show. What's your question for Larry Brooks?
Oh, Larry's such a fan, man. Any Jim Hawley stories?
Everyone wants to hear Jim Hawley stories. I've got a few, but I'm
maybe
not
for the book.
Yeah. All right, Natty, you got a question?
Yeah, so I was watching Bubba's World today on YouTube. Was reminded of the backflip abort. What did you say to James in that moment?
Truly, I don't think he wanted to do a backflip that day. I think he was praying that I was going to shut him down. But yeah, it was something that he could have done without. Josh Hill did a backflip, and that didn't work out so well for him. And anytime anyone talks about a backflip, I think of Josh getting off at 30 feet up in the air and crushing his body. I wasn't going to let that happen. That's for sure.
Thanks, Natty. Appreciate
Talk about the politics. Hey, does Deegan race any 450 opposite coast next year?
I don't think so. I think 450 Nationals, though. He's in for that.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Natty. Larry, I know it went south at the end. Do you talk to James at all? Have you seen him at the races?
We've had a few conversations.
Oh, you have? Okay, good.
Yeah. Kind of leave things behind,
Sure.
Yeah, I wasn't too pumped at the time, but you can't just live with that forever. And him and Ken were flying when Ken rode that at that Ironman race. When Ken rode that 250, I just walked up on him, and James and Ken were standing there talking, and me and James just started talking, and I think he was as surprised as I was surprised that I walked up on him.
Yeah,
but. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah. He was cool.
When you look back at your professional career, mostly as a manager, like we said, you accomplished so much. And I mean, not that you're not having a great time now, LB, but man, the Chaparral days with Jeremy and winning, and you guys were having a good time. I got a little slice of that when I worked for you for that half a year. Was that your favorite time as in your professional career? Like, was that the time when you look back, you're just like, yeah, this is awesome?
God, I've had a lot of good times. I've had a lot of good riders, so that kind of goes along with it. But the Jeremy days, that was when I was fresh, when I was new, and I had just started being a team manager. And to have a rider like Jeremy McGrath, a lot of people don't understand because they didn't live it. You get it. You were there. You got to live it with us, and just the person that he was and the athlete, the racer that he was, it couldn't have been any better. Like, holy crap. Like, everything he touched turned to gold. So it was kind of difficult that you wouldn't have a good time. And he definitely liked to have a good time once in a while.
I've said this before, and I don't want to piss off any of my friends or listeners, but there's never been a champion like Jeremy in our sport. There hasn't never been, as far as the total package, like of just fan friendliness, fan popularity. I mean, nobody liked him in Georgia, but that was about it. The way he acted, the way he treated you to your face. I don't know if there's ever been another guy like that, honestly. And I hate that, like, I'm not shitting on the current guys, and a lot of them are great. But in my eyes, and maybe that's an old man walking uphill to school both ways, Larry, but I really think that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he was a really good person, you know, and you know, he had a great personality, and he treated his fans really good. Not that the writers don't do that now, because I think they do. I think it's just so serious now, you know, that they can't even take a breath without, you know, a fan being on top of them or a team being on top of them and keeping them straight. And I think it's just a different time, a different age, and it's going to be a long time till we have another Jeremy McGrath, if we ever do.
Yeah.
Just the amount of winning, like we said, and the person that he was. But, you know, there could be at any time. You know, we thought other riders were going to, you know, reach that goal and reach those race wins that he had in 7 Supercross championship. I mean, I don't know who that person's going to be, but you know, I'm just thinking that at some point, every sport you have to come up with a new champion. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'll ever have the same fun that I did, but I'm a different age. It's a different time, and you know, it's hard to really compare year to year.
Okay, Larry. So this is a perfect time for us to bring up the whole Grow the Sport thing, because you are an instrumental part of all of the stuff that's happening. Like, you're prepping bikes to go on the Jay Leno show and all of that. But then your guy Ken went to F1 in Miami last week, which is like arguably one of the biggest events happening. Everybody goes to that.
Nichols
now.
Went to Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's in the mainstream. It's in the mainstream now, and we really do have a lot of things. But what is it, from your perspective, that's different about now? My opinion is that there's just so much more media and there's so much more exposure, and you just see so much and everybody's famous that it's harder to make that splash. But, like, to live what you guys live with Jeremy, and then to see it now where Ken's a Red Bull athlete and he is got a display in almost every gas station, like, what do you think of that, and what can we do to make it be what it should be?
Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough question.
I know it's a loaded question, you know, but, like, you've lived it, and you get to live it a second time now in the modern era where everybody's so critical of it, while you had the golden era, you know.
You know, I don't think you can have fun like we had fun back then with social media and everything that we have now, that, you know, everyone sees what you do. It's kind of like a rat, you know, in the game. And you know, you don't want to make a wrong move or insult somebody or whatever. I think there's just too much on the line now that you can't be really who you are. I think Deegan does a good job of it. I think he has fun. You know, he's a kid still. You know, he hasn't made too many mistakes, and he does a good job with his social media. But I think social media was the downfall of all sports. It's just you know, you know exactly what each athlete's doing, and everyone's got a phone camera in their hand day to day, and it's honestly too dangerous for these guys to have a good time and possibly insult somebody or rub them the wrong way. It can go south really quick.
Larry, how do you like? And I don't know, it's Derek or Davin. Which one of your kids are you bringing to the races? But how do you like that?
Yeah, that's Davin.
Sorry. Yeah. What's that been like?
I mean, I really enjoy it. I mean, going to work with your kid every weekend, it's pretty awesome. Yep. You know, you raise kids, you know, kind of send them out in the world, and then they come back and want to work with you and travel with you. And I walked with my granddaughter on track walk this weekend, me, Davin, and her. And I mean, I'm the full grandpa, you know, now, and I don't know. I'm just having a blast doing it, and I'm very fortunate that the pipes let me do it the way I want to do it, and yeah, it's really cool to have your family with you.
What's the biggest professional regret you have who should have you signed? Who shouldn't you have signed? What should have you done differently? What's the regret? I mean, so many things have worked out for you. So many wins and championships, and I mean, even the pivoting from Chad to James couldn't have worked out any better. What's the regret though?
I really try not to regret. You know, I've tried hard, like my whole career, my whole life, not to regret something, because I feel like life is already written for you. You just have to live it, and you have to make decisions at times. But if you make that decision, it's the right decision. You know, and I try not to regret anything, and I try not to think, God, I should have done it that way. Yeah, I do say that once in a while, but I've never had anything that really bit me in the butt, you know, and I just, like, for 12 months, I think, God dang it, why'd I do that? So, yeah, I just, my life, the way I live my life, I try not to regret.
Okay, all right, yeah. Well, that's nicely said, I guess. I mean, I was hoping you were going to come in with like, I regret firing Matthes.
Hey, I didn't have a choice.
I know. The worst was I had no vehicle and I had to give back my sweet Mazda Troy Lee truck. That was the worst part of the whole deal.
Honestly, those things were awesome at the time. Those Mazda with the flames down the side, and yeah, those were.
Larry's like, hey, we got to let you go and we need the truck back. But I remember you said, hey. Do you have another car? And I'm like, no. And you're like, okay, well, drop it off Monday or like keep it for the weekend. Or I don't remember what you said, but you were like, you don't got to give it to me right now, but soon.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, good. I got to get a car.
God, I mean, those were that kind of sucked. Honestly, that did suck because I really enjoyed working with you. So
I know. You're telling
was
me.
A bummer.
Yeah. I thought I was set, man. It was not a great idea, but hey.
No. Hey, things change. It did suck. It sucked for both of us, but really sucked for you.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Anything else for Larry, Anton?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Are you going to ask him the age question?
I do. Okay. We talked to Brayton. We talked to Zach. We talked to Phil. Cooper wins his title. He's the oldest champion, all of that. You just got done working with Kyle Chisholm, who's racing well into his 30s, 3 kids, married, all of that. Larry, from your perspective, what is it about right now where you're seeing these guys being able to push it well past what was the golden age of being 25, 26? What kind of information are you learning when you work with these guys? Like to see Ken and know how methodical he is, to see Kyle do what he's doing. And then for you, from your industry perspective, when do you guys give them the freedom to, like, hey, we trust you. You can do what you need to do. You're not just some loose cannon kid.
Yeah. I think the older they are, the smarter they are. But at some point, that fear factor dips in there. So you have to be a little bit careful with age. But, the motorcycles are so good. They're not beating these guys' bodies up as bad. That was really the reason that a lot of riders would retire so young is the motorcycles weren't that good. And they would either fall off or the bike would beat them to death and injure their back, injure their knees, injure their wrists, whatever it may be. And medicine wasn't as good back in the day. I think the motorcycles are good. They're not beating these guys up. I think the medicine is a lot better. These guys are taking training a whole lot more serious now. And so I think their bodies are better. But that allows us to see these guys in their prime. You don't really get smart till you get 28, 30, around that age. When you're a kid, you're just balls out, just hanging it out, and you do it on talent. But when you see these guys at 30, whatever, you're seeing a smart individual, and their craft is refined. They've worked on it for a long time. They've been through a lot. So, I see champions coming in being older nowadays, and I don't think that's much of a surprise if you really look at how the sport has changed and how much smarter these guys get a little bit later on in their career.
Yes. Speaking of YouTube, I watched the one with Hannah, and they're like, Hannah, he's so old. He's 27. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, he's ancient in this sport. And you're like, wait, what? 27?
Yeah, but it was so different then, like he would just hammer laps in the desert and just, you look at that bike and it had, 6 inches of suspension or whatever. And they had foam seats that were, 6 inches tall just so that they wouldn't sit down and blow their back out. And I just see that medicine is so much better. Their physical fitness is so much better, and the motorcycles are better. So now we're seeing older champions.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect answer because, like, not to insult any fans, but everybody's always like, these old guys just want to stay in the 250 class because they're not learning. And it's like, well, they're staying around because they figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
Like that's just
they're making
it is.
$300,000 racing half the supercrosses and then some nationals.
Not to get into the weeds on that one.
No, but
when you're so people are so dumbfounded of like, how is there a 28-year-old in the 250 class? Because they can do that now. They weren't doing it 20 years ago. It's just a possibility.
Yeah. I think, I think that's why our sport has gotten older. Now we see guys with families up on the podium and stuff, and it's just because that's the age of having kids and having families. We've just gotten a little bit older, and we're seeing the better part of the sport now because we're racing with more experienced and mature guys, and it's changed over the years, that's for sure. But I think in a positive way.
LB, we've seen guys with dogs on podiums too. I don't know if you knew about that or not. But...
I did know about that.
Oh, did you? Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, he wasn't too pumped that I said something about it.
Damn, I forgot. I remembered that, but that was so long ago.
We had Doggate for a while. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was the girlfriend that really didn't like me, but
yeah.
I should have kept my mouth shut.
You shouldn't, but like, okay, to what he started the show with, and Larry, like, I know you're just being, funny about saying that nobody should care about what you care about, but the knowledge that you have, both from a racer, but then as a manager, the technical stuff that you have, if anything, I think that you and other guys like you aren't being talked about enough because the dynamic that you guys bring in is a big selling point that could make fans more interested. I watch F1. I know he doesn't want to, but when I watch F1 and the Zach Brown guy that runs McLaren, you know his entire backstory and what he says, and then you have a little bit more insight onto why does McLaren make that decision. LB has all of the same experience, probably 10 times more for his craft. And if we were able to extract that to explain to people, hey, it's this, it would open up so many more windows.
There you go, Larry. Do more of these shows, more media.
But everybody, all of the guys, all of the team manager guys have such an important thing, and the dynamic that they play. For Larry to come back after he left, and he's an all-timer, that is tremendous, and that's something that speaks volumes to how fun this job is to do.
I don't look into it that deep. I totally agree with you. I don't look into it that deep. And I'm more of a background guy. I like to stand in the background and kind of work with my rider and the team and stuff like that. And I'm not a front guy. I want the rider to be the front guy, and I want him to get all the exposure. But there is a lot of cool shit that goes on in the background, and let's say on Tuesday night at the shop, or something during the week, or there is a lot of cool stuff that would make a good story.
I've told this story before on this show, but when Larry was a manager at Chaparral, one time at Millville, we would change out the pivot point on the cases, right? So you'd move the pivot up and down in the cases and move the back end of the motor up to change the...
Another thing no one knows happens.
Yeah, just change the angle of the bike and change the chain torque and all that. And Larry's like, hey, after Saturday practice, he's like, hey, I think we should move the pivot. And I'm like, fuck, you got to take the cases.
Wait, first off, that is taking the bike down to the frame.
Yeah. And you're like, I think we should do that. And this was Saturday after practice, right? And I'm like, really? And you're like, yep, we're going to do that. You probably talked to Timmy at the time, and Timmy said, sure, try it or whatever. And I will say this, I remember, the mechanicking career was a long time ago, but this moment, I remember like it was yesterday. Brooks sitting there with me, drinking Mountain Dew, while I did the work, but talking about bikes and setup, and Larry was getting into it. And, a lot of managers, and I've had them, would just be like, hey, you got the rental car, do this, and, whatever. And LB was like, we didn't get out until 11 at night or midnight on Saturday
It
night
was late.
before the next morning's race
At Millville.
And
Yeah,
you
but,
stayed with
you
me,
know-
and like you were just like, this is going to help Timmy. We're doing this. You know,
We were a team.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way I see it. It's like a football team. Like, hey, if one guy's going to be there, we're all going to be there. And I just think that's how it should run. And I think that made our relationship better. You respected me. I respected you more. And we got the work done. And the bike was better the next day. And Timmy did do good.
do you remember what happened the next day?
No, I'm just thinking it's Millville sand. And
No. He did do well first moto, 5th in the first moto. It was a really good ride, and I think it was 5th. 99 Millville, people can look it up. Second moto, he was running second and absolutely died in the whoops and broke his throttle housing. Cartwheel.
Oh,
yeah.
I do remember that.
I had to go push the bike from the
look at
creek.
how good he rode.
He did. No, he was on it.
He would have gone 5 and think of the worst 3.
Yep.
He would have stood on the podium.
Yeah,
So-
he was on it. It was a really good day until that cartwheel into sand whoops. But,
So that change was the right change.
Yeah.
Steve.
But I will say this, Larry, I was on other teams where the managers did not do what you say as a football team. They did not do that, you know?
I mean, everyone has their own style. Everyone does it their way. And,
Yeah.
and you know, I don't bash anyone. They can do it however they want to do it. I just love it. I love this sport. And I want to be part of it, you know, and I think working on the motorcycle is a fun thing. So, you know, sometimes there is important things to do and you do have to leave or whatever, but I didn't have anything better to do.
Yeah. But that's also why guys like Oscar and Delorier and so many other guys followed you around for a while, you know? Big B.
Yeah.
Like they went where you went, you know? Because you
Yeah.
ran-
No,
you ran
I
a
had
tight ship,
I had a really good team there for like 11 years. Like, wow. Not that I don't have a good team now, but I had my same team for like 11 years. And yeah, they were some great mechanics and great motor builders. And yeah, I've been fortunate to work with some good people.
You ever see Jerry Campbell anymore? Any idea what Jerry's doing?
Once in a while, somebody
okay.
mentioned him the other day. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, he works construction now.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, he kind of just went off and did his own thing.
You ever tell a story publicly about when you and Big B told him that the sunglass guy was looking for a sponsor with those things that go on the end of sunglasses?
God. And those fluorescent armbands.
Larry and Big.
You have to tell the story. You'll tell it way better than me.
So there's those things that they were like rubber neoprene tubes, and they go on the end of sunglasses, right?
Like to keep them on your head.
Yeah, to keep on your neck
Yeah,
and everything,
exactly.
right? Keep them on your head. And Larry and Big B told Jerry, who was working for Lamson, Timmy at the they told him that the guy who invented those is at the races and he's looking to sponsor someone, and like they got big money, but you gotta run the product, Jerry. And so like I guess it was bright pink. Was it pink?
Yeah, it was like Dayglow green and Dayglow pink.
Right.
And he had the wristbands on both. Green one on one side, maybe 2 on each side, and then on the other side, and then he had that thing, that strap on his glasses.
On his glasses. And they were like, dude, you got to keep it because if he sees you, like, you know, this will be the sponsorship. We'll land the sponsorship.
Yep. and you'll make money because if you get on TV, they're going to give you a bonus, like a $500 bonus for every minute that you're on
Who
it.
came up with this?
And,
I don't.
Oh my God, dude. He had fluorescent all over him. And I couldn't keep from laughing. Big B was he was doing it so good. It was the funniest thing you've ever seen in my life. And Matthes was on the ground rolling.
It was great. Yeah, it was fat. And they was like, yeah, Jerry, yeah, you got to keep these on. You got to keep them on, man.
I have a lot of fun with B now at the Cowie truck, but I can only imagine what it was like back then.
Oh, yeah.
He was young. He was probably like 22 at that time. I mean, he was
yeah.
Oh my God, it's awesome. He's the best guy.
Yeah, he was funny, man. He had some moments. He hated me at first. God, he hated me.
Did he?
Yeah, because I was a little messy in the truck. So, it wasn't good.
Oh,
Yeah, I blew solvent out of the tank. I was cleaning, and he fucking threw my.
You dumped it out of your swing arm. He still talks about it.
Okay, that was it. Yeah.
You just dumped it?
Your swing arm or your cylinder or something, and you walked out on the lift gate and you poured it onto the asphalt. He almost lost his mind.
Yes. Not happy with me. Not happy. But, you know, we all got better. We all learned things.
Hey, we were all learning at that point.
Yeah, it was funny, though. Some of those moments were and Big B telling the story. I don't think I was there, but at some point, Dave Damron was like, hey, I'm buying too much food for, you know, I only want to buy food for the team. And, like, Big B was putting signs like, no turkey for you, and no turkey. You can't have any turkey. Only Jeremy gets turkey, and like just taking what Dave wanted and like going further over top. Big B was hilarious. Yeah. So
he always took it to the extreme, but in a funny way. That's why we had so much fun, you know, just because we had good people around us.
Yeah, it was some fun back then for sure. Well, listen, LB, try not to make it 400 fucking shows until you come back on, okay? I'll try to convince you otherwise, but yeah. Otherwise, always fun to talk to you at the races. Thank you for the interviews and thank you for coming on tonight. And we will see you at the Great Outdoors. They say it's the Great Outdoors, so we'll see you at Paula, man. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be sweating. So, all right, Michael and Steve, thank you.
All right, thanks, LB.
See you, Larry.
See you guys. Bye.
Larry Brooks, everybody, brought to you by Wisco. Pulp25 is code to save.
That's the longest I've ever talked to Larry, I think.
Really? Yeah.
We've talked in the past.
Yeah.
Last week at Denver, though, I was walking off the track, and he was walking to the team manager tower, and I stopped to pick a rock up off the track, and he gave me the head nod, like, good job. So that felt nice. One of the old heads knows I know what I'm talking about, so there we go.
I joke around because I go see Brooks and I go see Peyton, and I'm old as shit, and they're older, and I don't talk about Marchbanks or Roxon or whatever. We end up talking 1985 stories or like Brooks. I went to a press day this year, and instead of talking to any rider that was out there, Larry and I were talking about Ultracross series, you know? And I'm just like, this is so dumb, but I'm loving this. Like, I love, you know, like, this is great. Like, Brooks and Peyton are like walking history.
Oh,
you know
dude,
what I mean?
Me and A-Ray got to have a beer with Mitch and Pernard at the Dallas SMX race this year.
Okay.
That was like all time. Because again, it's walking history, and just to ask Mitch a couple of things, and then Larry, same thing. Did when B's truck, when the Yamaha Chaparral truck would show up, dude, the circus came to town.
Yeah.
Everybody, every Supercross.
Oh,
I know in St. Louis, we knew where it was coming from. My lunch lady was excited about MC coming to town. To just be a part of that and just like.
Yeah. I only
my God.
worked 2 races in '99 with McGrath, Summercross, and then Washougal. He came back out for Washougal, and it was like fucking Elvis landed, like a rock star landed. Like it was. I'll never. Randy Lawrence is like tightening the triple clamp, reaching over, signing autographs, photos, and like Jeremy would walk from the front lounge to the back of the truck, so we'd be in that.
And that one little cutout,
opening of the doors, and people you know, and then like it was something else, man. Yep.
And exactly what you guys said, and I'm not just saying this because I know Jeremy. He was our landlord at Swap Moto Live. He fucking really is that nice of a person. It's unbelievable.
He's a great champion for our sport, a great ambassador. You know. So, all right, got some phone calls here. Thanks to Larry Brooks for coming on. Of course, Lightside has an idea for my race, my privateer race. What's up, Lightside?
Hey guys, is the connection okay?
Yeah.
I'm glad Anton's there because this would be a good referee thing for the idea here. And it can still be done this year. It's not for next year. It could be for SMX Las Vegas finale.
Okay.
I think we can get 7 digits, all going to privateers.
Okay.
It would be, who are the 2 guys that do one was the rapper, that dude?
I don't know what.
Who was the dirt biker that's the rapper now?
7 Deuce Deuce.
7 Deuce Deuce.
Yeah. Okay. He's the guy on the microphone, and his brother. Steven Cooksey in the ring.
Yeah. No.
5 rounds.
All right. See you later. Not interested. Spencer, what's up, man?
Okay. Question for the outdoors.
Yep.
I've only been to Supercross, so how do the pits work in the outdoors? Are they similar? Do they do a fan fest for the outdoors, or
I think you gotta buy a ticket. You gotta buy a pit pass.
I'm going to Fox Raceway.
Yeah, you're fine. Buy a pit pass. It's like
I think
you get a Racer X subscription with it, so it is worth it. But it's the same thing. It's a short window in the morning during qualifying. So then once the races are on, you're not going back into the pits. But it's similar.
Yeah, I
There's
think you're
an
out
autograph
at 1.
session.
You're kicked out at noon, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
But it's like, especially at Fox, and not to like shit on it, but it is a dirt lot. It's not like you're not going to see Anaheim 1 San Diego activation.
Yeah.
It's the semis in a parking lot.
I got
the
you.
same
But you
stuff
can
is there.
still walk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You can still walk up and see the bikes and everything. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, then one more quick one for Steve. Out of all your riders that you mechanic for, who had the best style on the bike?
Oh, probably a good question. I mean, Timmy's corners were unbelievable. His roll speed and the way he did corners were so good. But I would probably go with Nick Way. Nick looked great on a bike,
good.
right?
Yeah.
I think Timmy was faster, but I think Nick looked better. If that's that's kind of what you're going for. You know?
Okay, I agree with that. All right, who is Corey Moser? I don't know who is he.
I don't know.
Well, who knows?
Nobody knows.
Who do I ask? Do I ask Darkside?
Yeah. I don't know if he knows him, but Anton?
I know Moser.
You do know Moser.
These questions are submitted by Moser. Does anybody know him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know him, Anton?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
he's cool.
I'll figure out who he is.
He's worked.
later,
He's
sooner or
working.
later.
He's sending questions for a long time on the show, so we appreciate that.
I know
If you
they're
went
good.
to-
They're good questions.
Yeah, go to Washougal and you'll find him.
Yeah, he does. He live up that area.
Washougal.
He's like a
He's
Bigfoot.
usually in the trees.
Yeah, he's like a Bigfoot.
He's stumbling around like Bigfoot, yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the call. Appreciate
All
it.
right, thanks.
Appreciate that. All right, Brooks, Zacho, Phil, Brayton. PulpMX Show presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and, of course, the folks at Decal Works. Thanks to the folks at Decal Works. Brunt boots. These are everywhere right now. Our guy Hansel's got them. Rod Bell's got them. Brunt boots. Maeda. Don's rocking.
got 'em.
Don's rocking.
Don was styling this weekend because he had the wide leg black jeans on and then the Brunt boots.
Yeah. PulpMX Show is the code to save with Brunt. Best-selling Marin work boots. Check every box. They're lightweight, waterproof, slip and oil resistant, heat resistant. Best-selling Orman boot checks every box as well. For that, you can finally have durable boots that are work boots that are comfortable as your sneakers. Join over 500,000 other customers with Brunt work boots. BruntWorkwear.com. Tallon, we have not. You got a pair of Brunts. You have not actually put them to work yet, though.
I haven't put them to work. I put them on, walked around a little bit. They are very comfortable, but haven't actually
You haven't worked in
tested them as
Okay.
work boots.
So
Yeah,
you're gonna work on them soon, and then have a report.
yeah. I'll have a report soon.
A real man working over there.
Real-
in the
real
corner.
man.
Real man. BruntWorkwear.com. Code PulpMX or PulpMX Show. Either one works. And, man, I've been getting people stopping me, telling me they're stoked that we're with Brunt because, again, I don't know much about work boots. I'm not a work boot guy. But apparently if you're a work boot guy, Brunt is it. And I know a lot of our listeners are. So, and also the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Acherbys. At Acherbys USA, thank you for coming on board. At Acherbys USA, great colors, plastic. Max Voland, speaking of Acherbys, rode pretty well this weekend to get into the main event. And, at Acherbys USA on social media. From the wild to the mild colors for your bike, the Acherbys makes it all. And I love the Acherbys plastic because, as I've told you guys, I build vintage bikes and retro bikes, and Acherbys plastic always fits the best. No hauling out the holes. None of that. Acherbys stuff bolts on just like stock stuff. So thank you to the folks at Acherbys USA for all that they do on us. It is time for the Race Tech Rant. Racetech.com. Tell me listen to PulpMX. Thanks to Race Tech for the live stream sponsorship as well. That thing went really well. Marks, I guess it was double the views live stream to live stream. So
Yeah, 'cause you had Phil on.
Oh, Anton's leaving. Okay.
Let the man get a drink.
Well, he can just say get a drink.
No, he's self-sufficient.
He gets up, or he can just tell me to mute his mic and then get a
He just
drink.
wanted me to look at him.
Okay.
He's
Anyways.
bending over there and
Race Tech.
I'm okay now.
Yeah, I bet. Racetech.com. Listen to Pulp. Tell them get a suspension service. Get your motor work done. Whatever it is. Is that a huddle?
It is.
Yeah.
I haven't had a huddle. No, I think I have. I don't
Our
know.
guy Skip.
Skip does good.
Skip was at the race this weekend.
Was he?
Yeah, he was up in Salt Lake City. And also, stay tuned. We are going to do a Huddle Brewery Chiz retirement party after Vegas SMX. So stay tuned for that. We're going to announce that and where to get tickets and all that stuff there. Race Tech Rant of the night. Thank you to Race Tech. Great guys. And I had a fan come up to me this weekend and say, I got a Race Tech Rant. So that it's spreading. Okay.
You haven't thought that it's been spreading for the last 3 years?
I don't know, man. Just bringing it up. All right. So if you listen to the review show, then this is from there. If you haven't, then this is new for you. But listen, I know a lot of you are frustrated with the TV coverage. I think a lot of you are not focusing on the right things because Some people don't like this. Some people don't like. You're never going to like 100% of the TV coverage, and it's really hard to cover Supercross for all the reasons that Weigandt has said. Obviously, he works for the TV broadcast, so he's he's involved in that. But, and again, I've done the analyst job. I've done color jobs on webcasts, and that's tough too. All of that, I think you people are too hard on the broadcast. I've said it over and over. But I got to call a spade, and I mentioned this earlier. When you have Seth Hammaker 1.5 seconds behind for the championship, to get the championship, and he was going to make a run at Vial in the whoops, and it was all coming together. He was doing great, and you're showing Deegan by himself going slow, looking around after crushing the competition. You've done it wrong. If you can split box that thing or just cut off Deegan. I mean, look, the fact that the Ricky, James, and Lee were not even talking about Deegan, even though he was on the screen, like the number one rule of broadcast is do not talk about what's off screen. The viewer's going to be frustrated or pissed off at you. Those three guys, they didn't care.
They knew better.
They didn't care because they know the screen should have been on Hammaker going after Vial. And he made a mistake, and none of you saw it, and he crushed the rhythm section, and it would have been great, and all we saw was Deegan. Now, I understand. I'm going to play the devil's advocate. Also, a rule in broadcasting is show the winner of the race because that's Yamaha, that's Deegan. You know, it's what are you there for? To show the winner of the race. The Yamaha rider won it. You know, if you're Yamaha, that's what you want. You got to show the winner because it's sort of what you owe the winner and the winner's team. Mm-hmm. But that can be 4 seconds or 3 seconds. It doesn't need to be Deegan riding around. They blew it. They just blew it. They should have been on Hammaker. It could have been amazing if it had happened. It didn't happen, but even still, they blew it. My Race Tech Rant blew it. And again, I think you people are too hard on the TV, but in this case, flame away, man. You got to show that race. You got to show that right down to the wire. And the fact the announcers were talking about it and it wasn't shown shows you what they were thinking too.
The fact that I think that what you just said too, the announcers, that they know what to watch, and Jason has made points of guys looking at live timing to get a read on what's happening because the monitor's not going to show them everything. It shows that they're smarter and more aware of how a race plays out than maybe they're given credit for the time that they talk. I agree with you. You know, there is a lot of things that they get heat on, some stuff unjustifiably so, but there's other stuff that I see where I'm just like, dude, how'd you miss that one?
Yeah, again, it's tough. I get it.
It's tough. I get it.
In this case,
and I know all those guys are trying, but I again see, like, if you had a dedicated staff and it's not just hired filmers from, like, the CBS NBC Sports affiliate for Salt Lake City. If there was,
because
there are full-time guys that are a part of it.
Even this hockey game, these guys won't be full-time guys. They'll just be local cameramen.
Yeah, I get that, but they also are local cameramen that cover that all the time. How many guys are just covering moto?
Yeah,
all the time?
Well, yeah, they wouldn't be able to. There's not enough.
Yeah,
races,
but see, that's what I mean though. Like it's a very specialized thing.
Yeah.
The one thing that I think the TV broadcast could just do two things, and I said this to Weege, and he told me that this year has been a. I told him this last year, Anaheim won, when we were watching first practice session. I was like, hey, don't talk as much. Just stop talking. Like, we want to hear the bikes. And he thought I was crazy. And then I guess this year that's been like a production thing, that they want them to not talk as much so we can hear the motorcycles and the things that happen. And I think that's great because I would totally watch a feed of just the race noises from the track. I have the F1 broadcast package. It's a couple $100 a year, but it has a feed that's just the racetrack sounds, all the microphones that are around there. And so when I put it on my big TV, I sound like I'm at Monza. You know, it's sick.
Yeah.
The other thing would be and you could get this done because I see Brian McDonald, who does a lot of the video overlay stuff, get an iPad, do one big wide angle lens, show the whole track, and upload that on YouTube later on in the week. So you could watch the entire layout and find your guys. There's a lot of little things that we could do just to make the TV broadcast a little bit better that would require not a lot of work.
Yeah, fair. Race Tech Rant of the night. Yep, got to show Seth Hammaker and Tom Vial there. Have to do it. And it was brutal that it wasn't. My second rant of the night is just like, bro, what is going on with Mitch Payton and his team? Right, it is beyond tragic these days. And I gotta think the motocross gods gave him so many titles from 1991 on. And like when the bike switched to 4 strokes, there was nobody on it like Mitch Payton with his guy Drino Miller that was doing the 4-stroke stuff. Came from Toyota. They had such an advantage. They were crushing guys. And somehow the motocross gods are like, nope, that's it, Mitch. Nope, you're never going to win again. AC throws away a championship in Vegas. Marty breaks a chain with the points lead. Dino gets stuck in Canada. Baggett gets hurt. All those Malcolm and Bogle years, that should have been a pro circuit sweep those years. They never could get it done. Justin Hill gets it done 2017. And then now, like, they just, again, on the verge of Hammaker being the best guy this year. I'm sure I'm missing some other ones. And he just can't win a title. And I don't know what Mitch Payton has done to the motocross gods. And that's my race tech round of the night because it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's happening with the injuries and we had Kitchen and McAdoo hit each other last year. They had the red plates. Didn't they? I think they both had the red plates.
I think so. That one, of all the ones that you guys always say, that is the one that I feel the worst for Mitch on.
Unbelievable.
That one of all of them is the one I feel the worst for.
It's insane that the two guys from Pro Circuit with the points leads are right there did that. And my race tech rant, like, what the fuck, man? Motocross gods, what the fuck? All right.
I got to give Mitch a lot of credit. You can tell he loves this because he could have sold PC, I'm sure, at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Way back in the day. Just, I'm good. The fact that he wants to just keep it going.
I asked him on the live show when we did a live show from there a couple months ago. I was like, what are you going to do? He's just like, yeah.
Keep doing it.
Yeah. Like, there was no.
I'm like, what else would you do? You know?
I don't know. Yeah. All right. What's your race tech rant?
I mean, dude, it's such a slam dunk easy one because everybody's going to say it and whatever. Jet at the Met Gala was cool. I know a lot of other people are going to be like, the Met Gala, and for all the reasons because of celebrities. It's cool. It's cool that he did that. It is a big deal.
Why in the last off tangent?
Go ahead,
here. Yeah. I always thought the goal in life, in anything, was to be successful. Be really good at something, make a lot of money, be very successful. That was the goal of the life that I was always brought to be, right? And you want to do that. And why in the last 5 to 10 years is it like rich and successful people are evil?
There's a balancing act because I'm going to fall into that category. I think that there's a cusp when you go off the cliff of like when you hit enough money that you could do a lot of good to help people, but then you just decide to be a fucking prick. Then you have a problem, and I have a problem with those rich people. But just to be, hey,
I'm talking about celebrities.
But celebrities, hey, man, I just happen to play a movie character, and I just happen to do it really, really well.
Yeah.
Like, what's the problem with that? I think it's just people's infatuation, and then having to obsess about what LB said. You don't need to know what every A-list celebrity thinks all the time. You didn't know 25 years ago. It was just made up shit in the National Enquirer that wasn't real, but now you do know.
So the backlash is like hearing these people's opinions?
I think so. It's getting the bombardment
of everyone gets everyone's opinions nowadays on these.
And it's if you
phones.
want to do that or not. You know, you could very easily turn your phone off and not see the shit.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so on to, everybody is like, okay, he did this. Why is Moto not bigger? This is the one thing is not going to put it over the top. You know what I mean? And I know you say it all the time that it is what it is and it's in the bubble. Colt was on Pat McAfee. AP's going to do Dale Jr.'s thing. Kenny just met Gordon Ramsay. I've said it a million times. There's a Monster Energy logo display with either Axel or Hayden or Eli at almost every gas station in the country. We have infiltrated the mainstream so much, but it's not what it was 20 years ago. Like, everybody's like, why aren't they on, like, Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon? You're all 35 years old. Are you watching Jimmy Fallon at 11 o'clock on a Friday or a Saturday or a Wednesday night? Like, nobody's watching
those
that.
are done now.
That shit doesn't matter anymore.
But whatever the equivalent is.
Whatever
which would be McAfee. Which
would be McAfee, and it's working. But one thing is not going to do it. One thing is not going to be the aha moment. It's going to be a constant guerrilla marketing effort of what they're doing by getting the right guys into the right places, doing it over and over again, building a legitimate interest from new portions of the public, connecting with the people that really do care about it, showing them why it's important to get out there. But everybody's got to be on the same page. One thing is not going to do it. Every time somebody does something to try to do something, you can't motherfuck them that it's going to work or it's not going to work. You're going to sell us out or you're just making us look stupid. Everybody forgets about it by tomorrow. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
but to do a couple, like, we do need to do some stuff. It needs to be a coordinated effort to figure it out. No, not everybody's going to be excited about it. That's cool. You can complain about it too, but, like, it's not going to be this overnight, we made it. It's a long time effort, and they got to really put a lot of puzzle pieces to figure out what they want.
We're not making it because we're motorcycles.
No,
we're
dude,
motorcycles.
you could make it. You could make it. You could make it. The motorcycle riding culture is so big, and for everything, dude. They're everybody that likes. Dude, a sprint car driver just texted me right now that loves motorcycle racing. You know what I mean? Like,
well, he's in our group.
But people like motorcycles. Motorcycles are everywhere. There's Future and fucking whoever, Young Thug. You know, two of the biggest rappers.
Yeah,
I know
Marks.
you don't know what this means. Just did a big music video. Future's wearing Alpine Stars race pants. It does not get bigger than that.
Dude, we had Vernon Reed from In Living Color on Saturday Night Live wearing Axel pants.
And you guys are talking about that, and that was 35 years ago.
I know. I'm just saying it's been done.
It's been done.
We didn't
and
explode. We didn't. Nothing.
But
happened.
you're still talking about it 35 years
Well,
ago,
I am,
and a
'cause
lot
I'm-
of people
'cause
in
I'm
your
a dork. But yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of people that are like 17 that love Future and are so happy that Young Thug is out of jail.
I am too.
Dude, they are just fucking chopping at the bit, and let them have their moment to be excited for
Yeah,
Moto
no, I got
getting
no problem.
embraced.
I got no problem.
I know you don't, but other people do. And this older mentality of like, I get that y'all love 1997. That's cool, but like, just 30 years ago, it's past that. You got to let the new people with new young money have their little bit of it.
Free Jeffrey.
That's right.
I just I don't care about all that stuff. I don't care about Jet going to Met Gala ball. I don't care about any of that. It's awesome. It's great. It's all good. We are not growing. We are not going to become some sort of NASCAR. Let's just put us on NASCAR.
Look, NASCAR doesn't even know what they're doing.
Well, definitely the last few years, but like we're not even going to be in the again, I read The Athletic every day.
Mm-hmm.
There's a NASCAR story on there every day. Probably because I read it, so it's propagates that way, but we're never getting to that point. We're not going to get ESPN with a motocross, supercross little headliner that you would click on. And that's okay.
I don't think in the current iteration, no. I think that if a new ownership group came in and bought what is already in place, which I'm not saying it's going to happen now, but if somebody, I mean, we just said it, both groups are working together. There's a built-in TV package. If somebody from a big investment group wanted to come spend some money and turn it into, hey, we're Liberty Media Junior. We own these baseball teams. We own this. We know how to do sports marketing. Let's acquire this if it ever became for sale and then blow it up. But
yeah,
then,
I mean, I'd love to get our athletes out there more. Our guys are gnarly, right? Like,
but then it also, the other thing that we all talk about of like, when it does grow, how comfortable would we be with that? Because like, would we be happy? Like, we're watching this NHL game. And again, the Honda commercial. Honda is the official car provider for the NHL. There's been moto in the commercials 5 times. There's been a girl crashing a Honda CRF 250 in Fox gear. She's on the TV screen for 8 seconds. Does it get much bigger than that when you're Honda on the NHL? Like, you're in the mainstream. You just have to accept that it's there and figure out what you're going to do with it. But
figure out these nights, Golden Knights.
But I just
turn it off.
I said it earlier too. There's a lot of new demographics that are getting the chance to be interested in it. There's a lot of young girls that like obviously the boy band look of Hayden and Jet and like good-looking young dudes that have sex appeal and style and flair, all that stuff. You need them to come in, but then when they become a Levi Kitchen fan because Levi's just a little bit different, or they're a Seth Hamaker fan, or whatever it is, give them a reason to come in and stop fucking browbeating them that they can't do that.
Gatekeepers.
Michael Lieb and I talked on Friday. What he's doing with the SMX jersey thing is awesome. That's making a lot of money, and that's changing. I'll admit what Don and everybody making fun of pickup kits for forever and shaming an entire generation of people not to do it. It's fucking adding millions of dollars to the bottom lines of a lot of companies. Are we just going to cut our noses off to not bring money in because it doesn't look cool? But when the money does come in, are you going to be happy if it's medical money? If it's big investment money like BlackRock?
Does this include PulpCast or Pulp
If
shows?
you wanted to.
Okay.
But like, okay, BlackRock.
Because Mark's salary is out of hand.
People want to like get into that. That's a big investment group, right?
Yep.
Own everything. They own a lot of the property that's on the Strip. They're an owner of the Boston Beer Company, which is Twisted Tea. So they have an in moto. And they're also looking like they're going to be one of the investors to help save KTM. Doesn't really get much bigger than them. But do you want that? Do you want a corporation with that kind of clout, that kind of controversy and all the things around it to spoil what we have? That's the other thing that people got to be aware of.
Well, at the end, it's going to happen whether or not it happens. You got to get on board or just get out of the sport. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, whether you're ready, quote unquote, like you say, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's going the way it's going, and that's it. Get on board or
get out of the way.
Get out of the way type deal, right? So, yeah, it's all interesting.
Sorry if none of that made sense.
It did, yeah, except for that guy at the jail and the other guy. But
if you read Hot New Hip Hop, all of that part made sense
okay,
for sure.
I'll get a sub quickly.
I'll send you some songs, Steve.
Racetech.com. Thank you to those guys at Racetech Rant of the night. And Anton is basically saying to you people,
just enjoy the shit,
or just be careful what you wish for when you're yelling on Vital MX about growing the sport, because some of you people in the comments on social media don't sound like you really want to grow the sport.
Like, I mean, would I want more people to like this? Would I like 70,000 seat stadiums to be just packed? All of these things? Fuck yeah, I would. That would just be sick. Not because I would make more money, but because I genuinely love this thing so much. And I think it is the coolest thing. And all of the stuff that we've said, the fact that you get to see the riders up close, that you get to see the bikes, you can talk to the mechanic, you can go home with a souvenir, you can get sprayed by the champagne. You're not getting that at the NHL game tonight. You're never going to meet one of those players. None of that stuff. There is literally a barrier between you that you're never going to get. You can go to Glen Helen and meet 75% of the starting line. We have a lot of good stuff to work within. I get it. I get where you want it to grow and everything like that, but at the same time, too, it's going to come with, like, pros and cons.
Yeah, absolutely.
And are we ready for them? I don't think we're ready to handle that kind of money.
Right. Fair enough. All right, that's been a Racetech Rant of the night. I want to do some sponsor reads. Renegade Race Fuel. Racers that win poured in. You know who's a Renegade, won a championship with Renegade Race Fuels? Will Hahn.
Will Hahn.
Will
Good
Hahn.
dude.
Yeah, is he, though?
Oh, I like Will.
Fuck Will Hahn.
PulpMX 25 is a code to save with Renegade Race Fuels. They got a new Supercross Mini 50 oil as well. It's AMA legal, oxygenated high performance. Renegade Race Fuel deliver right to your door. So that's something different from other fuel companies.
How do they do that?
They get someone to take it from their factory to the door.
No, I understand that, but like, who's their shipping partner? Like, you're not just having UPS
No.
drop that off at the
It's
house.
I forget they told me about it, but I don't know who it is. It is something special that they have done.
Yeah.
That they have coordinated with and all of that. So racers that win, pour it in, get it right to your door from Renegade Race Fuels. Big Midwest company, Renegade Race Fuels. Big in there. Ethica. PulpMX 20, the code to save with Ethica. Great underwear, great sweats. Their hoodies are fantastic. Women's wear, child's wear, men's wear. Ethica. You know the name. You know the products they have. Thank you to Ethica. Pulp 20 is the code to save with them. And have you heard about Michelin at all? Did you hear about Randy
Bobendum? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Randy Richardson.
Bobendum waved the checkered flag at MotoGP yesterday.
Oh, he did?
He did.
Bobendum.
Bobendum, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes people call it Bobendum.
I think I probably just did now.
Yeah.
I love the history of Michelin, just based on like the
Yeah.
Michelin rating guide.
Or,
I think that's
or,
cool.
Or what about the chef stuff, right?
Mhm.
All of that. It's all tied into Michelin.
And how they were trying to sell more car tires. Like the whole history of how that whole thing came to be.
They also make tires for the space shuttle.
Mm-hmm.
Randy probably changes them. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. Follow them at Michelin Motorcycle. Starcross 6s, of course, are the premier dirt bike tire that Michelin makes, but they also make a new E-Wild mountain bike tire that they developed with the DH carcass and an E-Wild pattern, and they mix them together. It's like the DH and the E-Wild had a baby, and or they did it, and they had a baby, and then this new E-Wild is the result of that. It works fantastic. They were on the Taser today that Anton rode, so thanks to the folks at Michelin for coming on board. It is time now for the I Don't Know Man segment. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. All right, I don't know, man. We're gonna have a new title sponsor for this.
Oh,
soon.
you sold it?
We did. We sold it. Yeah, to
I love it.
Yeah, listen, man. What's your I don't know, man segment?
I would say, like, as much as I travel,
Mm-hmm.
and just like in the about, I don't really get all these people that want to go the automated route. Like, I guess you just don't want to talk to people and shit. But like, if you're watching any kind of thing, and like the workforce is going to get replaced by automation and shit, why would you not just go talk to somebody? You know?
What are you talking about? You've lost me. I don't know.
Travel, just like everybody just not wanting to just like I never ever do like grocery store pickup. I don't use a lot of apps. Like if I could be on like a dumb phone, I would. But I don't do the facial recognition. I don't do the clear. I don't want them scanning my retina so I can get on the airplane 5 minutes faster. Like I'm good on all of that. And anybody that's doing that, I'm like, wow, people are crazy.
Do we have any tinfoil hats around?
We could probably make one.
Can we make one?
You could definitely make one.
Can we make one?
Okay,
So-
you know the story you told me today about your new heart rate monitor?
Yeah.
I have a heart rate monitor that's sitting in a box that Don gave me last year.
Uh-huh.
And I was playing with it, about to set it up, and then had a panic attack when I was about to check the user agreement. We're not going to sell your medical information to anybody else. And I was like, fuck you. And I put the shit back in the box and never turned the heart rate monitor on. Because, I just am so...
So you were just
I'm just living. I'm just living my life. And, all the technology stuff that I see out there where everybody's like, do this easier. I'm just like, yo, why would you do that? Why the fuck would you do that?
I'm not a nut job like you, but I don't like the cloud stuff.
I'm off. No, dog.
I
All
don't
the
like
AI
cloud
stuff, I'm off all that shit.
I don't like putting shit on the cloud. So the cloud's out there, and then people can see the cloud, and Apple's got access to your cloud, and I don't like any of that because you watch these forensic files, and the cops go to Apple or Facebook, and they get your shit if they need it, right?
Look, the printer thing. Your printer prints a thing of code that's hidden, so they can tell you what printer printed what. It's hidden in every. Yeah, you didn't know that? Every printer hides some digital code. Yeah, there you go.
What are we talking about, Marks?
I'm not talking about anything. I'm confirming what Anton was saying.
Tell me what he's saying.
Yeah, every time you print something, there's a code embedded in each print. So if they need to know where it came from. Yeah.
So if I send a letter that said, Anton, I'm going to kill your family, they can find the code and...
Yep.
That's
and down
good
to
to
the
know.
serial number that it came from.
That's good to know.
Yep. Okay, have you do you have a ink subscription service for your printer?
In other news,
biggest
Steve just
fucking
ordered a
scam that there's
shredder.
ever been.
What?
Biggest scam that there's ever been. Because I've watched it happen to me. If your credit card lapses, your printer will tell you you're out of ink until you update the credit card on file, and then it's automatically full of ink at that moment. They can shut your printer off if the credit card's off file.
How can they do that?
Go on fucking Reddit, and they'll tell you that it's happened.
Marks?
Yeah. Printer companies don't make money from the printers; they make it from the ink.
But they can turn the subscription
So they'll do
off.
whatever they have to
I
make
just
that
buy
happen.
ink from Amazon.
I'm not an Amazon
Buy a
fan
brother
either.
and be done with
Shocker.
I don't know what to say, Anton. I didn't know you were this way.
Dog, if I could be living in a cabin right now in Illinois.
Yeah. Here's my point to all of that, though. I get what you're saying, and I understand this. And I've said this to other people. Go ahead, man. If you want to look at my search browser or my printer ink code, you're not going to see nothing but motocross results. And
And I'm down with that.
I got
that.
nothing.
I got nothing to hide.
I got nothing.
I got nothing to
I'm
hide.
a loser. I mountain bike, and I do motocross talk shows. So I don't really care. So you want to facial scan me? Right on, man. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah,
I don't do it. I'm not sketchy. I'm
dumb
not building bombs. I'm
one
not,
little man protest isn't going to stop anything.
Yeah.
The beast is coming.
Right.
But when I see, I don't. When I flew out of the airport yesterday in Salt Lake City, all the TSA people, I go through TSA pre-check. I got that. The guy's sitting there, and he is a TSA officer. That's his full time. He's had this job for forever, but then he completely turned over the whole purpose of his job. You put your ID in the credit card reader.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the camera. When the computer tells me you're good to go, I'll tell you you're good to go. Why the fuck would you voluntarily sign up to make your job obsolete?
Well, they got no choice on that.
True, but at the same time,
That is not a
I
job.
can opt out and be like, hey, don't take the picture. I'd rather just you continue to have job security by running my ID, and then you tell me that I'm the person that's on my ID, and then I get on the airplane. Sorry.
Anton. This is Anton.
Okay.
A lot of hot takes.
No,
I know
listen.
I know what your next question is, and it leads into
It leads into that?
It leads into that with what I want to do.
Okay, hold on. Wesley's got a question, or Wesley's got an add-on to the Race Tech Rant. What's up, Wesley?
Hey, fellas. I'm a little bit behind schedule, my bad. So, remember last year when they did the East-West shootout and Kitchen had the red plate? I think McAdoo had the red plate, and McAdoo and Kitchen came together and cost both coast championships for the team.
Yeah.
I'm with you, dude. There's some kind of black cloud over PC Cali.
Yeah, we said that. We brought that up, Wesley. No offense, but
I'm
we actually
sorry. My
used
bad.
that specific example. It's okay, buddy.
He's core though. I love that man said on hold just to say that.
Yeah,
Love it. Good,
Hey,
good for you, Wesley.
One last thing, just curious.
Yep.
How's everybody looking for outdoors? Are we healthy?
Ferrandis said he's out today with a stress
I
fracture.
heard that.
Yep.
But, I mean, Tomac, Prado, Lawrence.
Yeah, they've all been riding.
Sexton.
Yep, we're all good
All right,
there.
sweet.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some saving grace there.
Yeah, it should be good. Outdoors will be stacked. It's going to be really good to watch. Absolutely.
All right, fellas.
Thanks,
You have
Wesley.
a good night.
Appreciate it. All right. So I don't know, man. My I don't know, man, is Michael Antonovich. I don't know, man.
I probably gave you a lot of new information
You
to
did.
hit me
You
with
did.
on that
But
one, too.
okay. So again, no hate comms. You and I are friends. We go a long way back. I mean, I was there for you, helping you out at Toronto. I'll never forget that lunch with Terry Boyd. I'll never forget it. But
TGI Fridays.
You quit Swap Moto.
Yep.
Probably a good thing. You know, stress and everything else, all that. You quit Swap Moto.
Just time.
You kind of disappeared a little bit. You came out with course heading. We've had you on the Moto 60 show. You were talking about course heading. It's your new thing. You're at the races every week. You're doing some freelance stuff. You're on Track Talkers, HJC helmets, Title 24 stuff, HJC helmets with Justin Cooper, like doing the service on that. You're putting together a nice little thing, but there's no course heading. Course heading is off course. It is crashed off the course. And so, I don't know, man. What's going on? When do you? The website says January.
Yeah, I did.
It is May right now.
I mean, I was at the races in January, so I was kind of there.
Okay, so like, what is going on? I don't know, man. When people say to me, "What's up with Anton?"
No, yeah.
I don't know, man.
A lot of people have been asking that. I think the first couple weeks was like, but that was the importance of going to every race this year was to get into it, and show that I still want to be here and still want to do this. And like, this year is more about, as I told you today, establishing it. There's a lot of stuff that, although, I worked at Transworld for all those years, and then I helped Don start Swap Moto Live. This is just me and my wife. I don't have any kind of financial help. I don't have a lawyer. I don't have this. I don't have that. I don't have little things to help be a bigger support system. So I've had to learn them as they come. And I'd rather do it right and really put the pieces together so in 2 years the IRS doesn't come beat down my door asking why my paperwork's wrong. But I also really want to enjoy this because from the time I really thought I was going to get into the moto industry, this is what I had always hoped to do, was be my own boss and take care of something. And if I'm only going to get this opportunity to do it once, I'd like to enjoy it and do it right. Granted, it's taken 5 months longer than I thought, but other things that have happened along the way, I know having a full-time dedicated website is important, but it's not going to change my life because nobody's going to a website. I need to be smarter about putting the content that's out there, but I also need to really hone in on what that's going to be and what my schedule looks like. So this year is really figuring out what does the next chapter of my life as being whatever you guys want to call me, a fucking full-time hard card holder, what that is. And I'm figuring that out day by day.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Are we going to launch course heading?
Yeah. No, I mean, it already
this
did.
year?
Yeah, for sure. It just takes more time.
Do you so in a way with Swap Moto, you're front facing, you're doing podcasts, you're out in the mix, right? You're taking a step back from that. You're a little bit out of the limelight, let's say, out of the moto media limelight. Do you like that, or has that been an adjustment for you? Because I'm sure there were a bunch of, every one of us. Sorry to interrupt you, but every one of us has, some fans that really like us. I'm sure there was some Anton heads out there.
Yeah,
Anton Nation.
I'm sure, and there is, and this year has been really nice to see that. We're gonna probably talk more about this, but I really enjoyed my time with Don. I love Don. And so many people were so curious. When we put that video out in November of me crying upstairs in my house, if you love your job so much, why would you quit and all these things? But I had done the same thing for 16 years, and although I'm only 34, when else am I gonna get the chance to go do what I need to do on my own? So if that meant taking a sabbatical, and I'd been dreaming of some kind of stress-free sabbatical to just enjoy what I've worked so long to get to, if that meant not making a little bit of money for a time and taking myself out of no offense, but what was starting to feel
grinder, right?
A rat race, this is not a shot at anybody, but what Don and I did at Swap Moto, putting together some stuff and what I felt was, hey, our new template of content quickly got copied by quite a few people. And to immediately watch what I did get taken and done somewhere else over and over and over again. I was like, fuck, I don't want to do that anymore. Like, why do I want to do that? I also am not having the instant, not gratification, but reaction of something building like Racer X or Vital would do, because we were still building at the same time. But then, like, as much as I was part of Swap Moto, it was always going to be Don's thing. Like, stuff that I
literally called Swap Moto.
100%. But, like, stuff that I wanted to do where I was trying to put more of, like, myself into it, because that's what you and Lewis have done, and Don for sure, have done such a good job at, is, like, making your personality part of the story. And I'm trying to find out what that balance is. But, like, in the last 2 years, I would do stuff like that on Swap Moto, and that audience just didn't want that, because they want Don. They don't want me. And that got frustrating, where I was just like, fuck, man, you guys don't care. So, like, what am I doing? And so to just kind of pull myself out of that for right now, really understand what it is that I enjoy so much about racing, seeing new challenges, learning new things from all the different jobs that I did this year, coming up with some ideas that are going to take longer to execute on, but I also don't have to post 4 things today and 5 Instagram posts and 2 YouTube videos.
I told you today at lunch, I'm so happy I'm out of that grind. I never really did it. Like, Pulp is not that website. And even Racer X, I've never had to do that. But the rat race of posting PRs, and I got to do these interviews, and how was your weekend, and how was press day today, I don't want to edit 10 videos and, that are gone within 24 hours.
Yeah, it's over.
They're over, and all that work is gone. So,
and like,
some of the coolest stuff that I'm the most proud of is on Racer X site of the long forms. Did the long form articles. They're up there forever. They're evergreen. You can read them whenever. They don't need to be read. That's the stuff that stays, right? And I love that stuff. But yeah.
And trust me, that stuff was stuff that I read in the November, December period, where I was like, all right, it's like, what's this going to look like? What's going to make me happy? What's the things that I want to go out there and make? Not saying that I didn't have fun with what I was doing, like, as time-consuming and stressful, like you saw me stressed on a Friday night. Megan and I, if she went to the races with me, she knew, you better go get takeout to dinner and bring it back to the hotel room, because he's not leaving. He's not getting off the computer. He's going to be a prick the whole time. And then, like, I'm going to stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning to get something done, and then I probably got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to finish it, because I didn't. And I could have changed a lot of that stuff. Like, I could have managed my time better, fully admit that. But after doing it for so long, wanting to do it a certain way, being responsible for it, like, I enjoyed it, but it just got tiring. I love shooting a raw video. I love doing interviews. I love talking. It's not the work that I didn't want to do anymore, but, like, although everybody tells me how prominent of a voice I am, nobody was listening to the fucking shit I was doing. And it just, like, why do it? Why do it now? So go do something that I want to do, that nobody else is doing, and fulfill what I like.
Any money?
No. Okay. I mean, okay. Like, there's people that are paying us. It's not like raking in. I'll tell you straight up. Made $100,000 last year. That's fucking incredible. When I was a little kid, that was the number that I put in my life. Like, if I could make $100,000 a year, wow, I must be amazing.
That's, half of what Marks makes, but yeah.
I did that. $100,000 a year in 2024 money is way different than what it was when I was laying around the house in 2006 dreaming about it. But, like, 2 years ago, I was like, if I can make $100,000 in a year, I'm happy. Like, and that's the next box achieved. And I did that last year, and I wasn't happy. Like, it doesn't change anything. Like, I'm doing everything I want to do. The money thing's not going to make or break me. We're going to get it. I know Megan doesn't like to hear that, but she's done such a good job of supporting us and knowing what we have to do, because this is our life. And the money's coming. Like, it was a pretty bleak January, just because everybody had to figure out, like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
How do you get the stuff going?
I kept checking course heading, and it was nothing there. And then
I know.
Still checking, and it's nothing there.
It's nothing there. It's on Instagram and YouTube.
I don't know, man.
But, like, it's been learning all of that stuff of what it takes, learning how to be a business person, how you get your tax ID number, how you set up your bank, how you have to wait the time out to, like, let Google monetize your channel, figuring out what your workflow. That's the other thing too. For 16 years, I had been under Don's workflow, which is good because it taught me everything I know. But at the same time, I finally get to do what I want. And if that's going to take a little bit of time for me to realize, like, well, what is that? I'm cool with that.
So when you launch course heading, which is still not launched, by the way, when you do launch it, It's not going to be your traditional motocross website. You are going to
It's
do
really
things,
not just going to be a motocross website.
You're going to do
everything that I can.
Other things.
Yeah.
You've got some things that you told me some things you got in works.
Yeah.
It sounds exciting.
Yeah.
So but for now, you're on YouTube. People can go
YouTube.
to
Yep. And like, if you want to watch a raw video, like, I know there's a bunch of other people that are out there doing raw videos of the main events. Like Tom does his, and then Gavin does theirs for Racer X or for Transworld. So 2 of the main people are doing the same thing that I'm doing. But it's fun for me to do it because I've never shot video like that of the races happening. And to have my own record of like, yo, I'm on the floor running the dad cam to get it, and then I can rewatch the race exactly how I saw it again. Fuck, man, it's made me have so much more fun watching the races again. Granted, it's not revolutionary content, but it's stuff that I'm like sharpening my tools so that when I am ready to do better stuff, more stuff of what I'm in, I know how my equipment works. I know what's to be expected. I know what the public wants. It's good.
Do you think you'll ever hire somebody?
No, I don't want to hire anybody.
No? Okay.
I got like
it'll be you and you.
If I could do this, ideally, this would only ever be me. There would never be another employee. There would never be a sales guy. There would never be a partner. It's just me. I just want to be responsible for me. I don't want to have to answer to anybody. I don't want to be responsible for anybody but my wife and kid and the people that hire me to do this stuff. But I don't want to contaminate what I'm so passionate about by having to worry about what anybody else's thing is, or how do I say this? Managing that. I just want my shit. I just want to live in my own little world.
So you've been happier this year?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's not that I wasn't happy, but like
happier. No, happier.
But just different happy.
Yeah.
Like not stressed.
Right.
Like really able to like look around and enjoy what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like those 17 races that we just did, that was the fastest run that we've ever had. But I look back on it and I'm like, man, I would leave the track on a Saturday night just so content and so fulfilled, feeling like, can it be next Saturday now? Can it be the next one? I'm ready to go.
A little bit of that because, you don't have to do the grind and the workload of what you were doing. Where you were like, and again, what you were doing, you weren't really passionate about.
I was passionate, but the I was passionate about it, but the motivation had dwindled. Like, loved it, know the importance of it, know it has a reason, all of it. Know the money that it makes, know the views behind it, all that. But I just done it so much, and I was just like, all right, I need something new.
All right, so YouTube for now, Instagram, course heading, all of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like, when the website comes, and that's been a whole other learning thing as it is. Like when we did the Swap Moto website in 2019, that was a whole different world. The tech market and how you buy platforms and how you buy pre-laid out websites and all of these things is completely changed since then. And I've learned a lot, but it also takes some money to do that stuff. And all of my money was going to get to the races. Again, it's $1,000 to go to the races every weekend. You know this. It averages out to about...
it's probably more.
It's about $1,000. I try to keep it at $1,000.
Okay,
That's what I've known for all the years. But I still travel the way I want to travel. Like, I'm not taking a bad flight. I'm not staying at, like, a $59 hotel.
You're not lebigging it with a Spirit?
No. I'm pretty hardcore Delta guy.
Yeah.
And I see the benefits of that being in the routine because then now I view myself as like a business traveler. So now I'm thinking like a business traveler. And so through that, like to get into what I really want to do with this thing. Yes, have projects and like content for the fans and stuff to enjoy. But I really want this to be like how I collect information, not data. I don't want people's email addresses, but I want to know what.
Scans?
Yeah, I don't need any of that shit.
Okay.
But I really want to know, like, why do people like it? What draws you into it? How can we connect it with the outside world? Because there is a need that's out there. Like, Hertz could definitely be an advertiser for Supercross. Delta could be an advertiser. Marriott Hotels. Like, those are 3 companies that I rely on so much that I know a lot of other people rely on, too. The amount of money that's spent by the AMA, Star, KTM, Honda, for those same companies is hundreds of thousands of dollars in a year. How do we get their attention? And like I know that you say like JGR has had all these same people that have been advertising and trying to sell them sales decks for this, and this is what your logo is going to look like on a jersey or a helmet or the that's fine, but like that's selling the race team. But how do you sell the sport? How do you convince travel, because sports tourism is huge. Hey, we come to every new stadium. We come to some of the best ones. It's 40 to 60,000 people a stadium. We buy all your hotels, buy all your flights, we buy all your rental cars. Come to the local restaurants, add all that in. Come buy all the fucking beer that you guys can drink. Like, there's a lot there. How do we take that information that we know is happening and give it to the right people that can make those decisions to give us that money? Because it's out there.
Yeah.
And, like, it's not on just a, hey, give me it. How much time I spend in a rental car, like, blows me away. The amount of life-changing experiences or thoughts that I've had just this year and all the times that I've been driving. Fuck, man, I could make so much money by selling rental car commercials. Like, produce this way, do this way. This is this culture.
Yep.
It's not hard. I just need the chance to go do it and not just think, like, 30-second cards up, oh, fuck, who got third?
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to some cool stuff on Course Heading.
I appreciate that.
And we'll take you off the I Don't Know Man list.
Eventually. I mean, I'm going to be right back on there because I'll say or do something else fucking crazy, but it's okay.
So you're helping Justin Cooper with the HAC stuff, doing helmets. How you like that? Like, I mean,
so fun.
I've been part of that, like with the goggle thing, you know. You enjoy that? Like, do you have much interaction with Cooper? Like Justin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's mellow.
Yeah,
he's low maintenance.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
But I really enjoy that job because it is a complete just disconnect from what I've always done. And it's really nice to have a brand like HJC, as big as they are, trust me to, like, make their product look good, keep their rider taken care of and protected. For J Coop to, like, hey, man, I know you're not going to fuck my helmet up and I'm going to not roll to the line and it's not going to have an eject device in it or whatever. That's nice. And then to be part of the Yamaha group and see how they operated over the last 17 races in pursuit of a championship.
Yep.
All the people that I know there, it's been really fun to just see it in a new way rather than just be the media guy running by like, how's your weekend?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been so fun, and oh my God, I've enjoyed it so much. I was the O'Neill gear guy last year.
Yep.
That was cool because it was just, gear came to my house, folded it up, dropped it off to the guys, never had to do anything else.
I really hate that job for you got to check a bag.
Oh, I don't. I have to check a bag every weekend anyway.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
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 But the helmet one is so different because I have to go every time he gets off the track to go clean it.
Oh, every time?
Every time.
Oh, yeah.
And that I like it because it holds me accountable and like I run back. But when I go over there, I don't have my media vest on. Like, I leave that shit off because it's time to come over here and do a different job.
Yeah.
But it's fun. And I have a lot of respect for everybody now. Because, like, we hear mechanics all the time talk about, like, I hate sand in Supercross because it gets everywhere.
Yeah.
I'd never really had that problem unless I got roosted by sand.
Yeah.
But then Indy had that sand turn that had all that water in it because it was frozen. That was like river bottom, like Wabash river bottom sand. That shit got everywhere. And then to have to clean that out, I was like, new appreciation for the mechanics.
Yeah.
I get it now.
We got Rick on 3. Rick, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You got
Anton, I met you Pittsburgh. You were cleaning helmets. You were just talking about that.
Was this under the Yamaha hospitality truck?
Yep, that was me and my son. And I didn't even know who you were because I didn't even start watching podcasts till a couple of years ago. But I was a Parts Unlimited rep for 31 years. And now I'm selling HJC helmets. And that was the first time I saw that helmet. And you were really nice and explained the whole helmet to me and what you did. And I just wanted to congratulate you on it. And met your wife and your baby. I'm not sure if it was a boy or a girl.
It's a boy. He's just got long hair.
Okay. And your wife was very nice. And I think what you're trying to do, go for it. Dreams. And I started in this business 50 years ago, and it was a dream, and I'm still doing it. Just because I love it. And
oh, Rick,
awesome.
I enjoyed our conversation because the Tommy guy that I told you about that is the HJC MotoGP service guy, he knows who that is.
Oh,
So
okay.
we were cracking jokes about that.
Yep.
And, like, this guy, Larry Brooks, there are a couple videos that are already on my YouTube that are, like, longer form to show you what's happening. But I have one with John Tillman, who's the lead flagger for the AMA, or for Supercross Series. I really, really, really like seeing that I have the potential to have a career in this. Because, like, I'll tell you, 6 months ago, I was like, fuck, I think I'm done. I think, like, there's nothing else for me to do. I don't know, I'm going to go sell car tires, whatever it is. to see so many people that are 45, 50, 60, 70, 80 even, still going to the races, still so infatuated with what this is, how it keeps them young, how it keeps them thinking, that's what I want in my life. And I've had such a great time. That's the best part of this year. I've had such a good time meeting these older people that have such wisdom and experience and understanding that have completely talked me off the ledge when I am stressed out about like, oh, fuck, I think I'm doing something wrong. They're like, you're fine. You're fine. So, Rick, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that conversation that day.
Well,
Yeah,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
the call,
Tom.
Rick. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm old and 73, but I could tell you the stories about with Imig at Havasu and stuff going back those days.
Nice.
But, all right, buddies. Well, thanks a lot.
Thank you, man.
And
Thanks.
good luck on your dreams.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Speaking of that, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. Digital graphic professional for Renan.
They're in Indy, so I could just drive 70 back and forth every time.
Yeah, they're looking for a full-time job in Indiana. They're looking for a digital graphic professional with expertise in Adobe Photoshop and Illustrator. Position involves work at the forefront of the product creation process, encompassing graphic design, print production, and ensuring accuracy. Pretty cool job, Renan.
That's a cool job.
Yeah, so check it out, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Renan, digital graphic professional. They're looking for that.
Okay, that is another one, like, of what I would like to do. That is a perfect company to explain, like, a project that I'd like to work on. Everybody keeps talking about how, like, economically the motorcycle industry is, like, staring down the barrel of the gun again, and it's just like 2008, and it's this, this, and this. And, like, financially that could be true, but it's not exactly the same because, especially just in the gear market alone, it's not Fox being owned by the Fox family. It's not Thor only being owned by Parts Unlimited, and it's not Fly being owned by a private company, like by a private person. There's big money that's in this now that has a lot of different things going on. And the advent of brands like Renan, FXR coming in, smaller brands like Skills, Michael Lieb's thing with Canvas, the market share is completely different now. Who is able to explain to the consumer that the market is different? They know that there's way more brands on offer, but then how has that pie been sliced up? How much money is being made from gear? We have no idea of what that number is. How the fuck can we go tell people how much money this thing makes when nobody knows? That number then adds on to a shipping partner. Every company's got to ship their gear either to warehouses or direct to consumers or to dealers or whatever. How much money is spent a year in shipping? How much money a year does a team spend in shipping parts back and forth from their California warehouse to Florida where they test? That number is tremendous. And you go find the right person at FedEx, DHL, UPS to explain what the entire mass does. Then you have a completely different conversation then. Give us $250,000 to put your logo on this helmet. That's a completely different conversation that I don't know is happening or not.
Right, yeah. All right, we got motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment coming up as well. Luxon clamps, Pulp 2025, Phil Nicoletti, Freddie Norn. They're using Supercross, Motocross, and MXGP. LuxonMX.com. These are clamps, suspension, and chassis parts. There's no comparison to make the best parts you can buy. Advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest. Lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness. Luxon clamps, Pulp 2025. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. That's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport, they just launched the 2025 Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes. Our guy Bryce there at Motorsport. 15 weeks of giveaways, a YZ450 for the grand prize. Marks, we're going to do our fantasy prizes with our YZ450 this week, we hope, right? So if you think you won a prize.
Okay, yeah.
We're not?
Sure.
I said this week.
Okay.
Just trying to let the people know.
Yeah, in a week or two.
Okay, in a week or two.
Yeah.
That's your dog. That's your dog.
my guy.
That's your dog.
I'm busy.
PulpMX Fantasy, motorsport.com giving away a YZ450 grand prize. Hey, he's busy. This fun guy was making fun of my team for not scoring any goals. Guess what his team didn't do tonight?
Didn't score any goals.
Didn't score any goals.
Yeah, that's karma. We suck, dude.
You're down 3-1, bro.
We suck.
Okay. Each week from May 10th through August 17th, one lucky winner will receive a prize. We got a Fly Racing package, Yamaha bike, of course, Works Connection. Cherubies is on board with these guys. Decal Works, Alpine Stars, OGO. Please check it out. They're motorsport.com. You can enter these sweepstakes online for free by visiting motorsport.com/win. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show on the Twitter. And Tallon over there picks the best ones for myself and Michael Antonovich from Course Heading. I don't know, man.
A lot of people in your YouTube comments don't know either.
Oh, are they getting angry?
Oh, yeah, they don't like that.
They don't like what?
Me. It's okay. But I get it. Like, this is what happened the last time that I came in. And I remember the one time you called me because you guys had Michael Lindsay in the studio. This was like 2019 because I lived in my California house.
Mm-hmm.
And I said a bunch of similar what people took as, like, out there shit. And, like, I guess it is. But, like, I don't know. I spend all day thinking about the dirt bike stuff. Like, I also appreciate it to the bare level of, like, I fucking love riding, man. I'm not some kook. Like, I have a YZ250 because it's the most practical thing. Like, I can't wait to ride. My kid's named Ezra Lusk because of how much I love dirt bike stuff. And it's always so funny to me when people are like, that fucking idiot doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, dude, this is all I think about. Like, you don't think I know what I'm talking about? You just think I fucking faked my way here for almost 20 fucking years? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man, you got to stop worrying.
I know.
It's,
Fuck my ass.
You can't worry about that. Head down, work hard, move forward, right? That's it. That's kind of my attitude.
And again, that has probably been the most fun thing about this year. Like, finding out for myself, like, what I really am, what I really want.
Yeah.
Not having to worry about, like, what's Don going to think about this? Or what's this going to make 5 other people?
Or the ad guys.
And how does this interfere with 5 other different people? It's just on me. So, like, if you don't like what the fuck I just said, like, that's on you. I've
had a few people over the years be like, hey, who does your ad sales?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's me, man. I don't know. People just call me. Like,
that's not that hard.
Like, or how do you keep track of your stuff? I'm like, I got a piece of paper with a check tracker.
It's not hard.
I probably should be more organized, and Marks knows better than most that,
And it does, like, when you do scale up to a certain, like, what you're doing here, you couldn't do this on your own.
No. I need tits for sure. Absolutely.
That's why he gets all the big thanks every show.
All right, okay. Motorsport.com. Tweet it down. I was going to make a joke. I'm not going to do it. All right.
One more tits comment, and I was going to hit the outro. Lacrosse defense coach for Anton. What's the next evolution for Moto Media? Podcast lane is clogged. Everyone doing Instagram and vlogs. Where do we see something new pop up?
I really don't know because like this isn't again to take a shot at anybody
in general, yeah.
But like Legacy Media doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Like Condé Nast, one of the biggest publishing companies that there's ever been, has no idea what they're doing. Like, I had some kid stop me at San Diego and ask, like, young kid from England on holiday, asked me how he could, like, get into the sport and what he could do.
Are you all right over there?
I leaned back. I just yawned. Sorry. It's 9:30.
It's okay. But I told him, like, hey.
You have a switch. You just had that switch.
I turned my head and I leaned back. I thought.
We got the switch.
Damn, jeez.
But I told him, hey.
Well, Anton's getting into some fucking impassionate plea with some kid, and you're yawning.
You're good, dog.
That's tired.
all. I think you're interrupting. You're interrupting Anton a lot more.
Tired. That's a young dad over there, and there's another one right there. They can be tired.
You've interrupted him way more than my little yawn did.
Okay, back to what I was saying. I told this kid, like, he's like, what do I do to get this job? How do I do it?
Yeah.
And I told him, like,
to do this job?
To just be in Moto Media.
Oh, okay.
And I told him, like, enjoy your weekend here. Really soak it in.
Yeah.
Take note of every single thing you see, everything that, like, caught your eye. If it was walking by a truck, if it was something that happened, but, like, really know why you thought that was cool. And then put that into words.
Yeah.
And I think that genuine shit is the only way that it's going to be real. Everybody's doing the same thing now.
Yeah.
Like, not a shot at anybody, but RacerX, Transworld, Vital, Swap, all 4 of those things are posting the same thing. Moto Online, you can add them in. A handful of European websites. You're seeing the same thing over and over and over again. There is no differentiation.
Yeah.
I think longer form stuff, older magazine style things, like, is there? Because there's some timeless things that people still want to know, but everybody has the chance to do it now. Everybody, dude, somebody you've never even heard of is doing tech tips that's going to get 65,000 views on YouTube, you know? And then there's your YouTube videos from Transworld from 2010 that are still crushing numbers too. Like, just put the shit out there, see if it works. The best thing is that the internet's practically free right now, so if it doesn't work, you have 3 days to come up with a new idea and try again.
Yeah, I tell people when they ask me that, I'm like, look, man, just be yourself, and maybe yourself isn't interesting or unique, but if you're passionate, about whatever it is you want to write about. It'll show through, I hope.
And you better
and you know, so.
and do every step. Like don't half-ass it.
I
like
do feel
really
like,
do every step.
I do feel like when I came into Moto Media, I was a passionate reader and follower of mainstream sports, and I took a lot of ideas from those things and brought them into Moto Media, which wasn't being done at the time. And that really helped me, right? Because
like,
it was original, right?
For you, this is something that I've always wanted to ask you. I straight up like had a meltdown where I was like, fuck, everybody's doing my job. I don't want to do my job anymore. I quit. How did you take that? When I remember when Don came in one day and was like, this was at Transworld, so years and years and years ago. I want to start a podcast. I hear Matthes' thing is going good. I should get that going. And I was like, he's already got it. Why the fuck do you want to go copy what he's doing? And then we ran into so many roadblocks on a corporate level of them not wanting to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that, again, goes to show legacy media does not know how to be fluid, because they didn't want us to put our videos on YouTube because we had a priority player built in-house that we got to get all of the ad revenue for, even though you got a third of the views of what YouTube did. So you were losing money over here to think that you were making money over here. So, like, for you to watch everybody become a podcaster now and all of these things, I really don't know how you've done that well. You have a very good job to shut that shit off. To have people take what I've said and done a lot of work to research and find out is truthful, and then them just go, yeah, so-and-so said this. I heard this. You didn't hear shit. You fucking watched my YouTube video. Like, the people that are like playing the role of journalists that aren't talking to anybody, oh my God, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, exactly. But I mean, what you can worry about that and have no ability to stop that, or you can just go on with your life.
Yeah,
and hope that the real ones know what's going on, and which I feel like our audience does, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I've never been. At first, I was kind of competitive with some guys. I do remember that, like when it first happened. I started podcasting in 2008. It was only DMXS really, and then me, and then as it got on, I got a little more competitive with some people for sure, but I think more of it, some people, not so much lately, but early on, they were jealous of our success. And they were really, we well-funded and all got the greatest guests and the best guests. We got the best guests ever, everyone tells me.
But then, like the well-funded thing, you knew what the reality of it was because it was you and fucking Angie doing it.
Yeah,
it wasn't like you had some big bankroll.
No, not at all. I just slowly. But I think there was a lot of jealousy from other people about me. Like, I've heard it from... Like, I've got friends in like, hey, do you see what this guy said about you? Like, I'm like, really? Like, wow. Like, why would you be jealous? Like, just do your own thing.
That award, like, as much as everybody's like, oh, that award that we just got. Like, when I got that in 23 for everything I did in 22.
You too, by the way,
Oh, my God. That kind of fucked me up. Because hearing, again, what you said, a lot of people that I thought were my friends that were making, like, little snide comments behind my back, I was like, what the fuck, man? I do all this stuff to help you when you're having a crying fit because you're not happy at your job, and you're going to come shit talk me because I did free photos for Team USA at the Motocross Nations, and now you're mad that I got some fucking hardware? There was a lot of things over the last little bit of just like, I don't want to be involved in this club anymore. Like, I'll see you. I'm going to go just do what I want to do.
I'm still bitter that you won it. I'm bitter that Vital won it. Wygant won it. It's a fucking joke.
Sorry.
It's all right. All right. Sorry, he goes.
1993 MTS. Between rider and team bonuses, what are the championship-winning mechanics bringing home after the season?
I mean, everybody's different as far as bonusing, right? What riders want to give and everything else. Some guys are great with bonuses. Some guys aren't good with bonuses. All those factory guys are making $75K, $65K and up. The factory guys are, and then they're getting whatever bonus the rider wants. It's hard to say. I know one guy that was making $100,000, a factory guy making $100,000 salary, and then he was getting about $30K a year from his rider. So, one guy.
Deegan's Temper wants to know, have we ever had a season with this much drama? Agents embezzling money, announcer drama, pitboard assault, factory Honda and Cowie having no 450 riders, arrests, finger guns, everything Deegan did, RJ. A lot to unpack.
It's a lot, yeah. When you think about the Myrtle stuff and you think about Daniel's video, and the injuries,
dude, that one. Okay, those two things that you mentioned, like the Myrtle thing. I got the phone call like, you want to put this live on your website tomorrow, and I was like, no, I don't. Like, I don't have a website to do it, but I also don't want to get into that, and then to see how that's played out over the last 3 months, I'm so glad that I didn't get anything involved in that. Like reporting on it, nothing.
Yeah.
Just like, you guys go settle whatever you need to go settle over there, and I'm.
What they were gonna, but why don't you put it on course heading?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But like.
Well, did you tell them course heading wasn't open?
Yes, I did, and
Course
then I
heading
also
was off course.
And then I went to Disneyland the next day and just watched the whole fucking internet meltdown, and I just enjoyed the day with my kid.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's been a lot of drama.
There's been a lot.
I don't know. That tweet might be correct.
Okay, so then like, every sport's got this much drama, but then how do we use this the right way? Because we all talk about it. We all, like when Hayden got arrested and his mugshot came up, everybody had that in their DM, in their Twitter. Yeah. We have enough stuff that's there to make it exciting. Like, it's just the wrong. All the right elements are there. They're just put together the wrong way, if that makes sense.
All right.
Voice of the drunken people. With Tom's forced promotion and AP renewing, does this mean that there's no room or budget for Tomac at KTM? Would he go Husky, TLD, or Triumph?
No, I think there's still room there. Yeah.
Shane J. Borden. Championship pie for 450 Outdoors between Chase, Eli, Jet, and Jorge.
Jet's my pick.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. But if you got to go, I'll go Jet more than Chase. Chase second, Eli third, Prado a distant fourth. You?
I really want to see Jet Eli. Like, if this is the one chance we get to see it, I'd like it to be this one.
Right.
Rogers MX93. He says, Steve, since you give ideas to Mitch, I would like to hear your thoughts on my idea to further grow the Pulp Empire. A raffle to have one guest get to sit in studio for a show, must pass a background check, weirdo check, etc.
Well, if they had to pass a weirdo check, how did Marks get in here?
He's friends with tits.
Checkmate.
So stay tuned. I've done a soft launch of the PulpMX Gives Back nonprofit website. I'm starting the nonprofit. I'm not happy with some of the nonprofits we have in our sport. You can just go look at some of their tax returns for reasons why. So I started my own, and I hope to give back. You know, the LCQ stuff really opened my eyes to what our audience can do. I'm not going to generate massive numbers, but I think we can do a nice thing. So PulpMX Gives Back. It's out there now. Marks?
What?
This is going to sound terrible.
Oh, no.
I should have put this in the Slack.
Okay.
Is it Give Back or Gives Back?
Gives back.
Okay.
Lord have mercy.
I'm not a details guy, man.
Hey, man,
I'm a big picture man.
When you got an empire, you can't be worried about every single piece.
Hey, thank you, Anton. My dog.
PulpMX Give Back.
My dog. I got an empire, man. I can't be worried about every single piece. Okay. PulpMX Gives Back.
We'll discuss this later, by the way.
Which part?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're doing a soft launch for a nonprofit. There's a YZ450 up right now for a raffle ticket. Thank you to Yamaha. Those fucking guys.
That's cool.
It's amazing.
Dude, they give away a lot of bikes.
They are the God's company. So thank you to those guys. We're giving away a bike right now. All the money's going to go to injured riders. We'll tell you who we give it to. We'll figure it out. We helped do $13,000 for Jerry, for Chiz to wear 77. So we thank you for that. Roundabout way, one of the raffle prizes will be a trip to 2 for Vegas. I'll put you up in a hotel, and you will come in studio and watch a show being filmed and hang out in studio. So that will be a prize for the nonprofit. So stay tuned for that. That'll be one experience. We're going to call them experiences.
You should sell the day I had today as an experience, too. The bicycle ride, the lounge by the pool. I mean, that's a lot, but I would.
I don't know if I want to do that much, but we'll see.
That's an experience.
You know what? If it was 2 guys, I could probably do that. I got enough bicycles, right? I could literally do that.
You could do that. People would love.
Okay, so you know what? I'm going to do that. If you want, you're going to get the mountain bike with me. No pool, but
No
mountain
pool.
bike,
Sounds
sit in the
gay.
show. And then another experience we're going to have is a day at the Jet Lawrence compound.
Oh, wow.
We're going to fly you to Florida. You're going to hang out at the Lawrence compound for a day.
Is this a raffle or auction?
A raffle.
Wow, okay.
So, and you're going to win the chance to do that. So we're going to put up different experiences every so often at PulpMXGivesBack.com.
Man, it's got the branding this time.
YZ450 as well. Right now, that's the first experience is getting this motorcycle. Also, read about the Yamaha OAI project as well. If you are another nonprofit that wants some help from Yamaha, go on PulpMX gives back. OAI. Read about that. Yamaha giving back. Okay, so yes, we're gonna do that. You're gonna help an injured rider with the raffle ticket, and you will get to sit in studio.
Can I say one idea that should be in play? To
Yeah,
help,
dog. You're my
help
dog.
riders at
Yeah.
the races.
Actually, and also one will be Marks is going to code an app for you. That will be experience also.
The Jerry situation.
Hopefully it's a small app.
The Jerry situation was horrific. You know,
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
to see that, and to see to watch so many young guys have to process that on race day and then put the next thing in.
Mhm.
There really needed to be like a counselor that went through and talked to certain guys. At least give them a card. Hey,
Mhm.
I'm here for you. Like if you need to just talk because like.
Isn't that sort of Jake, preacher?
No, dog. I mean, that's cool. No disrespect to Jake,
Yeah.
but like, when a school shooter goes through and they bring like a counselor to talk to these kids of like, yo, you just had a fucking traumatic, life-changing event, and you need to talk through this in a certain way. That should be somebody that's at the track. Like Jake does a great job of what he does, but if I don't mean this in a bad way, but you have to really be into that.
I
'Cause
feel like
it's gonna
most
get,
of our guys are. Not all.
but not all.
Yeah.
You know, so many guys have talked to sports psychologists lately, and this is just an extension of like, hey, how
Yeah.
do you make peace
Yeah,
with
yeah, for
that?
sure.
You
Yeah,
know, I
absolutely.
really think that like somebody should make that a possibility and a priority to help
Yeah.
these guys have a pipeline
How about
into that.
And I know it's a rule now, but I heard it's not enforced and not done right. How about just making sure these fucking guys have insurance that's up to date?
Oh my
How about that?
I could go
How
on
about
and on
Feld and
about
AMA just do that? Now, apparently they take a scan of an insurance card before the first round, and you're good. Well, apparently riders just cancel it. They get it and they cancel it.
We all need insurance. Like if Progressive
Yeah.
is a sponsor of the
Yeah.
thing, we all need
Yeah.
insurance.
No, but
And
how
like,
about we just make sure that these riders have insurance?
riders, mechanics, truck drivers, all of that.
Yeah.
If you're going to have an insurance sponsor, make it a benefit for everybody rather than just a logo.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Smorsky 281 for Marks and Anton.
Oh.
Which version of Steve would be more unbearable? Feld Media Member of the Year winner, Steve, or Leafs win the cup, Steve?
You guys only have to deal with him on the Leafs thing every week, so I could see that. But I'm never in the press box, so I would never know about how you would be with that media award.
Oh, it would be out
It
there.
would be out there.
I think you'd know.
Oh, I know I'd know.
Yeah.
Oh, people would know.
Oh yeah.
People would know. Yep.
I'd rather see you, and again, for the community, for all the Leafs fans around the world. Just win
There's
that
a lot
cup.
of us.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of you.
We would like to win the cup. We haven't won since '67. So.
Since when?
67. All right.
And when were you born, Steve?
Not 67.
Well, it's never happened in your lifetime.
No. Hell no. And
I read-
that is why.
That must be sad.
When Pookie is telling me to switch teams, and when she's telling me
After she's screaming downstairs when the
Yeah.
Golden Knights have their night?
Yeah. Oh, she just told me she hates hockey.
Same.
That is why I tell Pookie, the odds are with me that before I die, they will win the cup. It's just statistically in my favor.
We're halfway there.
Yep.
Can you imagine if they don't?
Yeah.
I meant halfway to death, not halfway to winning the cup, by the way.
No, I know what you meant, Tallon. Yeah.
I read this article the other day, and it was
We're over halfway there.
somebody talking about how you quit a sports team like that. Like how do
Yeah.
you process it? And they talked to a counselor, and this person was like, "Is it like gambling? Is it like escaping a cult? Is it like what is the actual like? I have to get away
Yeah.
from this sports team that has ruled my life for so long and made me so miserable because they don't win." It was interesting.
So when I was 14 or 15, the Leafs lost to my hometown team 10-1. And then I think the next one they lost 8-1. And my friends were ragging on me so bad. I jumped to the New York Rangers for a week. I bought a Ranger hat and everything.
Oh my god.
For like
What
a
year
week.
was this?
85?
Oh, okay.
86? I don't know. But I was over it. I couldn't take the abuse anymore at school, so I jumped to the Rangers for like a week, and it didn't feel right, and I went back.
I've never had a sports team that I'm that fanatic. I see so many people that have it, and I wonder how that is.
Yeah.
But like even race car drivers that I'm fans
Yep.
of, I'm just like, well, fucking.
Yeah, you're like,
it's
whatever.
cool,
Right.
But I'm not
Yeah,
live and
no,
die
I
like
don't- I
cussing
don't-
at the TV about it.
I don't know what happened, man. Like, I don't know, man. I was around when I was 5 is when I first remember liking Daryl Sittler, who was the star player for Toronto. And that was it. And I don't know. It's it. It's a curse and a burden, and it sucks, and I hate it. But I love it. Okay.
Be Her 95. Anton, has there ever been a time on the track when you've almost died due to off-track excursions?
Henry Miller, get you at all?
No. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm like not. I haven't had like a close call like what Chase had this year, but I've definitely come like within inches. You just don't think about like you really have to not think about.
I haven't had a close call, but I came within inches.
No, like I haven't been hit. I haven't been hurt.
Right,
knock on
right.
wood. But like, you just got to not think about it when you go out there.
Yeah.
But I'm really aware. Like I see people that listen to music while they're out there.
Oh, really?
I have
Yeah,
like
yeah.
foam earplugs in because
Yeah.
I want to hear it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
It is scary, but it's not that scary. Like you know where to
You
go.
just gotta know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just be aware, right? Like you're on the backside of a burn. Oh, I'm here. This
Better
guy-
get
yeah,
the hell away
right.
from the backside of the berm. Yeah.
Dumbass Race Fan wants to know, did you get dialed in on some cheat codes, a.k.a. Ozempic, or did you lose your weight just grinding it on the bicycle?
No bicycle work. Just all Ozempic. That was it. People are so dumb. Like it's just so stupid.
I thought you said something about it once, but it was probably a joke.
No, I mean, early on, I looked into it. It was like $1,000 a month, and I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
just follow my Strava, and you'll see the miles I've put in.
Mikey Moto, what is the most blatant cheating you're aware of someone getting away with? What are teams pushing the boundaries on right now? Sound check maps isn't very juicy.
No, not really. What do you think, Anton?
I can't think of anything like right off the rip, but I like what Brooke said. I love that it's J-Bone and all the JGR guys, because if there's anybody that's ever like sat around with a couple beers wondering how could you exploit the rulebook, it's those guys. And I love that they're the ones that are keeping everybody on the straight and narrow because it's so funny.
We at KTM, I mean, there was a lot of cheating going on back in the day. So the Honda guys kind of deny it, but then I've heard from a few people, those 97, 98, 99 aluminum frames, there's a lot of special frames that guys were using at Honda. I know we had different swing arms at KTM when we didn't have a linkage. We had a PDS system, so no link. Just we would move that bottom pivot with different swing arms for different tracks.
You couldn't do that?
No, you got to use a stock swing arm.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even it's a stock swing arm, you couldn't add that to move that around. Like
No,
your
it's
pivot.
a part of the swing arm, but the bottom pivot is built into the swing arm. So it would change the location of the shock, on the angle of the shock, on how much it would lay down.
Yeah.
So we would change that from time to time, and just, I mean, there would be no way they would catch
But
it.
because like, how are you going to 2 degrees? You
Yeah.
know?
I mean, AMA back then had no. They would have the stock one, right? Because that's what you have to supply them, a stock swing arm. And if you looked at it visually, you couldn't really tell. You'd have to get down there with a micrometer and everything else, and the AMA ain't doing that.
I heard they're breaking out the micrometers now, though.
Yeah, they're much better now. They're breaking up frame thickness stuff, like lasers to tell how thick a frame is. They're J-Bone, as LB mentioned, they're doing a lot better job. So.
Long name 51, kind of piggybacking on that one. What's one of the biggest industry secrets you, or maybe only a few people, know but couldn't tell anyone?
Yeah, so we're going to tell you
Like,
right now.
we'll keep names or
why
team
would we-
or whatever. Like,
there's a lot of like girlfriend, wife, relationship stuff over the years from
And that
different
stuff's normal.
riders. Yeah, like different things that you and I would know that maybe the public doesn't know, but also explain something. Explain something that happened down the road or whatever.
how early did you know about Webb's thumb injury in December?
Oh, we knew about it. Yeah, no, it was old news. Yeah, we talked about it. We've talked about the thumb injury.
Yeah,
on the
because
show.
like, how many times did he get on the show and say if I say what the injury is, I get fined?
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Right.
Quick 23. What launches first, Course Headings website or the PulpMX app?
Oh, Marks.
Course Headings website.
I'm going to need Travis to guide me on development of my website.
I'll help
too.
you out.
Thank you. My dog.
Oh, now he's your dog?
It's always been my dog.
Okay. You don't talk to my guys without going through me.
I don't talk to a lot of people, period, anyway.
Go through me, and then I'll let you know if you can talk to these guys if they're busy or not.
We don't talk that much, but when
Okay.
we see each other, it's just like it's day one.
All right, a couple more here. I don't know if your guys' memory is this good, but from Team USA, he says, who has a better rookie season, Cole Davies or AC?
AC won more races. I think didn't AC win 4 of the first 5 or right something like that. Davies won 2. AC's Outdoors wasn't very good, and I guess Davies won't be racing for a while. So
it's unbelievable that he only has a broken arm and a broken nose.
it is. That was so scary.
Unbelievable.
Dude.
I'm fearing for the worst for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, absolutely.
Austin Wheeler, have you heard anything recently about the new Cowie 2-stroke? Seems like it got announced and the hype disappeared.
I don't know any more about it. I said everything I knew on the show, so I haven't heard anything either. Yeah, but I did. I said when it came out that a Cowie guy told me the fall. I said that a few times. So it's not the fall; it's May.
Yeah,
So-
it's still going to be a while. And even then, when you see it, it's still a while from then, too. It's not like, hey, we're ready to go sell it right now, right?
I don't know about that. I heard the fall. So whether that's for sale or introduced, I don't know. But
All right, and then last one here, Jimmy G. He wants your guys' top 3 250 outdoor contenders. Deegan, obviously.
Deegs, Hymus. I don't know. Is Kitchen going to be? Yeah, he's back riding, but is he going to be healthy? I don't know.
Does Hammaker make the same leap he did in Supercross?
We didn't mention this.
Okay.
At any point on Seth. Such a good job for him and Kawasaki to stick by him. I mean, that is a long-term project that
Yeah.
they've been working on,
Yeah.
and I think that kid's dedication and the maturity and respect that he's shown through the last couple weeks, he definitely earned himself a 450 ride when that becomes available.
Yeah, well said. What's your 3 outdoors?
Deegan, Kitchen, VL.
I'll go Deegan, Hymus, VL. All right.
No, that's horrible.
Motorsport.com, please check them out. They got the Ultimate Ride Sweepstakes going on now. Grand Prize YZ450F. Also, Brian Stone, Privateer Hero, Midwest Privateer Hero. You probably don't even remember Brian Stone.
I know about Brian Stone. Yeah.
You know Brian Stone? His brother?
I do not. I know of them. I don't know personally.
What's his brother's name? Doug.
I don't know that.
They were Midwest Fair Race legends.
We weren't going to a lot of fair races. We just knew they happened.
Okay. Did you meet the riders and stuff as a little kid and all that? Like, did you get jerseys and things? No.
We were really big into sprint car racing. So, like, up until I got my first motorcycle at, like, 8 years old, that's all I was worried about was sprint car racing. So, what you have in this room, I have for sprint cars from, like, 1990 to, like, 2000. So, I have all of that
You have
stuff.
Sammy Swindell?
Doug, I have a life-size Steve Kinser cardboard cutout.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I
yeah.
I have pictures, like, with everybody, like, all of that stuff. But then going to the moto races, it wasn't the same way. That didn't really come about until I was, like, a teenager. And to get into it that way, I didn't, like, we knew the races would happen. Like, St. Louis Supercross starts at 7, but we didn't know there was a pit party you could go to until I was, like, in middle school.
All right. Brian Stone at edwardjones.com. Member SIPC, 816-761-4066. Brian Stone will help you with your concerns about the market, concerns about your 401k, all of that. Brian Stone, please check it out. He'll work with you to help you understand the impact of short-term events and how to prepare for the long-term. Brian Stone, thank you, Brian, for coming on board. Appreciate it.
Where did you get Sammy Swindell? That was good. That was good knowledge.
Dude.
Sammy Swindell's like in his 70s and still racing.
Is he really?
Yeah. And still okay.
No, dog, I know.
You know.
I know. Yeah. Okay. Justin Brayton, Larry Brooks, Zach Osborne, Phil Nicoletti. Best interview tonight.
Brooks was good.
Yeah.
That was a lot of detail.
Yeah.
And again, it's cool to see a guy at that level that's done it all. Like, what else does he have to do? But just like what drives him internally.
Dude, he didn't want to come on. I had to really
Beg
work
him.
on him.
Yeah.
Tallon, I don't know if you're busy yawning or not, but best interview tonight?
Beta Zacho.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
You should have known that.
Yeah, I should have known that. You're right. Marks?
I will say Brooks as well.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Anton, are you ready?
Yeah.
First thing that comes to your mind.
Haven't done this in a while, so it'll be all new answers.
Motorsport.com.
Bryce.
Fly Racing.
Good, bad, and ugly.
Decal Works.
I don't know the name of the font, but the font that I had on my CR125 that was just a straight. Like
Nobody knows the name of fonts, dude, so it's
No,
fine.
they do. They do. But decal, yeah, I had some decal work stuff. It was very like early 2000s with just a straight number.
CR125? Race Tech.
Well, first Checkers, but then I really got to shout out my guy Justin House at Route 15 Cycles because that's right down the street from me.
Just the first thing, man. Yeah, just the first thing that comes to your mind.
Justin.
Thank you. X Brown Goggles.
Honestly, Basset Hound hair and people's tear-off lenses. I was thinking about that all weekend while I was here.
All right. Renthal.
Thanks to Paul.
Michelin.
Babendum.
Acerbi.
No. Well, yeah, Babendum.
Acerbis.
Good plastic that you don't have to do anything to. Like my dad wanted black plastic for his CR450 when it came out, but nobody made it, so he made his own.
Oh.
He just laid clear plastic in like gallons of RIT black dye. Did not work out right, but Acerbis is going to get you dialed right.
It's a lot to take in right there. Firepower.
Firepower Honda.
Maxima.
The suspension cleaner smells so good.
Pro Filter.
Cool concept. Really cool concept. I've used them too. Almost a little wasteful, but like they work.
OGO Power Sports.
9800.
Renegade Race Fuels.
I want to know how much race fuel is used a weekend by a race bike.
Guts Racing.
Sprint cars.
Cardo Systems.
Course heading on Title 24. They're my sponsor.
Okay. Works Connection.
Whole shot device.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
Probably should look on there.
Get Data.
Dan Truman.
WUSA.
Tom White's Moto Museum.
By the way, if you want a set of wheels, I got an email today about the code, WUSA. Wheels for everybody in the pits, wheels for the HEP Suzuki team, and many others out there. I saw Zane and John this weekend at SLC. Fox Factory Vehicles.
Your blue truck.
Intense Cycles.
Fun rides.
Wiseco Piston.
Probably should get a couple.
Troll Training.
Should probably get on that too.
Ethica.
Malcolm McCassie.
Luxon.
Whatever that little bracket is that I've been seeing on the triple clamps.
Oh, that holds your bolts together like it's a flex
the dog
thing.
bone.
It's a flex
Yeah.
thing, yeah. To sort of tighten it up. MTX Braking.
Red and gold.
Yeah, good job. Factory Chassis Parts.
I'm really interested on how the engine hanger market came to be. That thing is also interesting because everybody did it, and then how many people can really tell? And that
yeah.
To what you were talking about with Brooks on the thing of you guys changing the pivot.
Yeah.
I know people do that. I don't think most people know that that's possible, but that kind of tinkering that guys are capable of doing, and now that fans can do that if you're just a weekly rider.
Yeah, you can change. You got these FCP guys makes the bearing races.
And then if you are really, really interested in what you're doing, it's just like a lot of the suspension guys that I've talked to recently. If you want to learn, and Kiefer said this too, if you want to learn how to get a job within the industry, you have to trial and error some stuff on your own bike and make yourself a test rider. And what you can learn with engine hangers and motor mounts and all that stuff now, you could really take it to another level.
Listen, I would be pretty skeptical, except I've been at test tracks where we haven't told the rider what we changed and bolted it on.
And they can tell a difference?
And then had 3 guys tell us the same thing. Come in and be like, it does this. And we're like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Like with a 4 millimeter change, a 2 millimeter change, that kind of stuff. Like obviously that's the tip of the spear with those riders, but I've seen it. So
I wanted to talk to more to Brooks about this, but them getting that electric starter sounds cool, but all of that data they have, all that data they have for that RMZ is going to get altered because once you change one thing on the motorcycle, 5 other things are going to change. The engine power is going to change, which is going to make the handling change, which is going to make this change, which is going to make that change.
I assume they would test
They
it.
know that, yes, but that's another added element of thought you got it figured out. Well, now throw this on, and now you're in a whole new world.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
More than just reliability of is it going to fire up or not.
Yeah. All right. Well, been a while. Thank you for coming in. Course heading, YouTube, the Gram. Not the website.
Find me at the races.
Not the website.
Yeah, find me at the races. We'll have stuff soon.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Thanks everybody that's been, giving me little words of encouragement and stuff like that. Cause
was that been me?
Yeah, it's been you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, that first week, all the phone calls that I had when I had to tell everybody what I was going to do. This was not a half-baked idea or anything like.
Well, I could tell at Paris things weren't right.
Paris Supercross last year when me and Megan went, I knew then that I had a year and then I was out.
I could tell things weren't great.
Yeah, and it wasn't bad, but hearing all these guys tonight talk about you have to get to a certain age when you start finally putting the pieces together and can understand where you're at. I get that because I'm finally coming out of the weeds of being in my 20s and fuck, what do I do? And although I'm still a scatterbrain, I can see it now, and it's fun to try to put that together. It's fun that I have the opportunity to do it. I know how fortunate I am to do that. Not a lot of people have that. I have a lot of really good people believing in me. And, I'm really eager to get to the next thing of what I'm going to do. I'm going to enjoy it step by step, but I'm eager to see where this goes.
Well, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the time tonight. I appreciate it. Good luck as always. I'll see you at the races. It's not any secret.
Every single one of them.
I see you all the time. So appreciate that. Michael Antonovich, course heading. Please check him out. Please follow him. Support it all over the way, and we'd appreciate that if you guys did that for him. So thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Tallon.
Mr. Steve.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Marks?
Yes, Steven?
Yeah, thanks.
That's my guy. That's my dog right there.
Mark's dog. I don't do that anymore. Thank God.
Free Jeffrey.
Thanks, Marks. Appreciate it, as always. Thanks to Swisscore, Kellen Brower, of course, for behind-the-scenes work, and Pookie as well, and all you people. Use the code, support the show. We'd really appreciate it. We're off next week, giving my staff a hard-earned week off. But we'll be back after Paula again to recap the opening round of the Motocross Nationals. That's exciting, as always. So thanks to our guests. Thanks to you people for watching and listening. Appreciate it. I hope you learned something tonight. And as always, we will keep doing what we're doing. And R.I.P. Joel Evans, man. Yep. Thank you for being a Pulp fan for all those years. And I wish you, the family, nothing but the best in these trying times for sure. Tough deal. Nobody likes to read that. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. For Michael Antonovich, I'm Steve Matthes. See you next week.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.